We are live at Collectible for Tuesday night's live Facebook record sale. I got to change the date on the screen. Only thing I forgot to do because I don't have Jake or Tanner here. They're the masters at that. My phone is up front with comments. And where's the comment feed on the screen? Is it up? There it is. Okay, good. Laura commented first. She beat Mike Massey. No one is expecting me to start this early. That's the thing. I am like an hour. We're going to be waiting for everybody to figure out. They're going to be saying, wow, Chad's early. Wow, Chad's early. Let me go up here and grab my phone. We're live, and I'm about to go over here and interview Ed. I'm going to get his thoughts on the weather. That's a Tears for Fears song. And something like that. That's Head Over Heels. Shaking all over. Johnny and the Pirates. Johnny Kidd? Johnny Kidd and the Pirates, yep. I think in that Led Zeppelin documentary, John Paul Jones said that was like one of his big influences. Or something happened. Not influences, maybe they talk about that song in that documentary. I forgot what they said though. I've watched it twice and I still think about stuff they say in that, and I have to go back and rewatch it again. Yeah, no one is expecting me to be live right now, probably. That's the thing. When I start later and later, everybody gets used to later and later. And then poof, I'm on here. And then everybody's like, holy moly, Chad's live. All right. Let's get started. Let's start sharing. And we got to start caring. Everybody's posting. Here's the thing that's going around Nashville. Mark's safe from spending $1,300 on McCartney tickets today, which is actually right now. I think they've went up. When I checked it at noon, you could get in for $900. Now that's about $1,500. So y'all got my update yesterday on McCartney. I said, maybe I can grab a ticket. No, not happening. Tony Kepler, I'll go look at it right now, sir. Let's see, pending approvals. I hadn't clicked on it all day. I will start trying to approve some stuff right there. There it is. Boom. You're approved. I got you. And then who is this? I don't know who this is. Oh, Patrick. Patrick, you're approved. Donna, you're approved. We'll wait on some of those other ones. There's my AI. So there's an AI bot in the group that tries to post. See, look. Like, I didn't do that. That's AI. It says, rocking this week. Check out these pre-orders, metal nights and vinyl deals. And it has literally screenshots of the pre-orders and pictures. CD, recap. That's amazing. Something's in there like watching what I'm posting, John, and it's monitoring everything I do. It is called Facebook AI. Oh my gosh. They're in our brains. Someone said, everybody says I'm AI too, because they only see my hands and I don't take bathroom breaks. We did have a guy the other night ask, when do you urinate? That was one of the most random questions I ever got. Yeah, I'd even try. I heard that at 10 a.m. when McCartney went on sale, it basically, you couldn't even get the page to load. So it's all sold out nationwide, and to get in about anywhere, it's about $1,000. So I think people would pay $500 to watch him come in there and read the phone book. He would be like, Collectible, 101 Short Street, and everybody'd start cheering. Chad GPT. Aussie Ducks, possibly. I'm going to go ahead and get everything shared. But I don't know. What I'm going to do is I'm going to monitor Atlanta prices, because he plays in Atlanta on a Sunday, which obviously I won't be doing a show, and if I can get down there, I will. And then he's going to play 5 days later in Nashville. And I literally have no other concerts on my agenda till next year. So, well, I'm going to take Uncle John to see Eric Clapton. I told him I'm gonna treat him to Clapton. Which honestly, the last time I seen him, I was wanting to see Cream, and I was wanting to see him crank into a guitar solo from Crossroads, but it was actually a really, really laid back set list. He did acoustic Layla, no Cream songs, no Blind Faith. He doesn't play any of that stuff. It's literally Clapton songs. It's not. But he also didn't do Let It Rain or Hello Old Friend or Lay Down Sally. He didn't do any of those. I was like, man, come on, Eric. Yeah, McCartney shows are awesome, but maybe we'll see what happens. I'm gonna have to sell more records. I'll sell off something. Nick Orlando. When Paul walks back here, I'll tell him. Lay down, Sally. Let it rain. Orlando. Hey, we've hit 19.9 on YouTube. I think we're less than 100 subscribers away from 20,000. That's big. Laura, could you let Carol know? I'm sure she's about to, Carol, about the Charlie. I don't know. Actually, it might be up here, Carol. Hold on a second. Carol, it is I think she's already got everything up here. Laura's on the ball, I'm telling you. She is on the ball. Carol, it is right here. It is a 1976 France compilation. This was originally a 5 LP box set, but the rest of the box is nowhere to be found. So it's disc. It's part of a Rolling Stones box set. Story. Link. Live now. Almost got everything shared. And Carol, we'll be running that within the next hour. It's early. We got sealed stuff over here, though, to sell. All right, I've done all that. Let me go ahead and share it over here as well. I didn't make a post about Paul's trip. I got to do that so we can boost it and see if we can get other leads. Paul will be back. When did he say, Laura? He said they're going to be gone about a week. Okay. So it'll be middle of next week before they're back. Okay. Yeah, I think we got some time. Okay. Comments, we're ready to go. So, the show is about to begin. I've got to move these CDs. Most of these are sold because they were in a post. Let me see if there's an empty box handy. Tanner's going to have to tag them. Here, I'll put them in this brown box. Are these pretty good cassettes here? No, they're not. These could be thrown in the trash, honestly. That's just homemade mixtapes. I have not really found people wanting to pay much for homemade mixtapes yet. Maybe one day in the year 5090, there might be people saying, digging up the archaeological remains of cassette tapes, going, wow, look at these. This is what people used to listen to. Year 5090. Wow, what's that going to look like? Holy moly. Keith Richards will still be alive. He'll be somewhere still in a bar, a futuristic bar, playing Honky Tonk Woman. Ow, 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 ow. I met her in so far. Free? You'll take them if they're free? Psh, free? Can't do free. I'll do free 99. Alrighty. Do-do. First Stephen King book. I found another one. The Eyes of the Dragon. I've never seen that one before. $14.99. Stephen King, $14.99. I just dug out some more books over here. Hardback Stephen King, $14.99. Let's see what's over here in this box of sealed stuff. I think there's some pretty good ones. And folks, the show is pretty much underway. Let me see what's in the sealed box. Oh yeah, we got these sealed Metallica reissues. Those will be fun, but not right now. Let's see what else is in here. Sealed Judy Collins, sealed Neil Diamond, sealed Focus, sealed Bee Gees. Here, we'll do 2 sealed Bee Gees, and we'll do sealed Focus. Because that's a pretty cool cover. It's got a die-cut window. That's a pretty good sealed record. All right, so Stephen King, $14.99. And first record here is Focus. Now, this is interesting. It's dinged underneath the shrink wrap. See that? I don't think it's been resealed. It's got breathe holes. It looks like vintage shrink wrap. But it's, yeah, it's original sealed. It might have got dinged before it got shrink wrapped. But Focus is a $10 start. And then I've got 2 Bee Gees albums. This one looks like a reseal. That's got the shrink seam going right up the middle. And then this one's definitely the original seal because it still has the hop sticker. So, and what I've noticed, any reseals that I've opened, except for one, I've opened probably 40 sealed records since I've been doing this, like vintage sealed records. Typically what I find is the disc is still near mint or unplayed. It's probably where the shrink, it's a cutout record and they had to reseal it. See, this is a cutout. They probably had to reseal it for distribution to discount it. So, sealed Focus, $10 start, and 2 Bee Gees, $10 start together. And that's our first couple auctions tonight. There they are, bid away. And let's go ahead and pull up the flip video here. Has everybody hit the like button, the share button? Absolutely nobody's expecting me to be live this early. I mean, I've already shared everything. It's still 5:25, and everybody still has no idea Chad's live. They're thinking, he'll be on there about 6. Not tonight. This is why you got to pay really close attention. Let's go over here to the group and pull up the flip videos. And heck, we might have time to tag the CDs even. Bum, 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 bum. All right, there's Chad Williams. There's me. Let's click on that. Okay. And okay, 14 comments. This is what I'm looking for. All right, so we got Metallica and Justice for All, Collective Soul, self-titled, Filter, Collective Soul, self-titled, Struts, Metallica Black Album, Metallica Ride the Lightning, Metallica and Justice for All, Reinventing the Steel, British Steel, Judas Priest, Collective Soul debut, Opeth, Last Will, Metallica St. Anger, Metallica Seattle, Oliver Anthony, Metallica Black Album, Anthrax, Metallica, Opeth, and Metallica Seattle. Wow. Okay. We got Anthrax, Worship Music, and this is a gatefold $29.99 single LP. Anthrax is so to Brian Call. Thank you, Brian Call. That's so to you. If anybody else wants one of those, that was our last copy. He got that from the flip video, so if anybody else wants one, let me know. The 2 sealed BG albums are at $10 with Stephen Parton, and we're about to sell them. 2 sealed Bee Gees albums for just $10. That's a final call. We got Toby Keith, Greatest Hits, Should Have Been a Cowboy. I love this bar. $33.99 for Toby Keith, 13 #1 hits. I got 2 Hints, Allegations, and Things Left Unsaid. And Blaine Zapnick says he'll take a Collective Soul debut. And that is sold to him, and that's the debut. The debut is not self-titled. They kind of threw everybody a curveball. The debut for Collective Soul ones, Hints, Allegations, and Things Left Unsaid. So that is sold to Blaine Zapnick, and there's one more, and that does have the big song Shine On It and Breathe. And yes, Guy Shard, these are both together. Both together for $10. Now they're at $15. Stephen Parton, you're out. We got Metallica St. Anger, the fan favorite, $44.99. And we did sell one to Chris Smith. Chris Smith gets one. Now there's one St. Anger left. We got Baby Huey. The last time we had an OG Baby Huey, we sold it for more than $1,000. The Living Legend. It's a Rhino Bernie Grundman analog pressing, gatefold jacket, Baby Huey, the Living Legend. Somebody else who died very, very young and had a very short discography. I think just that record, $38.99. John Brogenstorm also wants Collective Soul, so now we're sold out of Hints, Allegations. Excuse me. Now we're sold out of that. Guy Shard, you've been outbid on the Bee Gees. I'm going to go ahead and make Focus a buy it now for $10. It's a sealed original. And I still got a Stephen King book if anybody wants it. The Eyes of the Dragon. It's $14.99. Motley Crue, Dr. Feelgood. I still think these are available. Motley Crue, Dr. Feelgood. They are. I've got 2 copies. Of course, OGs of those are pricey. Minimum of $100 in decent condition. Bee Gees $15.20. So Steven still has it for $20. Guy, you tied them, by the way. And then here's Collective Soul self-titled. And we sold one to Brandon Lack. And we sold the other one. The other Collective Soul self-titled to somebody, A.J. Clark. So Brandon Lack got one, and then A.J. Clark. Now we have Filter Short Bus, Filter Hey Man Nice Shot. That's also sold to Brandon Lack. Thank you, Brandon, on that. And then we have Metallica, the Black Album, $33.99. Nothing else matters except you buying this record. Carla Brecky said, sign me up, I'll take one. One sold to Carla Brecky. Anybody else on Metallica Black Album? Brian Call said, nothing else matters except me buying this record. Now we got one sold to Brian Call. The Black Album is sold. Also, we got Opeth, and this is Last Will and Testament on Southern Green Vinyl. I still don't know what exactly Southern Green Vinyl is, but Chris Smith says he'll take one. So there's one sold to Chris Smith, and he got a Metallica St. Anger. So Opus are sold out. Do I have Metallica S&M? S&M, I do have that in stock. Where's the rest of my Metallica discography? I think we have bought and sold about every Metallica LP. And usually if one's left behind, it's just because they are kind of pricey. It's either S&M or Garage, but we've been selling the heck out of Garage. Let me see if I have an S&M. That's actually not a bad question whatsoever. S&M. Do I have an S&M? If not, I need to order it, because after tonight, I have pretty much sold through every record in the Metallica discography again. We have, I think, successfully went through that entire discography and sold every one that's in print, and we've sold out after tonight again. So I think after about the 5th restock of Metallica, we should finally be able to keep some in stock. But right now, I honestly don't think I do. No, I don't think I do. But I can put you on a waiting list because it sounds like I need to order some for Metal Night for tomorrow or for Thursday, which I need to put in my order tonight. All right, so these 2 BGs are sold to Guy Shard for $25. Thank you, Guy. That's sold to you. And then now we're going to get into some of that Japanese stuff from the Hatchet Ed bins last week that didn't get paid for. And the first thing I have is America Live. America Live is a Japanese pressing. It is near mint minus and pristine. America is really nice, and it is a $25 start. It does have the Japanese insert with it and the Kobe. How about the Obi? $25 start on America. That's now up for bid. And then Greg Allman is still available. That's live. It's a new release on orange vinyl. It's a whole Massachusetts, $39.99. I also have Oliver Anthony, Himmel of a Troubled Man's Mind. That is sold to Brian Call. Thank you, Brian Call. That's sold to you. And we have 1 copy left of Vandenberg. And Vandenberg's Sin is on green vinyl. That's $34.99. Michael Jacobs said put him on a waiting list for S&M. Thank you. I had a feeling there was one around here somewhere, but if I find it, I'll let you know right now. Wait a minute. Uh-oh, I just found Load. There's Load. Usually, okay, there's Reload. So I've got Reload over here, but no S&M. No, I'll get some of those ordered. Next is the other Opeth. And then somebody commented, it was actually Dean Tedford. He commented Opeth. I need to ask him which one. Dean, if you're watching, there was 2 Opeths. Let me ask him which one. Because there was Ghost Reveries and Last Will. Somebody already got Last Will. We'll find out which one he wants there. And then we got Living Color. And Living Color Time's Up. Living Color Time's Up is $39.99. And Living Color, I'm pretty sure it was a claim for Living Color. Maybe I'm crazy. So Living Color is available for $39.99, both Stain and Time's Up. Stephen King is $14.99. It's a hardback book, The Eyes of the Dragon. There's America for a $25 start. Grateful Dead's Greatest Hits. That is $33.99. That's on blue vinyl. And Metallica's 72 Seasons. And that one's still available as well. So 72 Seasons, okay? Let me see what's over here in this other box. I feel like I'm missing a title. Let's see. What is Reinventing the Steel? Reinventing the Steel. That's Pantera. Okay. I was like, what am I? That's over here in the next crate. I was like, there's something. I don't know what the name of it is. Reinventing. That's Pantera. Okay. That's coming up. So I'm still looking for Metallica, Struts, Metallica, Judas Priest, Pantera, Metallica. That's all coming up in the next crates, and more Metallica. I think all the unclaimed records in the next crate is all Metallica. Stephen King is sold to Tracy Miller for $14.99. If anybody wants America, it's a $25 buy it now, no bid. That's going over here with a sealed copy of Focus. I got some more books tonight. We had some paperback novels last night. Here's a few I didn't get to, and then here's some, pretty hefty books here. I'll probably have to sell these individually. How about the World Treasury of Science Fiction? That sounds pretty cool. The World Treasury. It's, I think, like a compilation of, maybe short story science fiction. Pretty cool. We'll put that up for auction. $10 start. The World Treasury of Science Fiction. $10 start on that. Susie gets America for $25, and then Catherine, then Guy. And then, so left in here, we had Toby Keith, #1 hits for $33. Metallica St. Anger for $44. Baby Huey was $38. Dr. Feelgood was $33. Greg Allman, $39. Vandenberg Sin, $34. Opeth was $54. Ghost Reverie. Living Color, $39. Living Color, $39. Grateful Dead, $33. And there's Metallica, 72 Seasons. Lux Eterna. Great track off that album. All right, let's jump over here then to that last crate of new vinyl. It's going to be pretty amazing, I think, when we're done here. Almost everything's going to be gone. Crates of new vinyl. Big new vinyl show tonight. Big new vinyl show. Plus puzzles. Did you see the hot picture, Jerry? Oh, my gosh. There is a billion puzzles, a billion new LPs. Now, I don't know how many crates. I see 4 or 5. There's at least 5, and there's a billion puzzles. That's a lot of puzzles. A billion times 500 pieces. That's a 500 billion pieces. of puzzle. Pantera, this is Vulgar Display of Power. That's the 2 LP version. Walk, respect, walk. This is Queensryche. This is $38.99. Promised Land, that's on clear vinyl. $38.99 on that. And Dave Matthews Band, Crash Into Me. That's $36.99 for Dave Matthews Band. Also over here we got the Struts, and the Struts is officially sold to Eric Fisher. Thank you, Eric Fisher. That's sold to you. I'm going to hit the like button, letting him know that that's been pulled. If anybody wants anything that you see me sell out of, let me know. Let's go back over here to the sold records, or sealed records, and I think I've got another cool sealed record here. This is Johnny Cash Sings Hank Williams. Wow. Really cool looking sealed record here. Goodness. I don't know exactly what era. Of course, this record can go back to the 50s. They wasn't really shrink wrapping stuff in the 50s. It's probably a 60s club reissue. But Johnny Cash is sealed, $15 start. Was that it I just heard? Nick Orlando, could you check on his status of his invoice when you get a chance? Nick Orlando. Yeah, he said he didn't get an invoice. Nick Orlando. Cash has a bid for 15. This book has a bid for 10. We got Judas Priest British Steel. That is sold to Jay Condi. Thank you, Johnny. There's Jay Condi. There's one British Steel left. Breaking the Law, Breaking the Law. Living After Midnight. They're both on there. Here's Metallica and Justice for All. That's sold to Stephen Reeves. Thank you, Stephen Reeves. That's sold to you. And we have Pink Floyd, Dark Side of the Moon. And Dark Side of the Moon is $38.99. And that's our last copy left. 50th anniversary remaster. Metallica Seattle. Metallica Seattle is officially sold to Shane Devers. Thank you, Shane. That's sold to you. And now we have Pantera Reinventing the Steel. That is sold to Jay Condi. Thank you, Jay Condi. That's sold to you. We have Pantera Reinventing the Steel again. He got one copy. Now there's one copy left. Metallica, this is Ride the Lightning. That is sold to Carla Brecky. Thank you, Carla Brecky, on that. And then we have one more copy of Ride the Lightning. We got Dave Matthews Band, Under the Table and Dreaming. 2 copies of that still left. And Cake Fashion Nugget. So here's some of the waiting list. Carla Brecky on And Justice for All. Carla Brecky on And Justice for All. And Metallica Seattle for Steve Weaver. The sci-fi book is sold for $10 to Michael Rudolph. Thank you on that. Over here is Johnny Cash, and that's at $17 with Kelly Vlodarchek. Catherine and Kelly are battling that one out. Let's see what else I have over here in the sealed department. Might start doing some lots. Might call it sealed and sell 3 at a time. Let's see here. We'll do some sealed Montevanti. Here we go. Now we're cooking with gas. Sealed Montevanti. We have Montevanti. We have Strauss Waltzes. Montevanti is Orchestra Golden Hits. And the Montevanti Orchestra Dream Pieces. And these are all 3 sealed. Brand new records for a $10 start. Those are now up for bid. Okay? And wow, so 4 crates of new vinyl yesterday. And everything that's left is about to be put right here into 1 crate. That's honestly pretty remarkable. Everything out of those 4 crates is going to fill up probably, technically, just about a half of a crate. That's pretty amazing. We got a couple waiting lists. I don't think I have another copy of Injustice for her. I'll definitely have more by the end of the week, though. Let me walk through the front and see what's on the racks. I don't think I put any out on the racks either, so I doubt I have another copy of Injustice. I will glance right quick, though. There's some pretty good records up here, but I don't think there's any up here. Not that I see. No, there's no Metallicas up here. There's one Pantera. There's Cowboys from Hell. So, and that's on the colored vinyl, $33.99. So that's all that's up there. So we're pretty much blasted through the Metallica discography again. I just have Load and Reload in stock. I think 1 Ride the Lightning and 1 72 Seasons. We're sold out of everything. Okay? Montevantis are a $10 start. Johnny Cash is at 19 with Catherine Lutz. And I'm going to go ahead and show the vintage crate and what was left in there and what's already been pulled. So give me a chance to do that right now. And we got a lot of stuff to show. Hopefully everybody's already hitting the like button. Everybody's already hitting the share button for me. We have a full 8-hour show ahead of us tonight. And you know, all anything I have to do? What do I have to do, Chad? I have nothing to do but to sell you records and collectibles and hopefully music for the next 8 hours. We're going to be selling vinyl probably up until 11 or midnight Central Time here, and then we're going to jump over to the CD department. We had an excellent CD sale last night. We sold CDs till 2 a.m. and we sold pretty much 2 whole big boxes full, so that was pretty amazing. And here's the stuff that's already sold. Y'all don't even have to look at it. I'm just going to put it over here in my sold crate. This was the tagged sold stuff. Tanner's already took care of that. I was hoping he did. Still got to do the tagged CDs. Hadn't had a chance to do that yet. The tagged CDs. There might even be more tomorrow at noon. It just depends on how many's left over tonight, okay? So that crate's empty. I like emptying all these crates this fast this early. Shipping department's rattling their sabers. They're like, all right, Chad, take it easy, dude. Take it easy. Come on, give us a break here. All right, you can buy 3 sealed Montevanti records for $10. That's something you don't hear every day. Let's go, though, put those right over there. And Johnny Cash is sold to Catherine Lutz for $19. And I don't think I put those BG records in sleeves. I'll see if I can do that right now. If not, I'll go ahead and start sleeving the rest of these. I now have a brand new wholesale gigantic box of empty sleeves behind me. I'm going to go ahead and start trying to sleeve these. So, yeah, St. Anger is available, $44.99. All right, and then here's what's available from the flip crate. Wow, so, boy, y'all obliterated these. There's only one $9.99 record left. Only one $9.99 record, Don McLean, American Pie. A long, long time ago, just $9.99, which was half off, and that never was shown originally. That record never was put out for sale. We have them quite often, but I actually pulled that out of new arrivals and went ahead and threw a bone for a discount, and nobody bit. Catherine, you got Johnny Cash. It was sold to you. It is already sold to you. Let me put these BGs in new sleeves for Guy because they need to be put in a sleeve so the shrink doesn't rub against anything. The new vinyl LPs, they don't really need to be put in sleeves. Their shrink on them is usually so nice. But some of this older shrink wrap I try to protect. All right, and then Don McLean is sold for $9.99. Let's put up new auctions. And the rest of this crate is the only ones that's left, and everything in here is $6.99. Everything that's left is $6.99 in this crate. And that's all that's left from this morning's flip video. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. And this is Foreigner, a Japanese pressing of Double Visions. St. Anger is still available if you want it. Matthew, $44.99. You could help me sell out all the Metallica discography again. And Howard Shaw, 72 Seasons, is $39.99. Gatefold 2 LP. And then our next auction is Foreigner, Double Vision, a Japanese pressing for a $25 start. That's available for a $25 start. Double Vision. I feel like I'm seeing Double Vision. Our next sealed record I have going up for auction is Cher, Half Breed. And Cher is sealed. It's an original sealed record. Very clean, very nice. And Cher is sealed. I'm talking sealed. $10 start on Cher. Everything in this crate is $6.99. I did Delaney and Bonnie. I went ahead and marked it down to $6.99. Clean copy, yellow Atco label. That's available, and so is, dang it. And I didn't accidentally just put my phone on low power mode. Let me take that off. Nick Orlando, you should have an invoice now. Cher has a bid for $10. Chris Christopherson is still available for $6.99. Let me jump over here and make sure there hadn't been any last-second claims on these before okay, 8 hours ago. Good. So let me turn off comments now that these are officially done. I've been seeing some people message the page, and they see these flip crates like the next day, and they've been messaging. I went ahead and replied to some people for Ed. They're like, hey, is this record available? Can I get this record? And if the comments are turned off, that means the video's closed, and there's a dang good chance that everything in that video is sold. So make sure you're watching at 9 or you're watching the recap live. Otherwise, it's all going to be gone. So Matthew Sherrick said he will take St. Anger. Thank you. So let's make a note to order all Metallica discography again, except for We need everything. We go ahead and order everything again, except Reload. I still got 2 copies of Reload over here. They're a little bit more expensive, $49.99, which has Fuel, Fire, Memory Remains. Shares at $15. So for $6.99, we got Delaney and Bonnie and Chris Christopherson. Eric Carmen still available in Shrink with Hop Sticker. All by myself. It has the original inner sleeve. Come on, that's a classic. Eric Carmen. We have Scandal, Love's Got a Line on You, a VG copy, also just $6.99. We have the Brothers Johnson, Right on Time. The Brothers Johnson is $6.99. Share 15, share 16. Roxy Music, Flesh and Blood, VG plus $6.99. And then Charlie Daniels Band, that's VG for $6.99. And Jerry Harrison, Casual Gods, Jerry Harrison, $6.99. Tony Kepler, Your Name is on Montrose. Yep. If Tanner or G or Collectco likes your comment, or Chad Williams, me, that means you got whatever you commented, or you got part of your comment. So some people claim multiples, and something might already been grabbed, but you would have got at least some of them. The classical records for 10. The Montevanti stuff, okay. So sell these to Melanie Jennings, these 3 for 10. Go ahead and put those in sleeves for you too. So those sell to Melanie Jennings, 3 for 10. Foreigner's a Japanese pressing, a double vision. It is near mint minus and pristine, and it's only a $25 start. I'm reducing some of the no-bid Hatchet Ed stuff from last week, so we can go ahead and get those sold. Mr. Chad, did I win BG's Fog Hat Willie Leather from the morning flip crate? If you got a notification that Tanner G, her name is actually Gundrint, I think. That's why we call her G. I can't say her name. I'm sorry, G. This is her first day. She was like, listen, everybody just call me G. So we call her G. But I think it's usually Tanner or Collectco. I think they have access to in the group as Collectco. So, but that's, I mean, I can go through here and check for you. But if they like your comment, that means you got it. That means you got it. What'd you ask for? BG's Fog Hat Willie. Willie. I see John Durden's name on Willie. So you didn't get Willie. And then I see BG's. I see your name on BG's. And that's it. What was the other one you asked about? Fog Hat. Fog Hat is also so do you. It doesn't look like you got Willie, though. Okay, Belani Jolly on Brothers Johnson. Lonnie Jolly on Brothers Johnson, that's so do you for $6.99. But yeah, that's how it works. If you get a notification that someone's liked your comment, that means you got some of it or all of it. It's best if you comment one line item per deal. That way you know for sure what you're getting. Otherwise, we might not can let you know until you get your bill on Monday. But if you do them individually and you get a like, that means you got it. Okay, sealed share is at $20. Susie Breedlove, you've been outbid. And then over here, these are all $6.99. And this is all that's left. 2 Bonnie from Delaney, Chris Christopherson, Silver Tongue Devil, Eric Carmen, Scandal, Love's Got a Line on You, Roxy Music, Flesh and Blood, Charlie Daniels, Million Mile, The Devil Went Down to Georgia, and Jerry Harrison. Those are unclaimed for $6.99. I'm going to give it about another 10 seconds while I'm making Foreigner a buy now for just $25. That's pretty wild. A Japanese Foreigner for just $25. Beautiful condition. Otherwise, I'm going to try to bundle what's left in here and get these sold. We got to get these sold. Get them sold. Let me see what else I have over here in the sealed batch. Might be doing some sealed stuff tonight. Very, very cool. This is a great Neil Diamond compilation. If I was going to put one on, I'd probably put this one on. Yeah, early classics. Kentucky Woman, Shiloh's on here, Solitary Man. That's a good one. Early classics. Neil Diamond is sealed, a $10 start. This guy here, he put these stickies. They can easily be peeled off. But Paul bought that collection a while back. This guy had a bunch of sealed stuff he collected. So there it is. And now Catherine gets Foreigner for $25. All right, Matthew Sherrick says he'll take the Charlie Daniels, and that's $6.99. And then we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 records left. Who wants those last 6 for $25? Last 6, that's less than $5 a piece. The last 6 in that crate for $25, and that will put a bow on that flip crate, and we'll say, see you later, flip crate, until tomorrow, until the next one tomorrow morning. Which actually, the The new vinyl crate video will be posted in about 12 hours. Tick tock, tick tock. Usually when I'm done with a sale and I go eat, I'm like, dang, that video is going to be uploaded and posted in just like a couple hours. It's like we're almost a 24-hour operation here. Oh, wait, we are. Shares at 30. Susie, you're out. Neil Diamond's at 10. Going once, going twice. Chat sent a message. I tagged Marquee Moon and Sunday Flip Crate. The video had the album at 33, but invoice for 39. The price on Marquee Moon is $39.99. That's a Rhino high fidelity pressing. I might have misspoke in the video, but it's definitely 39. If you still want it, great, but it is 39. But if I misspoke and you need to put it back, that's also okay. But it is 39. Those Rhino high fidelities are definitely 39. That's the price on those. That's the same price for the Cars, the Black Sabbath, the other television, the other Cars, the Grateful Dead. All the Rhino high fidelities are 39. And sometimes I have to get them from somewhere else, and they're actually sometimes 44. I try my best not to order them from there. So, anybody on this bundle? Come on. $25. Jerry Harrison, Roxy Music, Scandal, Eric Carmen, Chris Christopher, and Delane Bonnie. Not like they're bad titles or anything. Cher is So to Guy Shard for $30. I'm persistent about these bundles. I don't like records left behind. It's like Turn the Page, Bob Seger. Time for something else. And then Neil Diamond has one bid with Peter Mazzoliniano. We're about to sell that. All right, I've got another Japanese pressing over here to reduce the price on, and that is John Lennon's Milk and Honey. And John Lennon's a near mint minus pristine Japanese pressing for a $15 start. $15 start. I'm always trying my best to get y'all the new vinyl as cheap as possible, but sometimes to get it here faster, I have to pay more. There's a really good distributor, and they do pretty much next day shipping, but their prices are almost 10% higher than just about anywhere else. But they are really good at shipping fast, and it's amazing as their volume how fast they can get stuff here. But I try to order stuff a day out, but if it's like a Wednesday and we got to get it here by Friday so y'all can have it on your invoice and there's no extended waiting list, or if it's sold out of somewhere else, they usually have more in stock. But, you know, I'm always trying to get stuff cheaper so I can obviously market cheaper. But some of these prices are different across the board depending on where you get them from. So we always try to go for the cheapest, and that way it's better for everybody. Brian DeLeon, thank you. Brian came through on the bundle. Now, I was about to stop the show. I was about to go home, put on a movie, and eat popcorn for the rest of the night. But thankfully, Brian DeLeon just saved the show. So we got Brian DeLeon a big thank you on the way for purchasing those last 6 for $25. Now everything's gone. Now we're ready for our first crate of new check condition stuff. Actually, I think there's a leftover crate from Sunday we could show. Neil Diamond is sealed. It's at $10, and we have a $15 start coming in on John Lennon, and hopefully everybody's went ahead and hit the like button for me. I think I can go through another $6.99 crate here. This was the tagged records that were left over from that one random crate that I grabbed over here. Yeah, I don't know if y'all called it the other night, but I grabbed a random crate, and I said, yeah, everything in here is $6.99, so this is all that's left. I can confirm the different price distributors. That's true. Laura ordered some new vinyl. Laura, did some of that show up? If so, that would be fantastic. And then Neil Diamond, Catherine, the bid was already 10. So Peter already had it for 10. Let's go ahead and make John Lennon a buy it now for $15. I've took another 10 off that. So I've already reduced the price of these Japanese bids by now $40. And let's try the Pretenders for a $25 start. Back on the Chain, gang. Learning to Crawl. That's a near mint Japanese pressing for a $25 start. Dustin gets the John Lennon for $15. Some early deals here on the auction block. Pretenders $25. And now, Peter, you've been outbid on Neil Diamond. It's now at $12. Let me check. I'm going to scan some books over here and see what we have. We're about to go through another $6.99 crate. Paul leaves in the morning to go on about a week buying trip across the country. And I think y'all are going to be very excited to see what happens. And I just scanned a book on Discogs. I wish there was an app like Discogs for books where you could keep up with your collection and do all that and check prices. They need to build that for books. They need to build it for, I had it for the idea for pocket knives. Because pocket knives are sometimes cataloged like that. Holy moly, this is an expensive book. Boy, that's weird. Look at this book here. Let me scan it on Amazon too. I've just got a modern looking horror book here, but oh my gosh. It is like really expensive. I was going to get a comp on it, but oh my gosh. Holy moly. Let me see what's going on here. Let me scan this on Amazon. Search with camera. Barcode. Wow, it's not on Amazon either. This is a bizarre deal here. That's weird. I might need some more research on this. So I'll show it, but I don't know if I want to price it right now. Let me try to figure out what's going on with this thing. So if you scan this on eBay, it comes up 150, 146, and 223. Robert McCammon, they first. But there's only one that sold for like $20. But on Amazon, paperbacks start at $424 and hardbacks are $276. So how about I wait one more second, try to figure out what's up on that. I don't know if those are just crazy out of stock prices or if that's legit. So let me pass on that one. And let me go over here and see what happened on Neil Diamond. Neil Diamond's at $20 and the Pretenders is a $25 start. And that is Learning to Crawl, no bid yet. So I knew some of these books were going to be really good. Most of the Stephen King books I've checked, and some of them I've let go. Probably could have been $30 or $40. We've sold for $15 and $20, but I wanted to move them kind of fast because we have so many books already. But man, there's a lot of interesting looking horror books over here. Hopefully that trend continues. All right, let's see what we got here. Everything in here is $6.99, and these have only been shown once in the group, and this what didn't get claimed. And this was like from Sunday, I think. Yeah. Chris Christopherson and Rita Coolidge, Natural Act, $6.99. The Everly Brothers Original Greatest Hits, and that's a 2 LP. That's $6.99. The Everly Brothers Original Greatest Hits. Also over here, we have Barbara Mandrell's Greatest Hits, Shrink and Hop, $6.99 on old Barbara Mandrell. Poco Cantamos. Poco is $6.99. That's available, and so is Rick Springfield. Comic Book Heroes. Nobody claimed Rick Springfield. Clean copy. Gatefold, $6.99. So, Peter, you're outbid on Neil Diamond. It's now at $21, and there is one bid on the Pretenders for $25. We're about to sell that. Linda Ronstadt, Prisoner in Disguise. Linda Ronstadt is $6.99. Susie on BM for Barbara Mandrell. That's sold to Susie for $6.99. Also, $6.99 is the soundtrack to Hotel, and that soundtrack score is done by Johnny Keating. $6.99 for Hotel. I don't know if I recall seeing that one too many times. And then 8 bedtime stories. Here you go. Perfect to play for your children when you're trying to get them to go to sleep. You put this on and they'll go right to sleep. That's Tortoise and the Hare and Hansel and Gretel and Jack and the Beanstalk. All those classics. Chad Mitchell himself. Chad Mitchell's in Shrink Wrap, and that's $6.99. Gold Warner Brothers label, $6.99 on Chad Mitchell. And the 3 Little Pigs. There they are. The 3 Little Pigs, $6.99. All right, the Pretenders got one bid. That's sold to Ed Hickey for $25. And now Susie wants 8 bedtime stories for $6.99. 8 bedtime stories. Where is that? That's right here. That's sold to Susie. By the way, new bid on the sealed Neil Diamond. It's at $25. Linda Ronstadt condition. I would say pretty nice looking jacket. VG Plus, just a little bit of shelf wear. And the vinyl is nice. Yes, EX Plus are better on the vinyl. No condition notes on that. Guy Shart on Hotel. And Susie on the 3 Little Pigs. And everything I'm showing here is $6.99. Ooh, that's a good one. A very good one. Very nice. I'll put that here. John just handed me a gem of a record. And there's that. You heading out? Or about to? Okay. We got Sticks. I might have to keep that one. I don't know. I think I have a copy of that, but it's beat the heck. Next, Japanese pressing is Sticks. Kilroy was here. Mr. Roboto. That's now reduced from the last time for what it sold for, a $25 start. They are still bidding on the sealed Neil Diamond. I think it's up to Catherine now if she wants to bid again, and she's bid $27. Peter Haas does get the Linda Ronstadt for $6.99, and we're in a $6.99. Susie just bought one. Here's another Barbara Mandrell's Greatest Hits, $6.99 on that. We have Pat Metheny New Chakuta or something like that. Big discount on that. I can't believe no one didn't grab that for $6.99. Near Mint ECM label, Pat Metheny, $6.99. Wow. Nat King Cole Ramblin' Grows. It does have a little bit of writing on the cover, but Nat King is just $6.99. And Forever Record salutes with Jim Pewter's 21 picks from the past. There he is with some Beach Babes, and this is some kind of compilation. It is. It's a compilation. Otis Redding's on here, the Contours, the Shirelles, Bo Diddley, Howlin' Wolf's on here, Booker T. That's a 2 LP for just $6.99. Now Neil Diamond's at $30. That's a sealed copy of Neil Diamond Early Classics. Great comp there. Sealed, never opened. Sticks is a $25 start. And what we're doing right now is this is $6.99. Everything in here. And I think this is another what's left from a flip video type deal. But they're all available. Preston Epps. This is Bongo, Bongo, Bongo. Preston Epps. That's a clean copy for $6.99. Susie, that's the same Barbara Mandrell, yes. Unless you want to. Unless you think you're going to play it so much you're going to wear it out and you're going to need another copy, then I'm just going to sell you one. Merle Travis Pickin. Merle Travis is $6.99. We also have over here the Everly Brothers, End of an Era. The Everly Brothers is $6.99. That's a Gatefold 2 LP. Neil Diamond 30, Neil Diamond 33. Oliver Smith, a 1966 mono. Oliver Smith is $6.99. And we have Frida Payne, Supernatural High. Frida, $6.99. And Mike Oldfield, Hergest Ridge, $6.99. Neil Diamond 30, 33, 35. And we have Sticks can be bought for a $25 buy now. Kilroy was here. Brian DeLeon on PE. And PE was for Preston Epps. That's so to Brian DeLeon. Everything in here is $6.99. Now John's heading out. Thank you as always. I'll be right here selling some vinyl. We have our next auction. Let's go ahead and put up another Monkeys. Now this one sold for quite a bit the last time. I mean, that's what the last time was in a Hatchet Ed bin, and we sold almost everything off except some of these Japanese pressings. And so now we're going to reduce them and sell them right now. And Ed's like, thank you. Ed's saying, please sell my Hatchet Ed records. We have the Monkeys, the best. And let's start this one as low as $25. Near Mint Minus and Pristine, Japanese pressing, a $25 start. Brian DeLeon also on EB for the Everly Brothers. Michael Salazar gets the Sticks for $25. And now Neil Diamond's at $37. I'm going to try to scan another book and see what happens over here. Let's see what's going on with this hardback book. I mean, this guy had a lot of cool stuff because he obviously was into Stephen King, etc., etc. So he's had a lot of science fiction and horror. Which, if someone's like, Chad, what kind of book collection would you prefer to buy? I'd say, well, give me all the science fiction and horror books you can get your hands on. And then over here, boom, boom, boom. Yeah, this one we can probably do for $14.99. And this is Guillermo del Toro, The Night Eternal by Chuck Hogan. Hardback book, $14.99. I'm not for sure exactly what that is, but there it is for $14.99. And Neil Diamond's at $37, now $38. Okay. Over here, everything left in here, these are $6.99. $6.99. Let's read through them one more time, and then I'll try to make them as a bundle. Neil Diamond, $38. We have Peter Mazzolano and what was the other one? Catherine Lutz in a battle right now. So these are what's left for $6.99. Chris Christopherson, Rita Coolidge. Another Everly Brothers original Golden Greats. Poco Cantomos. Rick Springfield Comic Book Heroes. Chad Mitchell himself. Barbara Mandrell's Greatest Hits. Pat Metheny, New Chakuta Kuka. We have Nat King Cole, Ramblin' Rose, that 21-track compilation. Merle Travis picking, Oliver Smith, Frida Payne, and Mike Oldfield. I'll give it about 10 seconds, make sure those last claims doesn't come in. And then you know what we'll do? We'll go ahead and price those for a great bundle. But we'll make sure nobody wants to pick and choose a couple more before I price those out at a great bundle. I'm talking a great bundle price. We'll see what happens first over here, though. All right, and Brian's going to go ahead and snatch that other Everly Brothers comp for $6.99. Now, Brian already did the last bundle, so somebody else is going to have to step up to place when I start counting these. Let's do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, okay? Jim, the compilations right here, Forever Record Salute, USO shows with Jim Pewter's 21 picks from the Pats. Got great stuff on it. I mentioned Green Onions and the Contours, Do You Love Me, Howlin' Wolf, Otis Redding's on here, Bo Diddley, the Shirelles, Gary U.S. Bonds, $6.99 on that. Final call to get a bit on the Monkeys, and they're still battling over the sealed Neil Diamond at 41. And Chad, I messaged you earlier, okay? Did you message the page or did you message me? If you message me, it may go into an abyss. If you ever have a question on something store related, you may want to contact Collectible, okay? Always contact Collectible because I have not seen anything from you. And if it goes to my messenger, it's either going to go into spam or junk unless we are friended. If you ever have something store related, always message Collectible because Ed will take care of that. Because typically, I probably won't know what's going on with an order. But if it's something else, like you're trying to sell something or want me to look at something, then it's also best to message the page. Because Ed will give me a note and say, hey, so-and-so messaged the page. They want you to look at an autograph they have for sale. Or they want you to look at this gold coin they have for sale. Or they want you to look at this gold ring they have for sale, etc., etc. So always do that. Okay? Rick Springfield is sold to Michael Rudolph. Jim Ciascio wants the compilation and Merle Travis. Those are both sold to Jim Ciascio. Now let's count what's left and let's bundle the rest of these. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 records left. 9 records for sale. 9, and let's do these for as low as just $30. I think we did 30 on the last bundle and there were 6. Now there's 9 records for $30. Now, 9 records for $30. 9 records for $30. You can say sold or bundle, and they're yours. Peter Mazzolino, you're out on Neil Diamond. Catherine has that for $43. Wow, you can pick up the Monkeys for a $25 buy it now. And Brian, he already got the comp, but that's a $25 buy it now there if anybody wants it. No luck on Paul McCartney. I actually was asleep when they went on sale. I knew I wasn't going to have any luck, and sure enough, I was reading where most people couldn't even get on the website. So they are sold out, and now they're about $1,000 to get into the building. So I'll have to consider it later. That's a lot of money to spend on a concert ticket for somebody I've seen 4 times, but he's also one of my favorites of all time. I'm hoping like a little bit later they'll say another show announced, or he's going to move over to the Bridgestone or something. I mean, or LP Field or Nissan Stadium. I still call it LP Field. Nissan Stadium, something like that. But I just know he could sell out Nissan Stadium. I mean, the demand and as many people as I see talking about it, golly, but maybe he just don't want to do it. Maybe he wants to play Nashville, a small venue. I'm sure somebody sits down with him. He's like, oh, Nashville, I want to play a small venue. Oh, Atlanta, I'll play in a stadium. Oh, Chicago, I'll play here. And, you know, he probably just tells everybody what he wants to do, and then poof. All right, Monkeys is a $25 buy now. I don't think anybody grabbed that, so it's still available. And Neil Diamond is still getting bids. Now, Michael, is that sold on the comp or sold on the Monkeys? If it's sold on the bundle, then thank you. And then we're about ready to start new stuff. It's 6:09. I might go ahead and go through John's check condition bin. I got to start showing puzzles at some point tonight. We've got probably 20 crates full of puzzles after they're all boarded or all crated up and stacked. So, Michael wanted the bundle. Thank you. 9 records, $30. Let's go ahead and put sticky notes around those. And we are emptying some crates tonight. So thanks, everybody, for tuning in early. I actually started a little early tonight. I mean, everybody should be totally bragging on me. 5:15, come on. And I was actually here at 4:30, And me and John was talking about Robert Johnson and looking up rare records on Discogs. And then Ed went, it's 5 o'clock, Chad. And I was like, oh my gosh. So even when I get here early, it's hard to start on time because I want to talk and I never get to see anybody that actually works here. So there's that. And then Brian DeLeon got the monkeys. Awesome. Neil Diamond's at 50, and Catherine, it goes back to you. So I don't know. Come on, Paul. If you're out there, Paul, and you can hear me, add another day or play in a bigger venue for Nashville. We love you. We'll sell it out. Even if I have to help promote, sell tickets, I know we can sell that thing out. We can sell out. Come to Knoxville. Do Neyland Stadium. That'd be amazing. Wow. 100,000 at a McCartney concert when he's doing Live and Let Die. Wow. It's worth it for him to watch him do Live and Let Die and Band on the Run. Oh my gosh, those are great. Maybe I'm amazed. That last show he played in London on the last tour, he did 38 songs, which is just amazing. 38 songs. Of course, some of them are like Blackbird, which are a minute and 40 seconds. So, or We Can Work It Out, or, you know, some of them are those little Beatles songs, Love Me Do. So, but still amazing. All right, Neil Diamond is sold to Peter. I keep messing this up. Peter Mazzolano for $50, sealed on that. Yeah, a lot of people, that's what I was thinking. I was like, wow, maybe Nashville, a lot of people will be out because it's general admission. You know, you got to stand. And I was like, maybe that will, but it didn't. It didn't evidently phase too many people. Or bots have bought them up and, you know, they're scalping them, which is more realistic probably. But the good thing is he's playing at Atlanta on Sunday before Nashville. So he's just right down the road on a Sunday when I don't have a sale. So that's on my radar too. That's on my radar. All right, so we didn't sell this one earlier. We didn't sell this one other, Focus. So we're going to put this Focus with it. Now we got 2 sealed albums by Focus. These are unopened, $10 stars, sealed Focus albums. And then let's try the other Bee Gees lot did well. So here's another sealed Bee Gees. Turn Around, Look at Me. That's a $10 start, okay? $10 start on that. These are new arrivals, check condition, never shown before. These are sticker price, new arrival, check condition, never shown before. And you're about to see them right now. John, literally, I was just watching him mark some of these. He just got done marking some of these, okay? Seattle. Steve, you're on a waiting list. If they're in stock, they'll be in by Friday. So, Laura, the Post-it note stash is in here in the operations room under the table, under one of these tables. Yeah. You might have to do some finagling to get to them. But yeah, they've got about 3 tables set up in here where they're alphabetizing CDs, but you can kind of get to them. Okay. Here we go. No, I didn't get McCartney tickets on the pre-sale. So what I'll do is I'm going to buy for Nashville. If I do go to Nashville, when is it, November 8th? I probably won't actually buy a ticket till the 1st of November. I'll be very patient and wait for one to pop up for maybe 500. If I see one pop up for 500, I'm in. Because it looks like it's going to be twice that much to go. So I'll have to be very patient. Now, I'll be on StubHub about every day for the next 3 months. Waiting for a deal to pop up. So we have ELO Face the Music. This is in VG condition, $9.99. Original inner sleeve. It does have some ring wear. Evil Woman, VG condition, $9.99 on ELO. Also, we have the Electric Flag, a long time coming. Electric Flag is VG condition. That's $9.99 as well. Does have some cover damage. It's on a Columbia 2i label. VG $9.99. And the Electric Flag is VG Plus $17.99. The Electric Flag again, and this is another Columbia 2i. There is a name tag on the label. It's $17.99. So let's update these auctions again. So the first thing I have here is Focus. We got Hamburger Concerto, and we got Focus 3. I think you bought this one last night. Whoever asked. Who asked? Ryan, yeah, you bought that one last night. These are sealed, and that is a $10 star. I don't know what the price they were when they went on sale. Ed said $350 for general admission is how much they were when they were on sale. Like if you were lucky enough to grab one on the website this morning, I heard they were $350. So I don't know. I never did. I was asleep when they actually went on sale, which I'm kind of glad I didn't wake up because nobody could hardly even get to the website. And then BG's, Guy Shard has that for $10 final call. Which Metallica did I pick up last week for $69.99? That probably would have been S&M. Probably S&M. And then Catherine got ELO. That's sold to Catherine Lutz. And now Focus is at 11. So right now for the Pinnacle in Nashville, it's, let's see here, features, I guess that includes fees. The Pinnacle in Nashville right now is $1,064. The Pinnacle and then balcony start at $2,000. That upper balcony starts at $2,000. But right now you can buy two general admission each for $1,000. That's Pinnacle in Nashville. So that's about what, and they've sold. What's crazy is they've sold 132 in the last 5 hours. So they're obviously trading for that. National Lampoon Radio Dinner. National Lampoon is VG Plus $11.99. Focus is at $12. And Beach is 11. We got a lot of sealed stuff early tonight to start the show. And then I'm about to jump into the actual tagged auctions. But we do have a bunch of sealed stuff to show tonight. Eddie Murphy is VG Plus $9.99. Eddie Murphy comedy album. These are always really fun. VG Plus $9.99. Focus has bids for 10, 11, 12, and another 10. And now the Bee Gees Guy, there was a bump. Marsha has it for 11. Something Stupid. Homer and Jethro, VG Plus $9.99. And we have Emerson, Lake and Palmer in concert, VG Plus $14.99. Emerson, Lake and Palmer in concert. Lonnie Jolly on Eddie Murphy. That's so to Lonnie Jolly. The Modern Jazz Quartet Under the Jasmine Tree, VG Plus $19.99. That's actually on the Apple, the Beatles Apple label. That's the Modern Jazz Quartet. It's in shrink. VG Plus $19.99. Travis Woods on Emerson, Lake and Palmer. Folks, y'all are seeing right now brand new check condition records being shown for the first time. Jazz Waltz, Les McCann and his Jazz Crusaders. This is EX condition, $34.99. EX condition, $34.99. Les McCann and the Jazz Crusaders. Les McCann Ltd. plays the Shampoo at the Village Gate, Pacific Jazz Records, VG Plus $19.99. Les McCann and Les McCann there back-to-back for you jazz heads. Weather Report, Heavy Weather, that is VG Plus $14.99. VG Plus, Jaco Pastorius plays on that one. And over here, we got the James Gang Your album. And this is VG $9.99. Mike Pierce on National Lampoons. That's so back here to Mike Pierce. Thank you on that. The two Focus albums are about to be sold for $12 to Thomas Baumhart. Haven't heard back from anybody else. And Marsha, you were outbid on the sealed Bee Gees. Guy has that for $15. Next is the Pink Panther. I think we had a vintage reissue last night. This is actually, could be OG. I don't have an exact confirmation, but it's mono. It's on that earlier catalog number, and it has the right jacket. So that's VG $9.99, and the cover's in shrink. That's pretty cool. An original Pink Panther mono. Weather Report is sold to Michael McCullen. It is in VG on that. And then over here, we got Jimmy Buffett, One Particular Harbor, and that's VG Plus $14.99. Scott Dallow on the Pink Panther, that's sold to him. And the Rolling Stone Some Girls, VG Condition, $14.99 on the Rolling Stone Some Girls. Also, Mott the Hoople, All the Young Dudes Carry the News. All the Young Dudes. Bowie, Mott the Hoople, EX $17.99. Focus, let's go ahead and sell both of these for $12 to Thomas Baumhart. Great deals on sealed records as always. the Curse of the Seal. Some of them sell for less than what open copies would sell for. I could say these, I could open these and say they're near mint and shrink. They're near mint and shrink. There's that. And here's another photo. I'm putting these in sleeves. Those are sold together, of course, for $12. Yep, Peter, we just showed that. I just showed that on screen. Yep, I just showed that on screen. They're pricey. Catherine Lutz. Let's see who. Marsha. I got to make sure she's done. Tom is ticking on that one. And then we have Catherine on Mott the Hoople. Okay? Over there. Is there a way I can find out what I'm on a waiting list for? I know I have a Coven and a couple Nile that I haven't heard about. I know for sure you're not on a waiting list for Coven or Nile. Which Coven albums and which Nile? We need to probably remake notes for those. I don't think I have any, I don't have anything on my laptop for Nile or Coven, Steve. But the best way to do it is if you ask, I can search your name in my spreadsheet. It's kind of tedious, but I can probably figure out everything you're on a wait list for. And speaking of waiting list, I'm about to move some crates around, and I'm about to start showing puzzles. I love puzzles, okay? And wow, so there's 6 crates of new vinyl. And there's the equivalent of about 8 crates of puzzles. So 6 crates of new vinyl, 8 crates of puzzles. There's 4 crates of new arrivals from John. Laura's working on stuff. And we've got plenty of discount bins. So we got a lot to get to tonight. The Bee Gees has bids for 16 and now 20. Okay. And then over here, we have also Aldo Nova Fantasy. VG Plus $17.99. And then we have Billy Thorpe, Children of the Sun. Billy Thorpe is VG Plus, $14.99. Also, ZZ Top Fandango, VG $14.99. There is some waiting list for puzzles too, but not many. And here's one of my favorites and one of the most popular ones. So we'll lead off of a big one. And puzzles are just like vinyl. It looks like my distributor has got a big restock of these. I had hundreds back ordered. I mean, that's why we have got so many in. Hundreds were back ordered. So that's why they've all shown up, so many on one day. But we've been selling these puzzles here on Facebook. We've been selling these here on Facebook for as long as 2019. And I'm still selling them, and we still sell out, and we still have waiting lists for some. And here's one, probably the best ones. I mean, because look at the cover art. Elton John, Goodbye Yellow Brick Road. Elton John, Goodbye Yellow Brick Road. These are 500-piece puzzles, and these are $24.99. I've got 2 Elton John, Goodbye Yellow Brick Road. So those are puzzles. If you want those, they're $24.99. All right, let's go over here. And Mike Pierce got BT for Billy Thorpe. Coven Witchcraft and Nile. Can't remember. Okay. Now, some things also, Steve, you might have been claiming out of a video where it wasn't actually brand new sealed vinyl. That's happened a lot lately. We've been having so much pre-owned sealed. A lot of people think we're in like a sealed crate, and they ask to go on a waiting list, and I'll get the sticky note, and it'll be something that was out of print for the last 5 years that we got in a collection, and then I can't even order it, so I just discard it because I can't order it. That's happened a lot lately. A lot of people think we're like in a sealed crate because it's like pre-owned sealed stuff, and they'll be like waiting list for this. They'll write it down, but when it gets to me, it's like we can't even order this anymore. That was not even something that a waiting list was possible for. So, but I will write down Coven. I don't think that's in print, and I know I can get Nile records, but you'll have to let me know which one. But I don't think Coven Witchcraft is even in print anymore, but I'll have to check. John Durden, COC came in yesterday. You were already tagged for it. It came in yesterday. How much is ZZ Top? ZZ Top is VG condition, $14.99. Guy Shard got an Elton John puzzle. Thomas Baumhart got an Elton John puzzle. Okay, so those are sold. And there are, I'll check on that, Patrick Lear, see if we can get a Blue Note puzzle. And then Marsha Collins also on the puzzle. So we have our first waiting list for a puzzle, and that's Elton John's Goodbye Yellow Brick Road. Both are sold, and we have Marsha Collins. This is just like vinyl. They should be in as soon as this week. It's only Wednesday, Tuesday. But if not, then whenever they come in, you're going to be tagged for it, okay? Unless it's really, really old. If it's like months and months and months ago, we might give you a heads up. That way you don't get a random invoice for something. But most of the waiting lists are in either that week or within 2 weeks. So Marsha's first on the waiting list. Javi Soto on Aldo Nova. That does have fantasy on it. And now where are we on the sealed BGs? This is sold to Guy Shard for $20. Let's put it in a new sleeve and let's put up new auctions. And if anybody else wants on an Elton John Goodbye Yellow Brick Road puzzle, just let me know. That's one of our best ever because what a beautiful cover art that is. I mean, just amazing. Okay. I'm going to be showing some puzzles. I'm going to be showing a lot of Metallicas. Hopefully you're watching at the right time, at the right place. Do not leave the chat tonight. Eric Clapton, another ticket, VG plus $24.99. The Who, Who's Next? VG $14.99. That's on the MCA label. Over here, we have Led Zeppelin Coda, EX $37.99, and ELO's Greatest Hits, VG plus $14.99. Our next auction is Joe Satriani, and this is Surfing with the Alien. And Satch is an 87 USOG VG condition with the original inner sleeve. OG copy, just a $15 start on Joe Satriani. There's the inner sleeve, and there's the cover. Silver Surfer, very cool. This was our first new arrivals crate of the night. Bill Samus also on the Elton John puzzle. Bill Samus also on the Elton John puzzle waiting list. So now 2 people. I'll be going back over those multiple times, over and over. Brian DeLeon on Led Zeppelin. That's so to Brian DeLeon. Joe Satriani has a high bid of 15. And now let's find another auction. And you may say, Chad, what possibly else could you have up for auction? And I'm going to do this for a reduced start. This is actually a really cool record. The 31st of February. So this is a 1968 US Pitman OG with a company inner sleeve. Now remember the grade on this one. EX++ near mint minus. And this is a band Butch Trucks was in right before Greg and Dwayne Allman joined and went on to form the Allman Brothers, the 31st of February. That was the last time what I was trying to get a starting bid for and hopefully go up from there. Here's what some of them have sold for as much as on Discogs. $35 start on the 31st. 31st is a 35, okay? Now, the electric flag, a long time coming. Quick recap on this bin. VG condition, a Columbia 2i for $9.99. And another electric flag, self-titled, VG plus $17.99. We have Something Stupid, Homer and Jethro, VG plus $9.99. The Modern Jazz Quartet, that's on the Apple label, VG plus $19.99. I also can't believe these Les McCann albums didn't get grabbed. 1963 Les McCann Jazz Waltz on Pacific, EX $34.99. Also surprised by this one. Les McCann plays at the Shampoo, or plays the Shampoo at the Village Gate, VG plus $19.99. The James Gangur album, there's Joe Walsh, VG condition, $9.99. Jimmy Buffett's VG plus $14.99. There's Jimmy Buffett. Also, we have the Rolling Stone Some Girls, VG $14.99. ZZ Top Fandango, VG $14.99. Eric Clapton, VG plus $24.99. The Who is VG $14.99. And ELO's Greatest Hits. You need to think about that one, $14.99. So Satriani's at $30. The 31st of February is a $35 start. Going to once and going to twice. Before I bring over our first crate of new vinyl, let's go ahead and show another puzzle. Oh man, I wish I would have had these. I wish I would have had these last night. But now here's your chance. These are $24.99. These are puzzles. 500-piece puzzle, Kiss Dynasty. I'm going to be saying that a lot. You'll be surprised how many times people have got these in the mail and been like, oh, I thought I was buying the record. So you're going to hear me saying puzzle a lot. These are 500-piece puzzles. Kiss Dynasty is $24.99. I was made for loving you, baby. $24.99. They're sealed, and these are actually really high quality. They're made in the UK, so they're technically UK imports, officially licensed items. 30 31st of February is at 35, and Satriani's at 30. Kiss is $24.99. All right. And the rule is we got to sell out before I show the next one. So hopefully we have 2 people very much interested in buying a Kiss Dynasty puzzle. I mean, it's the middle of summer. You have nothing to do but stay inside and put together puzzles. It's way too hot, and in the winter it's way too cold. So it's pretty much puzzle season. Pretty much puzzle season. You can go ahead and be buying Christmas gifts. Hey, you just whatever the possibilities are endless, okay? Nobody else on that check condition crate. That's okay with me. We'll set that aside, and we're going to go ahead and bring over the first crate of new vinyl for tonight. You may say, you have new vinyl, Chad? I say, I do have new vinyl. How about you? And you may say, yes, I'm about to buy a lot from you. 6 crates full to be exact. 6 crates. All right. 31st of February, getting new bids. It's now at 40. And when I come back, I'm selling Satriani. I got some cool items here to show in just a second. Another new product. My distributor is really expanding their catalog. They're getting into a lot of merch and stuff like that, officially licensed stuff. I think they're really expanding their database, so there's some cool stuff coming. Let me step up front, and guess what? I've done everything except brought my laptop back here tonight. I want to thank everybody for tuning in on this wonderful Tuesday, and we've already got off to an early start tonight. I already filled up a couple crates. It's going to be a full-length 8-hour show tonight. So I started about 5:15. I'll be here till 1:15. Hope everybody's ready. My to-do list is ever growing as I walk through the store and look at stuff. Oh, I need to clean that up. Oh, I need to fix this. Oh, I got to retub all these CDs. Oh, I need to price all this. Oh, here's a billion other things to do. But y'all have got me for the next 8 hours, or 7 now, I guess. I'm booked. Y'all have got me booked every night right here. Nowhere to run. I'm here for y'all. This is all waiting list. A very important file on my laptop. Okay, so 31st of February is sold to Guy Shard for $40. And Joe Satriani is sold, thank you, Guy, and this is sold for $30 to Brogan Sconce. Thank you, Brogan. That's sold to you for $30. Very nice. Very cool cover on that one. I can get new copies of that with music on vinyl if anybody wants one. First thing I have in here is Angel, and this is a customer request. And Garrett, I'll just leave this on Ed's desk. We sold out of these. I'm not for sure, Ed, what this means. But that's definitely, if anybody else wants one, let me know. It's Angel. It's on blue vinyl. It's $34.99. We had these in stock and we sold out, I think. And then somebody's like, I need one. And Ed had to order it for him. So if anybody else wants one, I can get that. It's blue vinyl. There's only one of those. It's gone. We might want to leave that on Ed's desk and figure out who that exactly goes to, because whoever watches the sale, I honestly don't know. And then I think we have a waiting list for Sleep Token here, even in Arcadia. There always seems like there's a waiting list for Sleep Token, always. So let's see what's going on here with Sleep Token. Sleep Token is... oh, it'd help if I spelled token correctly. I was like, what's going on there? Sleep Token. I still misspelled it. Even in Arcadia. We've already got one for Chase Zapnick. Okay, so this one's still available. Even in Arcadia. We've already filled one, so this one's good to go. $38.99. That's available for sale. And there was a waiting list for this. Overkill. And boy, I've got a bunch of them. I think there was a lot of people on a waiting list. This is a half-speed master on yellow marble vinyl. Overkill. And let's look this one up right quick, and then I've got to introduce some new auctions. Overkill, Under the Influence. We're talking Richard Bradshaw. He's first, Richard Bradshaw. Next is, after Richard, is Nico Capellanes, and then Richard Bradshaw again, but Richard only needs one, okay? So one for Nico, one for Richard, and then I should have some extras for sure. Under the Influence, that's overkill, so I definitely have some extras of those. So Richard Bradshaw, Nico Capellanes, and that means all these are extras. I probably double ordered it, but probably a great thing to have in stock. Overkill, Under the Influence. Half-Speed Master, Yellow Marble Vinyl, $33.99. Let's go ahead and put up another auction, and the next auction I have is Randy Travis, Storms of Life. Randy Travis is a 1986 USOG Club RCA Music Service VG Plus condition. That's going to go up for a $15 start. That's now up for bid. And then here's actually a pretty tough to get Willie Nelson album. This is a 71 OG VG++ EX. And it's only been on vinyl twice. The original and then I think a Music on Vinyl press from 2023. Probably one of the rarest of the Willie Nelson catalog. And this is an OG pressing. It's the only way it could be unless you get a new one. Some of them have sold for as much as $250. Willie Nelson's a $65 start. A couple of country albums there. The very popular Randy Travis and a very rare Willie. Buddy Cordova on Overkill. I've got more. Far as OGs of this, boy, I don't think I've ever got one. 1988, I've had one then for sure. I thought that was a 90s album. But I can't tell you the last time we had one. That would be pretty tough to find. We don't get them as often as others. And then here is that Paul Di'Anno tribute album or memorial album. It's on limited edition Sparkle Starlight vinyl. And this is got 2 bonus tracks that was never on the original vinyl release or the CD. And Paul Di'Anno, we had quite the waiting list for. So let me look that up right quick. And that waiting list was Sean Druin, Michael Salazar, and Alonzo Breezy Brinsno Jr. So Sean Druin, Michael Salazar, and Alonzo Breezy Brinsno Jr. So 3 of these Paul Di'Anno albums are sold. That leaves 2 if anybody else wants one. Steve Weaver says he'll take an Overkill. Great. That leaves 4 copies of Overkill. And then Randy Travis has 2 $15 bids. Willie's a $65 start. And let's go ahead and show this new Ozark Mountain Daredevils release. Now hear this. It's on indie exclusive clear vinyl, $38.99. And I guess I had 5 back ordered. And I'm still going to search the group and make sure I didn't have a pre-order posted for this. I just don't remember ever posting it. So let me go ahead and type it in over here. Ozark. And yeah, I don't think there was anything in the group. So I think it was just a new release, and I know they're always popular, and I probably ordered some. And we sold 1 the other night. The other 4 have come in, and James Goggin was on a waiting list. So James Goggin, I've got one down for you, and I've got 3 more if anybody else wants one. Paul Catrich on the Paul Di'Anno. So James Lavender, you're out on Randy Travis. No, you're the high bidder. You bid twice. Okay. So final call on that for 15 and Willie if you want to lock in a bid. This is a really cool comp for $33.99. 2 LP Smash the 80s. That's a 2 LP Smash the 80s. And let's take a look at that right quick. The waiting list was Susie Breedlove. Susie, this is sold to you, $33.99. And I have 2 extra. Music such as New Order, Duran Duran, Aha, Spandau Ballet, Simply Red, Bananarama, The Smiths. The Paul Di'Anno was $29.99. All right, in between that, before we finish this crate, let me show another puzzle. And this one, and let me search I'm going to have to start, some of these I'm going to start searching my laptop for it. I'm going to be like, wait a minute, is there a waiting list for these? Let me check right quick. And let me search, I may have it under puzzle. So I have a waiting list on puzzles for No Prayer, Number of the Beast, Trooper, and that's it. Okay? And those may be coming up tonight. The rest of these are all fair game. Here's the next one, Megadeth, Rust and Peace. 500-piece jigsaw puzzle, $24.99. Megadeth, Rust and Peace. 500-piece jigsaw puzzle, $24.99. And I still got Kiss Dynasty back there. So next comment was Shannon Lee on the Paul Di'Anno. So does Shannon Lee. Brian Leon wants an 80s, and so does Brad Waits. So those are both sold. If anybody wants on a waiting list, let me know. And guess what? There was a new bid on Randy Travis for $16. So somebody just got outbid, James Lavender. You can pick up Willie for a $65 buy it now. $65 buy it now. Anthrax, The Sound of White Noise. This is $69.99. $69.99. It's pretty much an import only, so it's pricey. And we had one special order for somebody, and we sold it on Metal Night. And somebody else said, Chad, I want one as well. Transparent, violet, white, and black splatter Anthrax is sold to Dan Triaga. And when I ordered this, it only showed one was in stock. Same thing, though. I'm not going to stock them unless somebody says, Chad, I will buy one. I'm probably not going to order like 5 of these and keep them in the crates. It's expensive. But if you want one, I can get it. Dan Triaga says he'll take it. That was already sold to him. 007 Platinum on Willie Nelson. Thank you, Shane. And then Randy Travis is still getting bid. If you want an Angel, Angels are $34.99. Angels are $34.99. I've got them. And we have filled up another crate. Excellent. So let's start on another crate. These puzzles are going to fill up crates exponentially. A puzzle takes up about the space of about 10 LPs sometimes. So flat spines. All right, there's that. Randy Travis, let me go ahead and introduce another auction. And the next one I have here for a $15 start is Love Forever Changes. Love is a 67 US Allentown. Unfortunately, it's VG minus. There's some tape along the top seam. VG minus cover. We're going to start that at just $5. And then the last thing in here was KK Priest. And that's called Center Rides Again. And that's exclusive and strictly limited Napalm Records mail order edition on transparent vinyl. KK Priest is $34.99. Steve, you got an overkill. Yes. And Center Rides Again. James Hicks was on a waiting list. So this is sold to James Hicks, and I have 2 extra copies. We sold out on Thursday night. James went on a waiting list, and now there's more. KK Priest is $34.99. Love is just a $5 start. Paul Nordstrom, you are out on Randy Travis. The bids have been $15, $16, $17. James has it for $17. KK Priest is sold to Steve Weaver and Michael Jacob, and those are now gone. Same thing. If anybody wants on a waiting list, just let me know. Okay, and then all that's left in here is what I'm about to show you. Let's start a waiting list for a few things, including KK Priest. Scott Markheim, you'll be in slot number 1. Center Rides Again. It's on translucent clear vinyl. If anybody else wants one, just let me know, okay? All right. First thing I have over here is Sleep Token, even in Arcadia. Sleep Token is $38.99. That's available. Overkill Under the Influence. I still got 4 copies of that. Half Speed Master on yellow marble vinyl. And then this new Ozark Mountain Daredevils release. Now hear this. That's on clear vinyl for $38.99. Love is about to sell for $5. I never did hear back from Paul Nordstrom, so this is sold to James Lavender for $17. And if anybody else wants on KK Priest, just let me know. I think John Bergenstorm says I do. So confirm that is KK Priest, and we will take down your name. Next is Otis Spann, Chicago Blues, a 1974 U.S. reissue, EX edition, a $15 start on Otis Spann, Chicago Blues. All right, anybody else? We might go ahead and do back-to-back crates of new vinyl. I'm going to go ahead and show another puzzle here. And oh boy, it's Metallica, Ride the Lightning. 500-piece puzzle, Metallica, Ride the Lightning. These are $24.99. I've only got 2 of those right now. Ride the Lightning is $24.99. Gen Cast also on KK Priest. So 3 people now on the KK Priest waiting list. That's Center Rides Again. We can do that. Love has a new bid for 6. Buddy Cordova also on KK Priest. And the other stuff we sold out of was the Paul Di'Anno Memorial Album and the Smash 80s. If anybody wants one of those, let me know. We are sold out of the Paul Di'Anno Memory Memorial Album and the Smash the 80s. And of course that Anthrax if anybody wants to special order it, but it is pricey. All right, I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. Randy Klein, Randy Klein is back in on Love at 7. Thank you. I was about to say you've been outbid, but he knows that. He's right back in. All right, let's go ahead and knock out another crate of new vinyl here. This looks like a pre-order. It is. Good. Let's do this one. There are a couple pre-orders in, actually. There are a couple pre-orders in. Ed did a really good job. I got here today early, And Ed was up front unboxing all the new vinyl. And he's like, there's a bunch of good new stuff in. And I was like, that's what I like to hear. Noah, I'm almost positive you got one last night. Yes, I'm almost positive. Almost positive. Yes. Okay. All right, here we go. So, Love is at 7. Chad Smith, you're out. It's got a $7 bid now. Otis Spann, final call, a 74 US and EX on Testament Records for a $15 start. I don't know if the puzzles will stay back there. We got kind of a... Yeah, they might stay. There's one. We'll leave Metallica. My lip, I'd have to flip over this other crate, I think. My lip is kind of small back there. All right. Let's go over here to this. A pre-order for a new release. And I should have extra copies, but let's find out right now. By the way, I posted a pre-order for a really cool Motley Crue release. I don't know if y'all have seen that or not. I'll tell you more about it in just a second. Let me first pull up this pre-order here. KK Priest is $34.99. Center rides again on clear vinyl. We have now 3 people on a waiting list. We've sold 3 tonight if anybody else wants one. The Otis Redding is called Chicago's Blues. Chicago's Blues. Love is sold for $7 to Randy Klein. Thank you, Randy. That's sold to you for $7. And then we're going to go ahead and put up another auction right quick. And that's the Pinocchio picture disc. Walt Disney's Pinocchio is an 81 US picture disc. It's in shrink. VG Plus condition, a $15 start. That's now up for bid. All right, and then here is the pre-order for the new Bush album. This comes out Friday. New album by Bush. The brand new studio album includes the single The Land of Milk and Honey, and it's a 2 LP. It's on like a bluish colored vinyl. It's on bluish colored vinyl, and this is $46.99. $46.99. If anybody wants one and you wasn't on the pre-order, let me know. That copy right there goes to Corey Lawson. We also got one for Fred Cardinale and James Bragg. Fred Cardinale and James Bragg. Also Angela Lewis and Daryl Johnson. Angela Lewis and Daryl Johnson. Also Bush is Ryan Eaton and Ben Dygert. Ryan Eaton and Ben Dygert. We got one for Scott Smith and Scott Beebe. The Scotts get one. Scott Beebe and Scott Smith. New album by Bush comes out Friday. 2 LP clear vinyl or blue translucent Coke bottle. $46.99. The pre-order was Corey Lawson, Fred Cardinale, James Bragg, Angela Lewis, Daryl Johnson, Ryan Eaton, Ben Dygert, Scott Smith, and Scott Beebe. Should be 9 in my crate. 2, 4, 6, 8, 9. That's all still available. The next comment was Pinocchio 15. Cecil Grosskopf wants on the KK Priest waiting list. Pinocchio has another $15 bid, and Pinocchio's at 20, and now Otis at 15. Definitely a final call on Otis for 15. I've got 2 copies of Megadeth Holy Wars Live 2000. There might be a waiting list for this. If not, they're available. It's a live Megadeth bootleg from 2000, Holy Wars. I don't think there is, though. Megadeth, I have a wait list for Peace Sales. And so far, so good. No waiting list for this. This one can be bought right now. Holy Wars Live 2000. This is $38.99. That's available. Gatefold single LP. It don't say where, but we do know it is from 2000. And then we've got That's the Way, I Like It. KC and the Sunshine Band now playing a greatest hits. I think there was one person on a waiting list, Lonnie Jolly, and this is on Disco Clear Sparkle Vinyl. That's the Way, I Like It. That is sold. Auction info. Pinocchio, $30 with Kelly Vlodarchek. That is an 81 picture disc. Otis Spann, Chicago Blues. Patrick Lear's the only bidder for 15. And it's been up for a long time. So, Edwin, you can bid or you can say pass, and I've got to sell that immediately. Buddy Cordova on Megadeth. That's sold to Buddy Cordova. And then our next auction is going to go up right now. This is Joe Turner. Big Joe is here. Joe Turner. Laura says she cannot find this one on Discogs. The catalog number does not bring up the album. It feels like a UK jacket. No idea on year at all. This is Joe Turner. This is definitely an older jacket. It's a flip back cover. There's no condition notes, but there's no Discogs entry for this. $15 start. Edwin Blom's at $20 on Otis Spann. There's a new bid for $20. Patrick Lear, it goes back to you. We have Pinocchio at $35 and now $40. And welcome Todd Kilgore. Welcome Todd Kilgore. Glad you're joining us tonight. Buddy Cordova got a Megadeth. There's one left. And then we have 4 copies here of Scorpions, Fly to the Rainbow. Scorpions is on colored vinyl. It's a waiting list. Thank you. I actually need that. And we have a waiting list for Scorpions. And the waiting list for Scorpions is Joseph McCormick and Michael Snared. And this is Scorpions Fly to the Rainbow. It's on colored vinyl for $34.99. Patrick Lear, Edwin did bid $20. Joe Turner does not have a bid, and Pinocchio's at $40. I got 2 extra copies of Scorpions left if anybody else wants one. And we have 3 copies here of the Sex Pistols. This is brand new. I have not had this one. Ever get the feeling you've been cheated? 1978 Sex Pistols live at the Winterland Ballroom. That is $33.99. One is sold to Kelly Vlodarchek. Pinocchio's at $45. Final Call and Otis Redding for $20. And then we got 3 copies of Iron Maiden. This is called Somewhere Back in Time. $69.99. It's a double picture disc, essentially the best of Iron Maiden. What a cool cover. And these are $69.99. Paul S. and Nico Kapelanis was on a waiting list. Paul S. and Nico Kapelanis, your copy's in. I have 1 extra if anybody else wants one. Sex Pistols are sold out. The next person to get one was Rebecca, and then Brian DeLeon. Scott Fellows, if you want on a waiting list, I'm going to add you. If not, just let me know. Patrick's out on Otis Redding. That's sold to Edwin Blom for $20. Pinocchio is officially sold to Susie for $45. And then Joe Turner is a final call for a $15 start. This catalog number is evidently not on Discogs. LAA 9037. 1 Iron Maiden left. And then over here, we've got a Rhino high fidelity cut of the Cars Candy O. Mike Massey says he wants on the wait list for the Pistols and the 80s. You can do it. Scott said no waiting list for him. Sorry, we sold out and didn't have enough. Thank you, Mike Massey, for the wait list. If you change your name, Scott, or if you change your name, if you change your mind, let me know. Is there a piece sales for sale or just a waiting list? There is a waiting list. Those might even be in tonight, but they will be available some point this week. And a waiting list means you're committing to buy it, and it could be in very easily this week. I will typically be able to let you know. Most everything everybody's went on a waiting list for last week, I said it would be up first this week like tonight, and everything tonight should be back in by Friday, so you'll get billed for it on Monday. It is a commitment to buy. And then we have the Cars Candy O. This is a high fidelity Rhino pressing. There was a waiting list for this. Jamie Butler and Mark Overton. Jamie Butler and Mark Overton. There's 2 more copies sold. There's one for Jamie Butler. There's one to Mark Overton. These are $39.99. Big Joe Turner is a $15 buy now. Evidently an uncatalogued Discogs record. $15 buy now. I had one guy one night say, he bid on something, and then he said, if it's not on Discogs, I don't know if I want it or not because I can't add it to my collection. I was like, well, that's a strange way to look at something. To me, that's like, wow, I would want it. It's rare. There's not even a Discogs entry for it. So Big Joe Turner's just a $15 buy now. When piece sales comes in, they will be $36.99. They will be $36.99. And there's 2 extra cars left, and then Burning Witches, Dance with the Devil. Burning Witches is on transparent green vinyl. Let's look this up, Burning Witches. And the waiting list was Sean Druin. Thank you, Sean Druin. That's so to you. I have 1 extra copy left if anybody else wants one. And if anybody, let's go ahead and show another auction. Okay, our next auction is AC/DC Flick of the Switch. This is an 83 US OG specialty pressing, VG Plus condition. It does have a stain there on the cover. It's a white cover. It shows everything. There's Angus. He's embossed. He's about to flick the switch. That's a $15 start. $15 start. And this was a special request for Natasha Pickett. And this is Wise Blood and In Darkness, Hearts Aglow. Natasha, this is in for you, $29.99. And actually, Ed ordered it and I ordered it. So there's 3 more copies on the way. If anybody else wants one, they might even be in tonight, if not tomorrow. Wise Blood and In Darkness, Hearts Aglow. So that's sold to Natasha. And if anybody else wants one, let me know. Those will be in tomorrow, okay? Burning Witches is sold to Anthony Riddle. If anybody else wants one of those, let me know. Tonight, I'm going to submit an order for Thursday Night Metal Night. I do it from a distributor that does next day shipping. So they'll get it on Wednesday. They'll ship it Wednesday. We'll have it here Thursday. And I'll be ordering more stuff like Burning Witches and KK Priest and a lot of waiting list. It'll be fun when those are coming in for Thursday Night Metal Night. And look, they shipped us 2 stray air fresheners. But we've already got these in stock. That was a smash hit last night. I still got Misfits and I still got Grateful Dead in stock. Air fresheners. $7.99. That was a smash hit last night. Wow, what another great crate of vinyl. Let's do one more read through there after I introduce another auction. Let me go ahead and show another puzzle. Peter says, Chad, did you get me down on the Cars waitlist pre-order? Now, which one are you referring to? Are you talking about Candy O? Are you saying you want a Candy O? Or are you saying, did you get a pre-order done on the new hi-fi cars? If so, I'll have to go check the post. Joe Turner is sold to Robert Barnett for $15, okay? Done. I need to drink some water. Thank you, Laura, for bringing this. Put back Burning Witches, he has it. All right, so Burning Witches is still available. That means you don't have to go on a waiting list. If anybody wants it, I'll show it again in just a second. Okay, AC/DC's at 18. Hi-Fi Cars. I'll have to pull up the pre-order and see who's on it. The Hi-Fi Cars waiting list, they're Shake It Up, which is a Rhino Reserve. It comes out at the end of the month. That is Scott Beebe, Jeremy Dalton, Paul Brothers, Peter Mazzolino, and Alvo Dabney wants 2 of them. And then the other one is right here. That is a Rhino Hi-Fi self-titled. The pre-order for that has already come in. That's already come in. Those are already in. So if you need on a waiting list, if you didn't get one, you'll have to let me know right now. If you didn't claim one live, those look like those already came in. Yeah, those have already come in. And then the Shake It Up is a Rhino Reserve. It's not the High Fidelity series. It's Rhino Reserve. So you have, if you're talking about self-titled, those have already come in. And if you want on a waiting list, we can. So Peter Mazzolino wants on a waiting list for Cars Hi-Fi. Shake It Up is still actively a pre-order. Next auction is going to go up right now, and that is Prince and the Revolution Let's Go Crazy. And this is an 84 specialty OG 12-inch single, a $15 start. The self-titled Rhino Hi-Fi analog is $39.99. Brandon Jones Discogs is a website to catalog your collection. It's also a marketplace and a place where you can do research on pressings. Okay, next comment is AC/DC 20. Can you still get the Cars Greatest Hits Hi-Fi? There is no Greatest Hits Hi-Fi. That has not been made. Car self-titled $39.99. Is the Rust in Peace for sale? Just asking. And then Noah Colwell. Okay, so these are puzzles back here. It is available if you want a jigsaw puzzle. It is $24.99, which brings me to my next puzzle, which I'm about to show. And that next puzzle I'm about to show is right here, and I have 3 of them. I have a bunch of puzzles tonight, probably 100. These are $24.99. This is not vinyl. This is a 500-piece jigsaw puzzle. They are $24.99. The next one I have is Kiss Rock and Roll Over, $24.99. Now, quick recap. Bush, I Beat Loneliness. Bush is a new release that comes out Friday, $46.99. New album, Coke Bottle Clear Vinyl. Bush, I have 5 copies available, $46.99. Burning Witches, Dance with the Devil, transparent green vinyl, Burning Witches, $36.99. That's available. So is Megadeth Holy Wars Live, a live unofficial Megadeth, $38.99. Bill Samus wants a Kiss Rock and Roll Over puzzle. So did Bill Samus. AC/DC's at $25 with Isaiah's. Buddy Cordova, You're Out. Prince has 1 bid for $15. Those are final calls. There's 2 Kiss Rock and Roll Over puzzles left. Prince is in no condition notes. It's in near mint minus. We have Casey and the Sunshine Band now playing. Get Down Tonight. That's the way I like it. I'm Your Boogie Man. Boogie Shoes. Please Don't Go. $24.99. Glitter Ball Clear Vinyl. Scorpions Fly to the Rainbow. Special Edition. Remastered. Colored Vinyl. $34.99. 2 Scorpions left. Iron Maiden Somewhere Back in Time. The best of Iron Maiden. 1980-1989. 2 LP picture disc, $69.99. The Cars, Candy O, cut from the original analog master by Kevin Gray. Candy O is a gatefold, $39.99. If you claim one of these live, I have not got it. Scott Fellows also wants a Kiss puzzle. So does Scott Fellows for $24.99. There's 1 Kiss Rock and Roll Over puzzle left. If anybody wants anything else in there, just let me know. That was only crate number 2 of 6 of new vinyl tonight. We're about to go through 1 crate of vintage right quick, and then probably do back-to-back crates of new vinyl again. I still got Sleep Token, even in Arcadia, for $38.99. I still got Overkill for $33, and Ozark Mountain Daredevils for $38. This is Prince, not Purple Rain. It's Let's Go Crazy. It's a 2-cut maxi single with Erotic City, and this over here is at $23. We're about to definitely sell AC/DC to Isaiah's for $25. It's a VG Plus OG. Isaiah Lopez has that for $25. We're about to sell it. All right, that is not Purple Rain. I know it looks like it, but it's actually a 12-inch single. All right, let's take this off the table. 2 of 6 crates are done, and I still have a bunch of puzzles to show. I better start mixing those in a lot more often. Otherwise, it's going to be this tremendous backlog of them. So here's the next 2. Very cool puzzle. Pink Floyd, Adam Hart Mother. Anybody into cows? Anybody like Pink Floyd and cows? If so, this is the best puzzle that's ever been made. $24.99. I have 2 of them. Isaiah gets AC/DC for $25. And let's bring over a new crate of vintage here, which we might do Buy It Now Best Offer. Boy, that's a big pre-order. What's that? Oh, the new Clutch is in. The new Clutch Deluxe Edition. We'll be showing that probably next. That way we can go ahead and knock out back-to-back there. Okay, so there's that. Let me take a quick look, see if I want to do these Best Offer or not. Sometimes they're too good of titles to do that, showing them the first time. These are some pretty dang good titles, but we'll go ahead and say Buy It Now Best Offer. Maybe help expedite some of these sold. So let's do it. Okay? Here's this. Prince is now at $26. Brad waits out. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. And that next auction is the Rolling Stones Some Girls. This is an OG specialty press from 1978. The real deal OG, uncovered, unfiltered, die-cut cover, not edited, original cover. Whatever verbiage you want to use to describe it. The true OG. 78 specialty EX, a $30 start. $30 start on that. Next and first. These are actually going to be Best Offer, okay? Hank Williams Jr. High Notes, $24.99. Hank Williams Jr. High Notes. No condition notes on anything in here. $24.99, Hank Williams Jr. The Rolling Stones, it's only rock and roll, and I like it. This has the original inner sleeve, beautiful disc, and the Stones, a clean copy for once. For some reason, that one's always beat up. I don't know why. Here is Mary Poppins picture disc, $34.99. I don't know if I've seen that too often. Stones has bids for $30, $33. Prince is sold to Lonnie Jolly for $26. Stones is already at $33 with Scott Fellows. We got Mary Poppins over here. That is sold to Kelly Flottercheck. And now, I don't want to get confused. I guess if you're making an offer on the Stones, you probably need to let me know, or if you're bidding. Otherwise, either this has got 3 offers, or this has got 3 bids, or a mixture of both. I honestly don't know. Herbie Hancock and Chick Corea, $34.99. An Evening with Herbie Hancock and Chick Corea in concert, $34.99. Gatefold 2 LP. Tootsie, original motion picture soundtrack. Tootsie is $26.99. And Van Morrison, Poetic Champions Compose. Van Morrison has the original inner sleeve, $34.99 on Van Morrison, Poetic Champions Compose. And Waylon Jennings, Greatest Hits. Some nice titles in here, and so far, everything has been really, really clean. So I need to find out, is Cecil, John McPatriot, and Scott Fellows bidding on the Rolling Stones? Or was y'all making an offer on this one? Because here's the deal. If this is a bid with Scott Fellows, that means Cecil and John McPatriot, you're both out. Okay? That means Scott has it for $33 and I'm about to sell it to him. John McPatriot says he's out. So they must have been bidding. Our next auction is going to go up right now. And that next auction at this moment, right now, is Quiet Riot 3. And Quiet Riot is a 1986. It's a USOG EX edition, a $25 start. Waylon is $24.99. These are all buy it now best offer. Weather Report Sweet Nighter. Weather Report is $19.99. Weather Report Sweet Nighter, $19.99 for Weather Report. And the Everly Brothers, Golden Archive Series. The Everly Brothers is $19.99. Fever Tree is available for $24.99. And the Nice Greatest Hits with Keith Emerson, $24.99. All right, the next thing I have over here is a metal puzzle. Not actually metal pieces, the genre's metal. It's Slayer, South of Heaven. I have 2 of them. They are $24.99. Slayer, South of Heaven, $24.99. All right. Quiet Riot's at $25. We have the Best of Emerson, Lake and Palmer, $19.99. The Best of Emerson, Lake and Palmer, $19.99 on the Best of Emerson, Lake and Palmer. Ellington Showcase, Duke Ellington's a 1955 mono, $24.99. $24.99, 1955 mono, Duke Ellington. Over here, Deepest Purple, the very best of Deep Purple. That's $29.99. Steve Weaver got the Slayer puzzle. This is $24.99. Slayer 500-piece puzzle, South of Heaven, jigsaw puzzle, sold to Steve Weaver. What's the 2 items in the back? They're puzzles. They're $24.99. It's a puzzle of Megadeth, and it's a puzzle of Metallica's Ride the Lightning. Those are puzzles for $24.99. Quiet Riot's at $35 with Brad Waits, and now Some Girls at $36. Steve Weaver says he'll take the Metallica puzzle. You must have left the chat, because you told me you wanted to buy every Metallica puzzle. And when I showed that earlier, I knew you had left because you didn't claim it. Metallica puzzle sold to Steve Weaver. I knew it. Right after I said, you better not leave the chat. And he left the chat and he almost missed a Metallica puzzle. Renaissance, Turn of the Cards. Renaissance, really cool cover. No condition notes, $9.99. So Steve Weaver does get that. And Michael Salazar gets Slayer. Thank you. I think I can fit this in here. And we have another full crate. These Metallica puzzles, or these puzzles in general, really expedite crate fillage. Telling you, you cannot leave the chat. If you're going to be committed to watch, you got to have an 8-hour block cleared out every night. You better pull over on the side of the road, book a hotel or something. Steve Weaver got Metallica and Michael Salazar on Slayer. So the last bid on the Rolling Stones was Hendry at $36. That means Scott Fellows, you've been outbid, and now Quiet Riot's at $40. Let's keep going to this new arrivals bin. We got Jerry Rafferty, Snakes and Ladders. $19.99 on Jerry Rafferty, Snakes and Ladders. And then we have the Best of Sam and Dave. Very cool. Hold on, I'm coming. I'm a soul man. $26.99 on that. Fred Morris, I will sell you Renaissance for $8. Also, we have Eddie Rambo sings Concrete and Clay. This is $19.99. Eddie Rambo sings Concrete and Clay. That's hard to say. Raspberry's Best feature Eric Carmen, original inner sleeve and insert. $26.99 on that. And the Duke Ellington Collection, 20 golden greats, $14.99. We're about to sell Quiet Riot for $40. And Hendry, you've been outbid on some girls. It has a new bid for $37. Next puzzle, I have 2 of them. And let me make sure this one, we're getting into an artist that there's always waiting list for when it comes to puzzles. And actually, okay, this one's good to go. No waiting list. Iron Maiden, Fear of the Dark. I've got 2 of them, $24.99. $24.99. That's available. Next thing we have is Some Girls 37. We got Brian D. Leon on SD and Sam and Dave. That's sold to Brian. And then Deep Purple 22. Sell that to John McPatriot for $22. We have Some Girls 38. This is a buy it now best offer. And then Steve Weaver says he'll take the Megadeth puzzle too. Awesome. Steve Weaver also wants an Iron Maiden puzzle. Awesome. Now there's one Iron Maiden puzzle left. And then we're going to go ahead and sell Quiet Riot. And that's sold to John Brugenstorm for $40. Over here's the Rolling Stones. And that's a final call to Hendry for $38. Live is Throwing Copper, 2 LP Deluxe Edition with 3 bonus tracks. It's a 2 LP new and sealed for $39.99. Live Throwing Copper. Back to the bin. This is Buy It Now Best Offer. Pat Metheny, Bright Size Life. I don't recall ever seeing that one. $39.99. Excuse me. Gene Vincent is Blue Caps. Blue Jean Bop. That's $19.99. Feels like a foreign pressing. It's a German, UK. Where's this from? It's a France. It's a French copy. Isaias wants a Live Throwing Copper. That is sold to Isaias. All right. Awesome. Now let's restock the puzzles. We got to sell that last Iron Maiden. That's very eye-catching, right? And I'll show you something else that's going to be eye-catching. This one right here. Let's balance that one. I still got a Kiss Rock and Roll Over if anybody wants that one. There we have it. There's Kiss Rock and Roll Over. Let me do a little bit of balancing back here. There we go. There we have it. Okay, now we have Mongo Santa Maria working on a groovy thing. That's $19.99. And the Frank Sinatra Trilogy, a triple LP, $39.99. Hendry, nice pickup here on this OG Stones for $38. That's always a tough one to get a true first pressing of. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. And that next auction is going to be George Harrison. Sunrise doesn't last all morning. And this is All Things Must Pass. An 88 U.S. specialty reissue with poster. The box has some damage on the hinge that connects to the top and bottom of the box, $55 start. So this is actually an Apple pressing, an 88 specialty reissue. It's near mint and it has a poster of all the inner sleeves. Right here, this kind of hinge is like a piece of black tape. That's how it came originally. It's kind of unstuck right there. So kind of if I pop open the lid box, you'll see what I'm talking about. It's kind of starting to separate. So the box is almost detached, but it's hanging on. The discs are near mint, and I think this 88 pressing has some really good sonics. I think it's a pretty good pressing. It's near mint. It has the poster and the inner sleeves, $55 start. Renaissance is sold, and he said he would do that for $8. Fred Morris. The puzzles, Kiss puzzle was $24.99. When you put them together, I think they're like an 18 by 18 or a 24 by 24. So they're bigger than an album jacket. So, you know, this is about a 12 by 12. I think when you put them together, they're like 18 by 18. Maybe even 20. They're not 24 by 24. They are either 18 by 18 or 24 by 24. And we have sold some. I know Jerry Stone's probably watching. He's probably bought, what, 50 of them? Jerry's bought about one of every one of them and put them all together. And he has them all. I've seen pictures of them. They're actually really cool. That's why I've been selling them, I think, for the last 6 years. I had some not too long ago that I think that came back through, and they had an old sticker from 2019 on them. So I've been selling them for a long time here. That is sold to David Tate, okay? I actually, does it say how big they are? Okay, we'll put Pink Floyd back there for a second. Okay, Sean Duran says he'll take the Iron Man. A lot of window shopping tonight. I love this. We are window shopping galore. I need to put another Metallica back there. We got Ride the Lightning with the cows. Hopefully the cow don't get struck by lightning. I love this window shopping tonight. And Sean Druin also wants on the KK Priest. George is a $55 start. And we're going through a fantastic crate of vintage buy it now best offer. Y'all should see all the other new vinyl that came in too. Spencer Davis, Give Me Some Lovin', I'm a Man, Somebody Help Me. That's Steve Winwood. Keep On Running. That's a great comp. $24.99. No condition notes. Renaissance Prologue, $9.99. Susie said she'll take the cow puzzle. More window shopping. I'll go ahead and give you this one right here. Sold to Susie. Next thing over here, we have Blues Roots, the Dave Brubeck Trio featuring Gary Mulligan, $24.99. In shrink wrap, Columbia 2i on that one. Dave Brubeck. Also over here, we have Diodato Whirlwinds. Diodato is $14.99. And John Michael Jarre Oxygen. That is $9.99. Was I on the Burning Witch waiting list? Burning Witch, yeah, I think I've already tagged you for one. Burning Witches, yeah, one's already come in for you. All right, let's go ahead and introduce another auction. And that next auction I have for you is Walt Disney's Lady and the Tramp. And this is another picture disc. It's a VG condition, $10 start. George Harrison, wow, just one bid for $55. We're about to sell that. Diodato for $10 with Rebecca. Sell that to Rebecca for $10. And we have Derringer Live. Derringer is $19.99. Also, Porgy and Bess, Oscar Peterson and Joe Pass. That's $19.99. And Les McCann, the man, Les McCann is $14.99. Samberez on Brubeck. That is sold to George Samberez. Disney already has a bid for $10. Hammers up on the 88 near mint pressing of I've walked away and forgot what it is. All things must pass. Sorry, I'm already over here trying to find the next puzzle. Let's do, here we go. I'm going to do two at the same time here because I think one was just asked about. Some of them I hadn't shown officially yet. And I've got Motley Crue, Shout at the Devil. I've got Motley Crue, Shout at the Devil, 500-piece puzzle. And I have the Rolling Stones Some Girls for $24.99. So I've got Some Girls and Motley Crue. There's two more options there. Those are all $24.99. Next is we sold Brubeck, Disney 10, Disney 12, Christopher Dean second on Brubeck, and Jim Sedal on McCann. That is sold. Also, we have RTL, Ride the Lightning. That's sold over here to Shane Devers. Metallica Puzzle. That's sold to Shane Devers. Thank you. And I think Carol did say he wanted a Some Girls. That's why I brought that one out. But I hadn't officially showed it yet. But I think he does want one. I was crazy there for a second. I was like, have I accidentally already sold that one or shown it? But Carol, if you do want one, I'll tag you for it. Pink Floyd, Adam Hart Mother. And then there's Kiss Dynasty. So that leaves one Pink Floyd, Adam Hart Mother. My balancing act is going to be a trick tonight. I got to flip over that back left crate. We're going to have to get rid of our window shopping for a second. Otherwise, I'm going to have a puzzle malfunction here in a second. Let's go ahead and sell this. Let's go ahead and sell this to Randy Klein for $55. I'm actually going to flip this crate over back here so I have a better way to spread these out. Is anybody sure you don't want to buy this last copy of Live? I've only got one left before I order more tomorrow, or tonight technically. We just sold one. It's $39.99. It's a 2 LP with bonus. I'm going to go ahead and flip this over. It'll probably make my life a lot easier anyways when I'm laying these auctions back here. I've always kept records in these, but I have now learned it's a lot better if I just flip them over. And let me get them all straight and organized. My OCD, which I really don't have. I just like everything really neat. I don't know if that's actually OCD. It's just like I don't like messes, which this store is constantly one. So I'm like, oh my gosh. All right, there's Kiss Dynasty. That one's available. I might have space now. I can spread a few out back here. There's Dynasty. There's Pink Floyd, Adam Hart Mother again. And here in a minute, I'll spread out this other, flip over this other crate. So what did I miss over here? We had, we sold Ride the Lightning. Disney got a bid for $15. Chevy Bailey on Motley Crue. Talking about really cool, you know, officially licensed items. These are pretty killer. Chevy Bailey on Motley Crue. No claim on the Stones. That's okay. John Ellis on the Spencer Davis. That's really cool. I love Steve Winwood. That's sold to John Ellis. And then Christopher Dean got Porgy and Bess. All right, there's that. And Acid Bath. Do you have... I have not shown the clutch yet. No. Disney's at 17. Okay. The Acid Bath, they emailed me back this morning. I submitted my order. I told them I wanted 55 copies, and they said, thanks, we'll get back to you soon. So I have no idea when they're coming in. I've never ordered from them directly like this. I don't know if they're going to be in this week or they're not going to ship them till next month. So if you pre-ordered an Acid Bath, you're just going to have to keep asking, because I'm basically just chatting with somebody. I don't know who it is or when they're coming or how they ship them. I hadn't paid for them. I just told them I needed 55 copies. So no guarantee on when those will be in. I know we're getting them. I hope that they're this week. I hope they can ship them like tomorrow and we have them by Friday. But it probably won't be this week, it's looking like, because I just told them I wanted them early this morning. And their reply was, thanks, we'll get back to you soon. So typically any other distributor, like if it's an actual record distributor, they would have said they're shipping today. So there's that. All right, that's up for bid. What's next? Let's put up another auction. And this is Don't Turn Me From Your Door, John Lee Hooker. Unfortunately, it's got water damage at the bottom. The vinyl is in VG condition. Laura says it is a 63 OG. It's got a very damaged cover. Came with a generic cover to house the disc in, since the jacket has no bottom seam anymore. So yeah, it's actually in just a plain white sleeve because this thing is completely ruined. But it is a 63 OG disc, just a $10 start. Okay? Acid Bath is up for technically a pre-order. It is, I'm getting them direct from Rotten Records. It's up for pre-order. You got to be on Facebook to see these pre-orders I post. There's the new Motley Crue compilation that's coming out. We've already got 38 pre-orders on that. And the Acid Bath, there's the new Smashing Pumpkins reissue of Machina. That is typically a very expensive record. It's going back in print. There's a new Prong pre-order, and there's Acid Bath. It's a 2 LP, $39.99. And I'm getting those straight from Rotten Records. If anybody wants one and you're not on Facebook, let me know. If you are on Facebook, please comment on there so you get in the correct order. If you're on YouTube and you want your name put down, they'll give me your name, and then I'll comment your name. I'll comment your name for you, because everybody's in order in which the order we get them. Okay. I have no idea about the rest of their discography. I'm not going to make two things complicated with them right now until we do this first deal. And then when I know that they're actually going to send me stuff, I hope that they do, then I'll start asking them about the rest of their catalog. But right now, I'm just going to try to do a deal on this one thing. Put down Matt Marco for an Acid Bath. It looks like I've pre-sold about 40, and I have ordered 55, okay? Next thing we have is this. I have no idea, honestly, what's going on anymore. Okay, so Disney's at 21. Disney's at 25. And next thing over here is Emerson, Lake and Palmer Tarkus. $19.99 on Emerson, Lake and Palmer Tarkus. Jose Feliciano Sings, $9.99. Emerson, Lake and Palmer Works is $19.99. And David Crosby, an RCA Record Club edition, $44.99. That is near mint minus. It's a gatefold, $44.99. But what I meant by that is I'm not saying they're going to like try to scam me or anything. What I meant was I'm going to see how the whole system works with them, and then if I can get access to like a bigger catalog, I'll offer more if I can. But right now I'm like, I don't know how they're going to bill or how often they ship, you know, et cetera, et cetera. So I'll do this one deal with them, and then we'll see how it goes from there. Okay. Joe Satriani sold. This is a new buy it now best offer, okay? And then we had a question on Sleep Token. I can order you one of those. I don't know if they're in stock. Sleep Token's really weird. Sleep Token has got to be one of the best-selling artists out right now because there'll be 260 copies in stock of an album by Sleep Token. 12 hours later, they'll all be gone. That means across the country, hundreds of copies are selling in just a few moments. And then we have to wait for more to show back up. So Sleep Token, I can get just about anything. It's just when, I don't know. Sometimes they're in stock. I got to grab them. Otherwise, poof, they're gone and we don't see them for another month. That's just how their stuff is. They are a very popular label. Laura says they're back ordered. Laura fortunately has access to order new vinyl now, and she's ordered some. We're going to wait for everything to come in, and then hopefully by tomorrow we'll have maybe a whole crate of new vinyl that Laura's ordered. That would be absolutely fantastic. In the meantime, I'm going to go ahead and show you another puzzle from one of my favorite bands, and this is Rush, A Farewell to Kings. Rush is $24.99. A Farewell to Kings. I have two available, $24.99. John Lee Hooker can be bought for a $10 buy it now. It is an OG disc. If you just want to play it, it's in VG, some old blues there, a 63 OG. The jacket is heavily damaged, like you probably don't even want to touch it. It is pretty damaged, okay? And then over here, we have Walt Disney's Lady and the Tramp. This is a 1980 OG picture disc. Susie has it for $45. Kelly's out. It's a final call. And I'm about to run through these one more time. We're about to do back-to-back crates of new vinyl. Back-to-back crates of new vinyl. And Noah, if you want... if you want on a waiting list for Sleep Token, let me know. Okay? All right. I will put you on a waiting list if you want one. Let's go ahead and bring over a new empty crate because I have filled up and we have a claim for Rush. Excellent. Rush is sold to John Bobing. Okay? All right. Now, here we go. The Rush I just showed was a jigsaw puzzle. The Rush I just sold was a jigsaw puzzle. Let's go through these right here. This is a 500-piece puzzle, and that is $24.99. Next thing I have is Hank Williams Jr. High Notes. Very quick read through here, $24.99. The Rolling Stones, It's Only Rock and Roll. Clean copy, $34.99. Herbie Hancock and Chick Corea, $34.99 an evening with. Tootsie, $26.99 on Tootsie, original motion picture soundtrack. Van Morrison was $34, Poetic Champions composed. Waylon Jennings, $24. This is a buy it now best offer crate. Weather Report, Sweet Nighter. Wayne Shorter's on this one. This is Joseph Zawinul. Weather Report, Sweet Nighter, $19.99. The Everly Brothers is $19.99. Golden Archive Series. Fever Tree is $24.99. The Nice Greatest Hits is $24.99. And the Best of Emerson, Lake and Palmer. Ooh, what a lucky man he was. And this is sold to Susie for $45. Thank you. And Scott, is that an actual claim for John Lee Hooker for $10? If so, I'll sell it to you. We got to put up some new auctions. Jake, I thought told me we was on Discord, but I don't know if it's on there tonight. So I'll have to ask him. I don't know, maybe. Okay, so this is part of a box set. It looks like Charlie Watts. It is Charlie Watts of the Rolling Stones. It's part of a box set. It is a part of a 5 LP box, but we don't know where the rest of it is. So it's a Rolling Stones compilation, 2,000 Light Years from Home, Under My Thumb. So it's part of a box set, just one disc of it. Cool comp, though. I mean, it's got Rolling Stones music on it, $10 start. Scott Fellows does take the John Lee Hooker for $10. That's sold to him. Also, Duke Ellington Showcase was a 55 mono, $24.99. Jerry Rafferty Snakes and Ladders, $19.99. Van Morrison was right back here, and that is Poetic Champions Composed, $34.99 on Van Morrison. This is Eddie Rambo Sings Concrete and Clay, $19.99. Raspberry's Best, Go All the Way, $26. Duke Ellington Collection, $14. Also, Pat Metheny was $39. Bright Size Life. Gene Vincent Bebop is $19.99. Mongo Santa Maria, $19.99. Sinatra Trilogy, $39. We're almost done with that crate as a recap, but let me go ahead and show two more puzzles right quick. and I have 2 and 3, and these are some pretty collectible bands. These are $24.99 each. These are jigsaw puzzles. Jigsaw puzzles. We got Ghost Prequel, Ghost, and Destroyer by Kiss. Destroyer by Kiss. Those are available. $24.99. Let's go ahead and put up another auction, and that is another side of Bob Dylan. Bob Dylan's a 1964 U.S. Terre Haute Mono. VG minus condition, $15 start. And then the last records in here was Renaissance Prologue for $9.99. Jean-Michel Jarre Oxygen was $9.99. Derringer Live was $19.99. Emerson, Lake and Palmer was $19.99. Charles Owens made an offer on Weather Report. Oh boy, I missed that. That sold to Charles Owens for $15. Fred Carnell, Van Morrison's Near Mint, sold to Fred for $29. Jose Feliciano Sings is $9.99. Emerson, Lake and Palmer Works was $19. And David Crosby, If I Could Only Remember My Name, $44.99. That is a very clean copy. Great album. You'll be amazed over here. And this is the lineup that plays on this album. Graham Nash, Neil Young, Mickey Hart, Phil Lesh, Bill Kreutzmann, all from the Grateful Dead. Paul Cantor, Jerry Garcia, Jack Cassidy. Those two members, of course, Cantor, Cassidy of Jefferson Airplane. There's Jerry Garcia, of course, from the Grateful Dead. Yorma Calcoen from Jefferson Airplane. Grace Slick, Greg Raleigh, Joni Mitchell, Robert Hammer, David Geffen, David Crosby, of course. All-star lineup on that, $44.99. That's David Crosby. When everybody hears that, they're like, whoa. That is available. Chad, what is the info on the live LP in the crate for your left? That is Live Though in Copper, which is a 2 LP anniversary edition with 3 bonus tracks, not on the original release. $39.99. Nobody on Kiss Destroyer. I find that very hard to believe. 500-piece puzzle, $24.99. All right, time for new crates. We're going to do these back to back, maybe even 3, because one of these crates is full of almost completely a pre-order. And then, let's see what else we have over here. Oh! I'm having a crab walk again. That's how many crates I have not condensed over here behind me already. We'd already sold Love. Yep, it only sold for $7 too. I was like, do what? That is very true. Okay, the Stones, yeah, the Stones is RS30 period 004. RS30 period 004. Okay. And Noah Colwell wants on a waiting list for This Place Will Become Your Tomb. No problem. All right, this is really cool. I love anything that includes an autograph, and especially for such a big band. Clutch, a new remaster of their debut album. Their 1995 self-titled album remastered, a 2 LP, and it has an insert signed by the full band. Artist autograph numbered insert, or I shouldn't say full band. It just says artist autograph numbered insert. And this has got a big embossed stamp on it. It is Small Batch Pressings, Clutch Vinyl Club, their 1995 reissue. And we had 17 comments on the pre-order. These are $59.99. Let me start reading these off, and I'll let everybody know who gets one. I should have extra, because when I hear autographed inserts, I'm like, wow, that's pretty cool. So the pre-order for this was Autumn Betts. Thank you, Autumn, on that. And then Mark Stanley got one. Thank you, Mark Stanley. That's so to you. And then Darren Chrisman and Corey Lawson wants 2. So there's one for Darren Chrisman. There's 2 for Corey Lawson. We got one for Jen Cast and one for Corey Fager. And then next over here was Scott Smith and Ken Cohen. Scott Smith and Ken Cohen. Also Ben Dygert and Richard Harris. Ben Dygert and Richard Harris. Those are sold. And then we got John Dodd and Joshua Cross. John Dodd and Joshua Cross. Those are also sold. James Caldron and James Bragg. Scott Dallow and Lily McCurry. Scott Dwallow, and Lily McCurry. So let me count all those. I'm going to read those again and make sure we got everybody. Autumn Betts, Mark Stanley, Darren Chrisman, Corey Lawson got 2. Jen Cass, Corey Fager, Scott Smith, Ken Cohen, Ben Dygert, that's 10. Richard Davis, John Dodd, Joshua Cross, James Calder, James Bragg, Scott Dwallow, and Lily McCurry. 17 copies. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. What I have left in here is how many I have left. Dylan was a $15 start. VG minus $15 start. And then over here, the next claim was Daniel Strom on clutch. David Crosby was buy now or best offer, $44 or best offer. Fred Carnell on clutch. That's so, do you remember the Rare album? They were sitting on the floor in chairs with guitars. Yes. Yes. And then Adam Hamill on clutch. Clutch is $59.99. Clutch is $59.99. Randy Klein also wants a clutch. There's 4 copies left, okay? Everything you see in the back are puzzles. Kiss is a puzzle. Pink Floyd's a puzzle. Those are $24.99. The Stones is a no bid, so that's a buy now for $10. And we have a $25 bid on Bob Dylan, going once, going twice to Randy Klein. James Lavender wants a clutch. There's 3 left. With artist autographed insert. The Cure, live at the BBC, 1979 to 1983. That's on Lagoon colored vinyl for $36.99. The Cure, BBC Sessions, $36.99. All right, we have a total of, I think, 6 of these. It could be the next hottest sensation since Funkos. They're called tubs. We got Ozzy as a rubber duck. We got Ozzy Osbourne as a rubber duck holding a bat, $24.99. They're called tubs. They're rubber duckies. And this time we got the Prince of Darkness with his iconic sunglasses, and he's even holding a duck. I don't know if I can get it in there to show it to you, but he's holding a duck. I got Ozzy as a rubber ducky. I've got 6 of them. This could be the next hottest sensation since the Beatles, $24.99. We already pulled a clutch for James Lavender. Next is an offer on David Crosby for $35. Sold to George Burleson. Very nice copy, too. Sold to George Burleson for $35. Pickle 2369 wants a clutch. All right. And now Randy Klein wants to adjust his bid from $25 to $15. I guess I'll let you do that. And now it's a final call again for $10 less. Brandon Lack on a duck. Craig Thomas said, solid Cure boot. Very nice. Numbered, Lagoon colored vinyl. They're hand numbered on the back. $36.99. I've been selling those already. We got Mike Pierce on the Aussie Duck. Sold on the Aussie Duck. Brian DeLeon also on an Aussie Duck. I mean, come on. Ozzy as a rubber duck? You've got to be kidding me. One sold to Brian DeLeon, so we got actually one to Brandon Lack. We got one to Mike Pierce, Tony Kepler, and now Brian DeLeon, so that's the 4th. And now it looks like I've got 2 more. I can get more of these, by the way. And look at this. Ed, you can thank Ed for ordering these. I actually didn't even see them. And look what else they're making. Lemmy, Iron Maiden, and another Ozzy. There's 5 more in the series. They're actually doing a Lemmy, 2 Iron Maidens, and an Ozzy. How amazing is that? So there's the first 4. That was Brandon Lack, Mike Pierce, Tony Kepler, Brian DeLeon. And then we have what songs are on the Cure. And then Susie Breedlove also wants an Ozzy, and so does Greg Smith. And I'm definitely going to have to order more. So we'll obviously have a waiting list for these. There is 2 more sold, and that one is officially sold to Greg Smith and Susie Breedlove. And I think our first waiting list will start with Chevy Bailey. All right, we'll start with Chevy Bailey. Chevy, if you're okay, you'll be first on the waiting list. Next thing is Echo and the Bunnymen with our best suits on. I've never had that one. April 24th, 1985 in Sweden. That's $29.99. And then Elvis, 30 number 1 hits. That's a 2 LP, $38.99. All right, let's go ahead and sell Dylan. We had a bid for $25 and then a bid for $15. So we lost $10 on that one. Sold to Randy Klein. My goodness, let me put up some auctions that's actually going to get y'all some, like, activity here. I need to see some battle. I think out of probably the 30 auctions we've had, there's been 33 bids. 30 auctions and 33 bids. Let's try Van Halen, Fair Warning. 1981 USOG Specialty. There is a little bit of writing on the label. The vinyl's VG Plus, a $20 start. All right, so here's everybody that got an Aussie rubber duck, and here's everybody that's on a waiting list. Brandon Lack got one, Mike Pierce got one, Tony Kepler got one, Brian DeLeon got one, and Susie got one, and then Greg Smith. Chevy Bailey first on the waiting list, and then Mike Massey on Echo and the Bunny Men. That is sold. Patty also wants on the Aussie wait list, so now 2 people, and now Van Halen has a bid for 20. And William, these are all new arrivals, sticker price. Everything in this crate is new vinyl. It's definitely sticker price. So Elvis is $38.99. If anybody else wants an Aussie, this kind of collectible stuff, they could be back in. They could be in by Friday. They should be. Most of that stuff is. Don't hold me to it, but there's a very good chance they will be, okay? Very good chance they will be. Man, they have got a crazy amount of CDs in here they've been alphabetizing. Goodness gracious. You should see all the CDs in here they're working on putting in alphabetical order. All right, so Mark Morris also on Aussie, and Robert Johnson wants the Rolling Stones for $10, okay? William Meadows says he will take Elvis. Let's go through that crate again. That was mostly clutch and then a few more things. We're about to do another crate. And don't forget, we've got this incredible shipment of puzzles in. And let's go ahead and knock out another one here. Very popular one here, both of them. These are 500-piece puzzles. These are $24.99. 500-piece puzzles. 500-piece puzzles. We got Iron Maiden Killers. 500-piece puzzle. That's $24.99. And we also have And Justice for All. Metallica and Justice for All. Those are $24.99. Van Halen Fair Warning is a U.S. Specialty OG. It has the original inner sleeve. We're talking about Mean Street, and that's going to go up for a $20 start, and we already have a bid, and that $20 bid was with somebody. I could have swore. Scott Arnold. Scott Arnold has it for $20. Yep. Okay. And then next is going to be Alcatraz. No Parole from Rock and Roll. Alcatraz is an 83 Japanese OG. Was issued with a limited edition poster, but ours is missing. With insert and Obi, Alcatraz, a $30 start. Okay. First on the puzzle was 007 Platinum on Iron Maiden Killers. Let's give him an Iron Maiden Killers. That's sold to 007 Platinum. Thank you. Let me put that right in here. Next is Mark Stanley on the other Iron Maiden. But first, let me change out crates right quick, because between clutch and puzzles, this crate is full. So let me scoot this down, and let me grab a new empty crate right over here. Looks like we're going to have a waiting list on one of our first puzzles. Not surprised whatsoever. I'm hoping we can sell every one of these tonight. That was going to be the goal. Mark Stanley on that last Iron Maiden. Okay. And we're going to put that away. And then Chevy Bailey. Chevy Bailey on Metallica. And Chevy Bailey got a Metallica and 007 Platinum on Metallica. So that means Steve Weaver on the Iron Maiden waiting list, Steve Weaver on the Metallica waiting list, okay? And there's a new bid on Van Halen for 21. Here's what's left in this bin. The Clutch Deluxe Reissue 1995 self-titled album, remastered audiophile version on 2 LP with etching and an artist autograph numbered insert, $59.99. We have 2 Clutch left. The Cure BBC Sessions. We did not sell any. I still got 2 left. Lagoon colored vinyl. They're hand numbered on the back. It's an unofficial $36.99. We have Echo and the Bunny Men with Our Best Suits On. Sweden 1985, $29.99. And Elvis 31 hits. Bonus track, the worldwide #1 smash hit, A Little Less Conversation. Elvis is $38.99. Okay, those are done. Let's go ahead and bring over another crate. We've got, we're going to go ahead and do another one right now, and then probably knock out another crate of vintage, and then we'll do back-to-back crates over here while I'm showing lots of other puzzles. Holy moly. I just yelled right next to Laura. She didn't even, I didn't even know she was behind me. Probably scared her to death. Sorry, Laura. Okay. There's that. Here's this. Okay, so let's go over Van Halen again. Van Halen Fair Warning is a 1981 U.S. Specialty OG. The cover and the label have some writing on it. So first of all, right here is the label writing. VG Plus condition on the vinyl. There's the inner sleeve. Here's the writing right here on the jacket. High bid on Van Halen is $25 with Scott Arnold. Alcatraz. This is no parole from rock and roll. Alcatraz is a Japanese pressing. It's an 83 Japanese near mint with insert and obi, just a $30 start. Final call on that. RJ66 wants the last copy of Live, Throwing Copper. You got it. That's so do you. We got a waiting list on the Iron Maiden Killers puzzle, a waiting list on the Iron Maiden or Metallica and Justice for All puzzle. Let's go through some audiophile stuff here. First, this is new, and I did not have this ever before. Van Halen, the Mo-Fi one-step of Fair Warning. If you want the absolute blast, the best probably that's ever going to be made of this album, or very close to it, the Ultra Disc one-step for $134.99. This is it. Mo-Fi Ultra Disc one-step. $134.99. Right back here, we have Van Halen Fair Warning. Van Halen Fair Warning is a USOG and VG Plus condition. The high bid on that is a final call for $25. Can I get info on the Clutch album? Clutch is their 1995 self-titled album. It's a 2 LP audiophile reissue. 4th side is an etching, and it has an autographed insert, $59.99. And then this one we had a waiting list for. Paul Catrich. I've been waiting for for them to ship this to me forever. Paul Catrich was on a waiting list for this Van Halen. Van Halen, the waiting list for this was Paul Catrich. This one's also $134.99. This is Women and Children First. I have that. Done. That's so to Paul Catrich. I've got 2 fair warnings if anybody wants those. Leonard Skinner, Nothing Fancy. This is from Analog Productions. It's a 2 LP 45 RPM from the cut from the original master. MT Matt was on a waiting list for this. MT Matt for Nothing Fancy, $59.99. George Samberez wants Van Halen Fair Warning Mo-Fi, $134.99. I have one left. Nobody bid on Alcatraz. Alcatraz is a buy it now for $30. And then over here is Van Halen Fair Warning. And this is sold to Scott Arnold for $25. Thank you, Scott Arnold. That's sold to you for $25. There's a Fair Warning still available, Mo-Fi. Let's go ahead and show one more LP here. Ed Riviera gets Alcatraz for $30. One more LP, and that LP is Stevie Ray Vaughan in Step. I've only got one. It's a 33 1/3, another analog master from Analog Productions, $44.99. Caught in the Crossfire. Let's do 2 more puzzles here. You may ask, golly, you've already shown some amazing puzzles, Chad, tonight. What possibly could you have left? And I have this right here. I've got an amazing one. Rush, Fly By Night. Rush, Fly By Night is $24.99. A 500-piece puzzle available. Guns N' Roses, Use Your Illusion. Guns N' Roses, Use Your Illusion, $24.99. I don't know if I've ever had that one. If so, it's been a long time. Use Your Illusion 1. Guns N' Roses and Rush is my next 2 there. Stevie Ray Vaughan sold to Noah Colwell. And then over here, we have Cinderella. This is Long Cold Winter. Cinderella, this is a music on vinyl pressing of Long Cold Winter, $38.99. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. It's Black Flag. Boy, here's something we don't get too often. A 90s U.S. reissue. The exact year is unknown. 2 LP, EX++ Near Mint Minus, a $35 start on that. I've got 2 copies of Clutch. Hey, look, it's the same album, a standard edition for Music on Vinyl. If you don't want to spend $60 on the deluxe edition, here's the standard Music on Vinyl press, the same thing, $38.99. You just don't get it on 2 LPs, you don't get the etching, and you don't get the autographed insert. I forgot I had those back ordered, honestly. Rush is sold to Kathy Dumas, and that's sold to you. I hope I'm saying your last name right. I hope I'm at least close. That is sold to you. That's done. Mike Pierce says he'll take Fly By Night and Hemispheres, so both of these are sold. Did I sell... do you mean Farewell to Kings? I don't have Hemispheres. I have Farewell to Kings, though. So we'll go ahead and give Kathy and Mike Pierce a Rush Fly By Night. And I have Farewell to Kings. Okay, Darren Johnson says he'll take this Clutch. And I still got the deluxe edition if anybody wants to see those. And this next record, I've got 3 copies of. Saxon, Unleash the Beast. And Saxon is a music on vinyl press for $38.99. Saxon is a limited edition 1500 on red vinyl. And let me go ahead and check on that waiting list. Saxon, Unleash the Beast. Brad Waits. I knew there was at least one. Brad Waits on Saxon. Limited edition music on vinyl, $38.99, okay? Travis Woods on GNR puzzle. That's sold to Travis Woods, thank you. And the other Rush puzzle over here, Farewell to Kings, is sold. All righty, so here's what we're going to do. That is sold. The Alcatraz is already gone. We've already sold that. And Justin Deckelman wants on the Stevie Ray Vaughan waiting list. That's Justin Deckelman. No problem there. And then Black Flag has a bid for $55. Let's jump back over here to another auction. Speaking of Stevie Ray Vaughan, since he's now in everybody's recent memory, live, Don't Mess with Texas, an unofficial from 2023. This is live at the Majestic Theater in San Antonio, Texas, 1987, sealed, a $35 start. Black Flag 55, now 65. I've got 2 copies of Blind Melon, and this is Blind Melon, $38.99. Blind Melon is new and sealed, $38.99. That is music on vinyl, and 2 copies of this very iconic jazz album, Bill Evans with Jim Hall, Undercurrents, and that is $34.99. $34.99. That is Bill Evans with Jim Hall, Undercurrents. That's MoFi, $34.99. Okay, let me go ahead and show another puzzle. So I got one GNR, Use Your Illusion 1. I have that one. I'm going to put it up here with the other ones, trying to thin out this pile. I'm going to probably show, I've been through, we're almost at the 50% mark on puzzles, believe it or not. This next one here, I have a bunch of because there might have even been an old waiting list. So let me pull these out and find out for sure because I've got a bunch of them. And this one I've got 5 of, because these are always popular. And what do I have here? I have Iron Maiden, Number of the Beast. That's a 500-piece puzzle, $24.99. Iron Maiden, Number of the Beast. 500-piece puzzle. What's our top cam look like right now? Puzzles everywhere. There we go. That's a cool angle for a second. There's Black Flag. There's Stevie Ray Vaughan. And there's Iron Maiden. Whoops. Those are $24.99 on those. Let me look on my waiting list. Just so everybody knows, I've got 3 old waiting lists for puzzles. Jerry Stone, I've got you down for No Prayer. And I don't know if it's in or not. It may be. These are turned where I can see them. I don't think that one came in. We'll find out. But Jerry, you're on a waiting list for No Prayer. So No Prayer for the Dying. If that one shows up, it's yours. The other one is Number of the Beast, which is right here. And William Howe. That's an old waiting list. I might reach out to him to see if he still wants it. And I don't know, William Howe, if you're watching, if you do want one, but you was on a waiting list from a while back. So I'll go ahead and give them to everybody right now. He's on and off sometimes, I think, buying. And Travis, just give me 1 second because I actually hadn't shown that puzzle. But you're the only one who bought the other one, so I'll probably go ahead and tag you whenever I show it. Let me go ahead and sell this to Fred Cardinale, Bill Evans. Let me put that in a crate and let me start a new one because I'm going to have to put a lot of Iron Maiden puzzles up, it looks like. William Howe, if you're watching, you was on an old waiting list for Number of the Beast puzzle. And if you want one, it's yours. If not, I'll make sure. But I do have 5 in stock right now. And the first one goes to Shane Devers. Next is Mark Stanley. So Shane Devers and Mark Stanley. Cinderella still available, yes. Longco Winters, $38.99. And then Steve Weaver on Iron Maiden puzzle and Kenny Cates. So I've got 1 Number of the Beast left. And I'll reach out to him to see if he still wants it. It's been a while. I mean, that's been months ago. So I'll see if he still wants those. Okay, let's go back to this camera view. And this was actually a pre-order. So let me go ahead and show this. Kathy Dumas also on this last Iron Maiden. And Saxon is S-A-X-O-N. And this was actually a pre-order. The Dogs of War. Do I even have enough? I see 10 comments. That's not good because it doesn't look like there's 10 here. Maybe there was conversation going on. So $38.99 on Saxon. First person was Brad Waits. 4 weeks ago this was posted. Brad Waits gets 1. Also Michael Carpenter. That's sold to Michael Carpenter. And then we got Richard Davis and Robert Matthews. Richard Davis and Robert Matthews. Scott Smith and Scott Beebe. And I have one for Richard Bradshaw. Darren Wortman, I am fresh out of Saxon. I guess I didn't order enough. And so we need to put down Darren Wortman on the waiting list. He's the last on the pre-order. And anybody else, this is a limited edition silver vinyl from Music on Vinyl, $38.99. And then Kevin Voitosh on Cinderella. And what happened back here with Black Flag? The last bid that came in on Black Flag was Rebecca Howard at $65. And then Stevie Ray Vaughan got one bid with Shane Devers for $35. That live unofficial. Those are about to sell. Next record is the other Cinderella album, Night Songs. Also new and sealed, $38.99. And Star Wars The Mandalorian. Really cool compilation here. This has stuff from The Mandalorian, Rogue One, Solo. John Williams is on here, John Powell. It is limited numbered on Hyperspace vinyl. Star Wars is $49.99. So to Kelly Vlodarchek, that's always a cool comp. And Kenny Cates on a Saxon wait list, and that's for the Dogs of War. So we'll get a waiting list going. I didn't have enough for the pre-order. I must have not ordered enough, or they didn't send me enough because they possibly ran out. Okay, this next one I want to do is actually on the very bottom down here. So I'm going to mix up the order of these puzzles a little bit, because this next one is probably just as popular as the last one we just showed. Okay, and there was a waiting list for this one. And I got to make sure Danny Thomason still wants one. He was on a waiting list, okay? I got to make sure Danny Thomason, he was on an old waiting list too. So here is The Trooper by Iron Maiden, 500-piece puzzle. Probably one of the neatest Iron Maiden puzzles they make. $24.99 for The Trooper. And if Danny Thomason's watching, I'll make sure he wants one. He was on an old waiting list. We'll make sure. If not, we'll go ahead and just go down the line for live claims, okay? I'm going to highlight these yellow to remind myself to ask these people. Shane Devers gets one. Steve Weaver gets one. And let's go ahead and finish up this crate. Kenny Cates gets one. And let's go ahead and wrap up these auctions. So Stevie Ray Vaughan sold to Shane Devers for $35. And Black Flag was sold to Kelly Vlodarchek for $65. And that's done. And the last two records in here was Leonard Skinner's Second Helping, which I think there was a waiting list for. And this does not need to be 59. This is $46.99, not 59. This is a single LP. I must have thought this was a 2 LP. Skinner's only 46. Okay, we'll re-sticker that one. I think there's a waiting list, and we have Stevie Ray Vaughan. No, I bought the Black Flag for $65. What did I say? Oh, man, I've got Kelly and Rebecca mixed up again. It happens all the time. Rebecca Howard on the Black Flag, $65. Rebecca Howard on the Black Flag for $65. I messed them up again. It happens all the time. Y'all's handles just blow my mind. Even when y'all put your name. Even when you put your name. Okay? So, Iron Maiden, and I hadn't tagged them all. We've sold 3. I still got to tag one for Kathy, okay? So let me fill up another crate. Wow! That's already 7 full crates tonight. When I send Tanner the picture, he's going to be like, good Lord, what did you do? Mark down everything 90% off? I'm going to be like, nope, it's just busy. Scott Smith, you've been tagged for what? Like 5 pre-orders tonight? I've been wondering where you're at. Some people start getting notifications that I'm liking their comments, and they're like, golly, I didn't know I pre-ordered 30 records this week. All right, so the next thing we had was Kathy on that next to last Iron Maiden. The last one I have in stock has tears in the shrink wrap. Okay, it looks like a box cutter got a hold of it, unfortunately. So that one's got some tears in the shrink. That's my last Trooper. But if you're just putting it together and you don't care about that, there it is. All right, so this was sold to David V. He was on an old waiting list for Second Helping. Leonard Skinner's Second Helping. Let me find that. Lynyrd. And this is sold to David V. 63. $44.99. David V., you was on a waiting list. Analog, Leonard Skinner, Second Helping. And the next one is The Sky is Crying. Another Stevie Ray Vaughan, single LP, $44.99. The Sky is Crying. And of course, that's a tough OG to get. Rebecca, I got you taken care of. And then this is another Stevie Ray Vaughan. Unless Noah wants it, it's available. I have not sold TNT. Let's go through that crate again. Let's put up more auctions. I still got the Beatles. I still got John Lennon. I still got Bruce Springsteen, Bob Dylan, B.B. King, Scorpions. Don't know what that is. The Beatles, Hendrix. Here's TNT. And let's do TNT and Pink Floyd. TNT and Pink Floyd. TNT is called Tell No Tales. It's an 87 US Hop Hog OG, original under sleeve VG Plus, just a $20 start on TNT. And we got Pink Floyd Animals. I listened to Dogs on the way to work today. A 77 US Terre Haute OG, original under sleeve EX. Dogs is a $30 start, or I should say Animals. Let's go ahead and sell Justin Stevie Ray Vaughan unless Noah wants it. That's sold to Justin Deckelman. Okay. I'm going to show 2 records, and I'm going to show the next puzzle. We got Van Halen. That is $134.99. The Ultra Disc One Step, $134.99. And Cinderella, Long Cold Winter. Cinderella is $38.99. That's music on vinyl. Now, Van Halen is the ultimate listening experience for this release. We're talking MoFi Ultra Disc One Step, $134.99. We sold one left, and Cinderella is a beautiful new sealed MOV pressing. Next 2 puzzles are coming up right now. We're going to do back-to-back puzzles here. Back-to-back puzzles here. The first one I have is Queen's Greatest Hits. Got a shot of the band there. Very cool puzzle. Queen, Greatest Hits. And I have a very cool one. I like this one. Division Bell, Pink Floyd. Pink Floyd, the Division Bell. Those are $24.99. So there's those, and there's those. $24.99 on them. Okay, then a quick recap here. A quick finish. Clutch is $38.99. That's the single LP from Music on Vinyl. Saxon, Unleash the Beast, $38.99. Red vinyl. Blind Melons, $38.99. And we have 1 MoFi left. Bill Evans for $34. Cinderella Night Songs is $38. And then Star Wars Stories, $49.99. He has already bought Stevie Ray Vaughan. Technically, you had dibs on it, so it's yours if you want it. Or, once again, if you want on a waiting list, let me know. And what I'm going to do is condense this with the other crate. We're going to do 1 more crate of vintage, which is going to be best offer. And then we're going to do the last 2 crates of new vinyl for tonight. And in between all that, I'll be showing puzzles. What a busy, fun night. Lots of cool stuff in. I guess we've done rubber duckies. We're doing puzzles, still doing puzzles. And then tonight, I guess I need to put in another guitar order and probably a big Funko order. So I hadn't looked at Funkos in like a month. There's probably a bunch I've already missed, but we'll get to them. They always seem to come back in. Some of them go out of print, though. They're just like poof, and they're gone. And I definitely need some water. Brian DeLeon says he'll go on that. Are you talking about Sky is Crying? Are you talking about Sky is Crying? All right, so what happened on TNT? TNT's at 50. Wow, no bid on Pink Floyd. Let's look at that one more time. Make sure everybody's live, okay? A 77 OG in EX with a nice jacket for a $30 start. One of the greatest albums ever conceived. All right, next comment is, when will you show that new merchandise? I've actually been showing new merchandise since about 6 o'clock. So it's all been new merchandise. And we've got new merchandise for about the next 4 hours. Fred Cardinal wants a Saxon. That was not a Van Halen puzzle. That's a Van Halen MoFi Ultra Disc 1 set box set. $134.99. That was not a puzzle. That was a MoFi slim case box. I don't call it a box set because usually the first question I get is, what comes with the Van Halen box set? They're not actually a box set. They just store it in a box for extra packaging, protection. All right, let's go through this crate. Buy it now, best offer. Hope everybody's ready. Hope everybody's ready to buy some records. We're going to go through a quick vintage crate. I'm going to be showing some other puzzles in the meantime, okay? let's see what we got going on here. Buy it now or best offer. Pink Floyd getting new bids now, 30, 33, 35. Let's see what else is going on over here. One second, please. All right. TNT is sold. And this is sold to Jeff Brinley for $50. Now Pink Floyd's at $40. Now our next auction is the Rolling Stones. This looks interesting. Whoa. A 1983 USOG. The Rolling Stones 20th Anniversary Collector's Kit. Only available through their fan club. The only record in here is a 7-inch containing interviews with the band. Was originally issued as a set of 22 items. Most 18 of the items are still here. We are missing a fold-out LP discography poster, a membership card, another poster featuring Stones and album covers, and a pin-back button. A $30 start on the Rolling Stones. That's now up for bid. Everything in this crate quickly. It's a buy it now or best offer. Pinocchio storybook and record, $24.99. We have Walt Disney's Dumbo, $39.99, back-to-back Disney. Oscar Peterson Dizzy Gillespie, $19.99. Emerson, Lake and Palmer Love Beach, $12.99. The Best Electric Flag and Shrink Wrap, $19.99. Pinocchio sold to Kelly Vlodderchek. Pinocchio sold to Dumbo. Pink Floyd is, or excuse me, Dumbo. So what did I say? Did I just call you Dumbo? We got Pinocchio sold to Kelly Vlodderchek. Dumbo sold to Kelly Vlodderchek. I think I might have just accidentally called you Dumbo. I greatly apologize. We have Alive-O. That's Jose Feliciano, $14.99. I apologize. Steve Martin, $14.99. That's a wild and crazy guy. Musically Mad. That is $39.99. Mad Magazine record. The Marx Brothers box set. 3 hours, 59 minutes, and 51 seconds of the Mark Brothers. $29.99. At Home with That Other Family. What an interesting cover that is. At Home with the Other Family. You got a Russian cosmonaut there. You got Nikita Khrushchev. I don't know what's going on, but that's $14.99. Jeff Lorber Fusion, $14.99. We got Rebecca Howland on the Mad Magazine. That sold. Reverly offered $13 for Oscar Peterson. I will do that record for $15. What's it, Mark? $19.99. $15 on that one. Pink Floyd is sold to Matthew Sherrick for $40. Final call on the Rolling Stones for $30. Let's go ahead and jump right over here into another crate, another record. Michael Schenker Group, Built to Destroy. That's an 83 U.S. Carrollton OG company or sleeve, EX condition, $20 start on that. Face to Face, Oscar Peterson and Freddie Hubbard. That one's $19.99. Also near mint and shrink wrap. Derringer, Rick Derringer, $19.99. And we have Les McCann, Hustle to Survive. Les McCann's $29.99. Montreux, Peterson 6. More Oscar Peterson, $19.99. A third one, also Justice, or Joust, Jousts. Another Oscar Peterson, $19.99. We have the Earl Scruggs Review, Rockin' Across the Country, $19.99. The Jeff Lorber Fusion, $19.99. The Doors, Absolutely Live, no condition notes on the vinyl. The cover does show a little bit of wear, $34.99. And Tonight Show Band Volume 2 with Doc Severson. The Tonight Show Band, $14.99. Michael Schenker has a bid for $20. If anybody wants the Rolling Stones, it can be purchased for a $30 buy it now. Over here's Michael Schenker. That's at $20. Next is Crosby, Stills, Nash & Young, American Dream, $19.99. This is Bashing the Code by Big Mouth. That is $14.99. And we have Rocky Mountain High, Colorado, John Denver, $14.99. Michael Schenker has one bid, going once, going twice. Next two puzzles going up right now. You've got two options here. These are 500-piece jigsaw puzzles, and these are $24.99. This is Nirvana's Nevermind. I've got Nirvana Nevermind, $24.99 on Nirvana Nevermind. And we have Iron Maiden Run to the Hills. Iron Maiden is $24.99. So Iron Maiden Run to the Hills and Nirvana's Nevermind. Those are available, okay? Next thing is 30 for all Oscars. We're going to be way too far apart, but I will go ahead and sell Kristen, John Denver for $10. Mary Miles on Crosby, Stills and Nash sold for $15. Dwayne Caldwell on Bash for $10. That's sold. And Shane Devers gets a Nirvana, and he gets an Iron Maiden puzzle. Those are sold to Shane for $24 and $24. Thank you on those. Done. Next is Derringer. If I weren't so romantic, I'd shoot you. $19.99. And we have Jean-Michel Jarre Rendezvous, $9.99 on Jean-Michel Jarre. Next auction is the Rolling Stones, and this is called Gimme Shelter. And this is a 1972 UK repress compilation, EX edition, $20 star. Jumpin' Jack Flash, Honky Tonk Women, Street Fighting Man, Sympathy for the Devil, Under My Thumb. Steve Weaver gets the Iron Maiden Run to the Hills. We're now sold out. If anybody wants on a waiting list on that, let me know. Michael Schenker has a new bid for $25. That means over here, Shannon Lee, you've been outbid. Steve Kuhn and Ecstasy, Motility, that's $24.99. Shadow Facts, this is Shadow Dance, Wyndham Hill Records, $9.99. Diodato 2 is $14.99. Also, Patsy Cline, Got a Lot of Rhythm in My Soul on Metro Records, $24.99. And we have Emerson, Lake and Palmer, Shrink and Hop. Emerson, Lake and Powell, Cozy Pal, Shrink and Hop, $24.99 on that. Chad, if you do have the AP second helmet for the previous grade, I'll take it. That was actually a 1 of 1. I only got one in, and there was a waiting list. So it's sold. If you want on a waiting list for $44.99, I will try it. If not, I understand. But that was my only copy. It's gone. Jean-Michel Jarre is sold to Robert Johnson. That's right back here. Kenny, I will put you on a waiting list for Iron Maiden's Run to the Hill puzzle. You're on a waiting list, sir. Thank you. Kenny Cates on that. Next is who? This is Caribe. Joseph Primus sings Calypso. Caribe. Carib. C-R-A-R-I-B-E. It's a 1957 mono. $26.99. The Stones has a bid for $20. And Michael Butler on Patsy Cline for $20. Sold to Michael Butler for $20. Thank you. Next over here is Collector's History of American Jazz Singers, 5-record set. Leadbelly, Blind Lemon Jefferson, Sarah Vaughan, Ma Rainey. Wow, $39.99 on that. Over here we have Moods, the 3 sounds. That is on Blue Note from 1975, $29.99. So Michael Schenker's at 30. Greg Gallier's out. Only one bid on the Stones. We're about to sell that. And before we finish this vintage bin, let's do 2 more puzzles. Oh boy, look what we got here, folks. Uh-oh, puzzle time. During the winter, puzzles are a sentimental thing to me. Me and my dad, great childhood memories. Wintertime, we had the puzzle club. And that's, man, me and my dad, we put together a lot of puzzles. It was Charles Wasaki. You ever seen his artwork? Charles Wasaki. Very cool Americana puzzles. I still collect them to this day. My dad had some all the way back from the 80s. He bought them years ago. And we put them together sometimes over and over. And now, I don't know where a lot of them went to. I think during moving and just us selling stuff at flea markets, I think we sold a lot of them. I wish I hadn't now, thinking about it. But puzzles have always been kind of a sentimental thing for me. We put together a lot. I'll show you some of the Charles Wasaki artwork. They're really cool. I wish I could get those new wholesale where I could sell them here. I would stock up at some of my favorite. But here's the next puzzle. This is Power Slave. 500-piece puzzle. Power Slave. 1 sold to 007 Platinum and 1 sold to Steve Weaver. Those are sold and sold. And we'll put Kenny Cates. Man, bridesmaid again, Kenny. You're letting Shane beat you. How can that happen? That is sold out, and now let's get Kenny Cates on a waiting list. Next thing over here was the Stones, was at 20, now 25, and the Rolling Stones fan club piece for 20. I'll go ahead and let that slide just because there's stuff missing. It's probably a really good fair price at that, so let's go ahead and do it. Sold to Pickle for $20, and then we sold Iron Maiden, Joseph, last name on that Creepy album. That was right back here, and John Dodd, that is billed as Primus, P-R-E-M-I-C-E, or Primus, sings Calypso. It's on Verve, a 57 mono. Okay, if anybody else wants on that Iron Maiden, let me know. Let's see what's going on with the Oscars right quick. So, Oscars, we had 1, we had 2, we had 3, we had 4, okay? And I think the best way to do this, if I say 5, 10, if I do $20 off, $5 off each, they're all beautiful and shrink wrap too. I'm just now noticing that. Maybe this one's not in shrink, or is it? But they're all EX plus, near mint minus. So 15, 30, 45, 60. Yeah, we're way too far apart. Sticker price on these are 20, 40, 60, 80. There's 4 of them. There's 4 of them. So I'll do $15 off. 15, 30, 45, $60. That's why I was saying we might be too far apart. Those sticker at 80. There's that. And then next is Baron Cross. Wow, I don't see OGs of that too often. 1988. Baron Cross is $29.99. Fresh Air Mannheim Steamroller, $14.99. Brubeck Compadres Mulligan. Nice. $24.99 in shrink wrap. And we have Blues with a Beat with an Organ, Bobby Emmons from 1965, $29.99. I hope we were done on Michael Schenker, Shannon Lee, $30. This is sold to Shannon Lee for $30. Yep. And then the Stones, he's out. This is sold to George Sambares for... No, wait a minute. There's still some active bidders. This is George Sambares. So... $30 right now. That's a final call, though, okay? Final call on that. Next is Doc Watson, a 1976 pressing from Vanguard. Wow, don't see that one very often. $49.99. And the other puzzle I was about to show, we sold out Iron Maiden so fast. Motley Crue Dr. Feelgood. Motley Crue Dr. Feelgood. I've got 3 of those. $24.99 for Motley Crue. Baron Cross, I will have to split the difference there with you. $25 on Baron Cross. 25 on Baron Cross for that. Okay. And then 55 for the Oscar Petersons. All right, let's do it. 1, 2, 3, 4. There's 4 of them, right? So all 4 of those, they're Reverly for $55, okay? The Brubeck right here was Brubeck Compadres Mulligan, $24.99. Shrink wrapped. It's a Columbia 2i stereo. Extremely beautiful disc. I hope that's coming through on the screen. It's near mint minus and shrink. $24.99 on that. All right, so George, I will go ahead and sell this then to you for $30. He went out now, new auction, another Michael Schenker, and a jazz album coming up too. 81 USOG, near mint with the original inner sleeve, Michael Schenker Group, $25 start. And right behind it is Miles Davis in Europe. Miles Davis in Europe, recorded live at the Antibus Jazz Festival, a 64 mono Columbia 2i, a $35 start. Wow, that's also beautiful. Holy moly. Goodness gracious, that's beautiful. Jazz set for $20. This one right here, American Singers. Chad, can't do that. I would do $35 on it, though. I would do $35 on it, though. And we have Bellamy Brothers Country Rap. Bellamy Brothers is $9.99. Ricky Skaggs is $9.99. And then Renaissance Shera's Grade. That's always a mouthful. Renaissance is $9.99. People, I Love You. 68 Scranton Press, $49.99. And Jerry Rafferty, self-titled, $19. And Madness, we don't get a lot of their stuff, $24.99. And that does have the hit Our House. Madness is on there. $24.99. What is it? Our House in the middle of the street. Yeah. Our House, $24.99. Okay? So, John Dodd, you have dibs on Brubeck, but you've essentially been out-offered. John Marksky said he would take it as stickers. So, it's yours, John Dodd, for $24. If not, John Marksky. Renaissance is sold a topographic for $7. Michael Schenker has a bid for $25. And we're looking also on Miles Davis for a $35 start. That is beautiful. Who offered Baron Cross? Baron Cross, let me know if you want this, Dwayne. If not, I had it at 30. You said 20. I said 25. Chris said he would take it for 20. And we got 2 offers on Madness, 19 and 20. Let's go ahead and sell it to Kristen Barnett for 20. She's first. John Dodd said he would take the Brubeck at sticker. And what do we have next? Skaggs, Cody, I will do Skaggs for 7. Skaggs for 7. Dwayne passes, so Chris Martin, you do get Baron Cross for 25. Okay? Who offered on this jazz set? Let's strike a deal on this. Chad, you said 20. I said 35. I feel like we can strike a deal. Here's some Charles Wasaki paintings. If you've ever seen stuff like this, I never did pay much attention about them till probably I don't know. I just started looking for them, and I found a lot like in like Targets. Let me give you a good example. Yeah, that's what a lot of them look like that. Those are, I've put together so many of those. That's Charles Wasaki artwork. And then there's one, it's like my favorite one of all time. Plane. It's like a plane show. That's it right there. Yeah. Let's see here. Let's get a better image of it. Let's see. That's a pretty good image right there. Yeah. Kind of Americana stuff. I always thought that was the neatest one, but it's always he's always got the smoke coming out of the chimneys. There's always little American flags everywhere. So those are amazing. Okay. Jazz set 30.32. All right, 32.50. I'll do 32 on it. Well, let's do $32. I'll sell it to you, okay? $32 sold. Cody Rice sold on Skaggs for $7. I have not sold a Zeppelin. We'll do that one next. I can't believe Miles Davis doesn't have a bid. 35. The Shanker is their second album, different cover. And then, yeah, U.S. cover edition, U.S. 81 OG with the original inner sleeve. This is a final call. I have Shannon Lee at $25, and Miles Davis does have a bid for $35. Anybody else on anything in here? And if not, I'm about to put up those next 2 crates of new vinyl, but I'm going to read what's in here one more time. Emerson, Lake and Palmer, Love Beach, the best of Electric Flag. Jose Feliciano Alive. Steve Martin was $14.99. Sometimes this includes a photo insert. John doesn't always mark it that it does have it. And yeah, it's in here. So it does have the Steve Martin photo insert as well. So that's included. $14.99 on Steve Martin. Miles Davis, $35.35, now $40. Also, we had the Marx Brothers box, At Home with the Other Family. Yeah, this is a comedy album. Leonard Gaines, I believe is who that is. $14.99. A lot of Cold War era stuff theme probably on that one. Jeff Lorber Fusion, Derringer, Rick Derringer, Les McCann still available. Earl Scruggs, Jeff Lorber again. The Doors, Doc Severson, Derringer, Steve Kuhn, Shadowfax, Deodato 2, Emerson, Lake and Powell, Moods, the 3 sounds, and that was $29.99. And that was on this Blue Note Liberty label. Joe Sontag on the Marx Brothers for $25. I will sell that to you. Can I fit this into this crate? I can. That has officially filled up this crate. That is sold. And let me scoot this down. I got to make a new column here for crates. Don't forget, tonight we've got new vinyl coming up. I still got another crate of vintage, very similar to the one like I just went through. And we have, I probably have officially hit the 50% mark on puzzles. So you hadn't seen all of them yet. Michael Shanker, though, just one bid, $25. That is sold to Shannon Lee. Thank you. Kind of surprised by that. Miles Davis is now at $45. It's beautiful, too. And then this Caribe, Joseph Primus. I'm trying to get some of these vowels correctly labeled. $26.99. Manaheim Steamroller. We have Blues. We have Doc Watson, Bellamy Brothers, People, and Jerry Rafferty. Okay? Right now, shipping is about 1 week out. I'd say 7 to 9 days. So right now, you're looking 7 to 9 days. We're waiting for, basically, we're in our vacation mode here, summertime. So we're about every week, we've averaged down 1 to 2 people for about the last month. Just something's happened, and so we're 7 to 9 days out. Jeff Lorber Fusion Bundle. I think there was 2, right? There was 2, and Fred will do 10 and 15, 25 for both. That's $10 off, by the way. Miles Davis is at $45. John Dodd, you're out. And Jim Davis, you're out. Samuel Kopich has it for $45. If you change your mind, say, you know what, Chad, I have changed my mind. I actually want everything that's left in that crate. That was a pretty dang good selection. Go ahead and just give me everything. I'm going to be like, holy moly, but okay, you got it, done. And I think you're going to like some of the new vinyl that's coming up here. We're going to do back-to-back crates of new vinyl and a bunch of new puzzles. All right, here we go. So, next puzzle right quick. Let me throw some of these boxes out of the way. And, oh boy, here we go. All 500-piece puzzles are $24.99. I have Iron Maiden Live After Death. How cool is that? $24.99. And we have Pantera Vulgar Display of Power. Perfect. This guy's face accidentally getting just smashed in. Ooh, pow, crunch. $24.99. Next thing over here we have is Miles Davis and Mary Miles on Doc Watson. Pricing edition, near mint, shrink wrap, $49.99. And Miles Davis hammers up on that. Fred Carnell sold on Jeff Lorber, and those are for $10 and $15. Those are sold and sold. And then over here, first on Live After Death, Iron Maiden. First was Shane Deaver, sold. Chad Saul's next. Steve Weaver, you'll be first on a waiting list. And I still got Pantera, Vulgar Display of Power. First in the crate is Leonard Skinner, Live at the Ryman. And I think, Susie, you was on a waiting list. So let me check right quick. Leonard Skinner, the waiting list for the Live at the Ryman was Susie Breedlove, $36.99. Only one came in, so if anybody else wants one, let me know. Only one came in here, Live at the Ryman, $36.99. Steve Weaver also on that Iron Maiden wait list. Let's go ahead and sell Miles Davis to Samuel Kopich for $45. That is sold. Next is Led Zeppelin, and this is a 1977 specialty press. Led Zeppelin is a 77, but it is near mint minus. EX++ near mint minus. Led Zeppelin, a $35 start. And right next to it is going to be Scorpions, Love at First Sting. And that's the second alternate cover, an 84 USPRC Richmond OG alternate cover art, VG Plus $20 start. All right, we have Backstreet Boys, Millennium 2.0, $38.99. There was a waiting list for this, and this is the Backstreet Boys, Vlodarchek, Kelly Vlodarchek, and Susie Breedlove again. So Kelly Vlodarchek and Susie Breedlove, I have one extra copy. This is $38.99. $38.99. This is Millennium 2.0, $38.99. I thought I said $25 for the two Jeff Lorbers. I did. That was $10, and it was $10 and $15, $25. $10 and $15, $25 for the two Jeff Lorbers. Rush puzzles. I do not have a Rush puzzle left unless I hadn't shown one. I have currently sold out a Fly By Night and Farewell to Kings if you want on a waiting list. Okay. One Backstreet Boys left. Here is a Nirvana. It's called Love One Another, live in Tokyo, 1992 from Dear Boss. Nirvana's $29.99. And I'll have to check and see if I actually have a waiting list for this. Some of these I can't. Yes, Fuzzy Delay from YouTube. Fuzzy Delay was on a waiting list from YouTube. Nirvana, $29.99. Led Zeppelin has a bid for $35 and Scorpions at $20. Here's another miscellaneous item we got in. Something else my sales rep had said, hey, your customers might like these. And I got an email on. These are from Rock Sacks. That's the same people that's making the air fresheners. These are polyester, like vinyl bags, and they're made to look like, you know, like old battle jackets. And this one's Metallica themed. They're $32.99. And I think I was talking to Ed. I think they're actually listed at 30. Yeah, 32. Yeah, that's the list price, $32.99. Okay, I want to make sure that's what we stickered them for. So I only ordered one of each because I was very curious on what they actually looked like. So that's a Metallica, and then this is the Misfits. That's the only ones I have. And it kind of tells you right here, 100% polyester. Man, it's kind of like air fresheners. There are so many of them. I mean, I don't know how many different ones. There's a bunch of them. $32.99. I've got Metallica, and it's very cool. It looks like old, you know, like an old battle jacket. So that is $32.99. And Kelly Vlotter, or excuse me, Rebecca Howitt says she'll take both. If anybody else wants one, let me know. And maybe I can get some images of some of the other bands because there are a bunch of them. And I think a lot of y'all will want them. They look pretty cool. I thought, wow, I mean, anything that looks like that with Metallica and Misfits on it, I at least need to try it. So it's like a polyester vinyl type bag. Brand new. And if anybody else wants one, let me know. We'll start a waiting list. I ordered just a couple. I knew I could sell a Metallica. I knew I could sell a Misfits. And I kind of wanted to see how they packaged them and what they looked like before I went all out. So if anybody else wants one, let me know. They're $32.99. All right. So let me update the auctions. Led Zeppelin had one bid for $35. James Hicks asks, what's the best Echo and the Bunnymen album? I'll refer you to the gallery for that question, okay? There's probably more people qualified to answer that question than me. Scorpions 20, Scorpions 21, Scorpions 25. So Rebecca Howard got both the Metallica and Misfits bag. Kenny, you are on a waiting list for Live After Death along with Steve Weaver. The Scorpions got a new bid for 26. Millennium 2.0. The Backstreet Boys Millennium 20 is a 25th anniversary with bonus tracks. No, I think it's just a new edition with bonus tracks. I think it's the original versions. It's just an anniversary edition with bonus tracks and obviously updated cover art. So yeah, I have one left. Okay, and then next is Brandon Jones on the Metallica bag waiting list. Oso on the bag waiting list. And next, I've got 3 copies of Megadeth Rust in Peace. Rust in Peace is $36.99, and there should be several people waiting for this to come in. And Rust in Peace is just one. I was thinking about Peace sales. No waiting list for Rust in Peace. Okay, so all 3 of these are available. $36.99. Yeah, they're like polyester cloth. Ed says they remind him of like, grocery shopping bags. So yeah. I still haven't been able to actually feel it because they're brand new and sealed. I was hoping, I didn't know if they was going to be loose or in a bag. But yeah. Okay. Backstreet Boys is $39.99. We'll make sure that Brandon says no waiting list for him on the Metallica bag, okay? They should be in this week because this is just Tuesday, and all this stuff comes from the quick, I'll call them the quick shipper. 84 US PRC Richmond OG. This is the Scorpions Love at First Sting, a 1984 US PRC Richmond OG, alternate cover art, VG Plus condition. The high bid on that right now is $26, now $29 with Greg Gallier. $29 with Greg Gallier. If your name is not Greg Gallier, then you do not have the high bid on the Scorpions. This is sold to George Scherer, 1B at $35. Now, Charlie Buck asked about Backstreet Boys. If he says pass, this is sold to Stacy. And if anybody else wants one, let me know. Wow, still got all 3 Nirvanas live, Tokyo, colored vinyl for $29.99. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 Jane's Addiction, live and profane. 1986, 1987, orange vinyl, $24.99. This is a 12-track. This is live at the Pyramid in Los Angeles, 86, and live in Arcadia, Dallas, 87. And that is Jane's Addiction, orange vinyl. I went ahead and ordered several of those. I haven't seen many live Jane's Addiction bootlegs. $24.99 on those. I've got 2 live Rage Against the Machine. This is live 1993 in California, 1993, and from the Late Show, $24.99. So Charlie Buck on Backstreet Boys. That means I'll have to add Stacy to a waiting list. I'm sure she's okay with that. Eric Dog or anybody else that wants one, let me know. So Charlie said he will take it. And then we got next is Kelly Vlodarchek on Jane's Addiction. Kelly Vlodarchek on Jane's Addiction. Sean Lee Hooker on Jane's Addiction. And also Rebecca on Jane's Addiction. It also doesn't help that y'all buy almost the exact same stuff sometimes. Okay, let's go ahead and put up another auction. And we have Bruce Springsteen, WGOE Radio, Alpha Studios, Richmond, Virginia, May 1973. And that is an unofficial live sealed $35 start. Craig Thomas also on Jane's Addiction. And then we got Sean Lee Hooker also on a Rage Against the Machine. Those are sold and sold. And now I have another puzzle to show you. Everybody buckle up. Get ready for what you're about to witness. I really don't know what's next, but I do know because I just pulled them out of the box. Oh my, it's King Diamond Abigail. That is $24.99. King Diamond Abigail and Rush, there's another one, Permanent Waves. Rush Permanent Waves, that's also available. Okay, so there's that and there's that. And we have Opeth, Damnation, Opeth is $33.99, and there was a waiting list for Opeth Damnation, and this is OPETH, and Opeth is sold to MT Matt. Sold to MT Matt. He also got a Ghost Reveries earlier this week and a Last Will and Testament. He also wanted a Damnation, and I said, boom, there it is. Danny wants a Motley Crue Shout at the Devil. That is right here, and that was my last Motley Crue Shout at the Devil. Let's pull that out of the pile here. And that's so to Danny. Thank you on that. And then the next comment is Dennis Daly on Rush. And that was for Permanent Waves. And that's so to Dennis Daly. Nice. And then we got Scott Dwallow on Abigail. We got Danny on Abigail. And now we're going to have a waiting list on Abigail. And the waiting list is Susie and Steve Weaver. Susie and Steve Weaver, okay? That means we can go ahead and sell Scorpions. And that was a long, long time ago. American Pie, that's sold to Greg Gallier for $29. Thank you on that. And then Bruce Springsteen, Final Call, sealed, live in Alpha Studios, Richmond, Virginia, 1973, a $35 start. Scott Markheim wants on the Shout on the Devil waiting list. You got it, shout. Shout at the Devil. And then 2 people on the King Diamond waiting list, including Susie and Steve Weaver. Okay, now, the next thing I have is 2 copies of Megadeth Dystopia. That is $33.99, Megadeth Dystopia. And 3 copies of Rush Pink Pop. That's Rush live in the Netherlands, 1979 for $29.99. Rush, $29.99. Next auction is The Beatles. That is a 76 US Winchester, original sleeve, the Blue Album. EX condition, a $30 start. Danny also wants Megadeth Rust in Peace. I have 1, 2 of those left. Now, Danny, I was talking about you earlier. I don't know if you realize it or not, but the Trooper came in. And Iron Maiden, the Trooper, you was on an old waiting list, but I didn't tag you. But I do have 1 left, but it has torn shrink wrap. So, it's so long ago I didn't tag you. If you still want one, I can show you the torn shrink wrap, or you can pass. Or I can try to order you another one that doesn't have torn shrink wrap. Totally up to you. But you was mentioned earlier. I didn't think you were watching because I never did hear a reply. I've got 3 Rust in Peace. Or excuse me, Peace sales. Wow, we were just talking about this. And I think these are already spoken for. And like 2 people's already said they want even more tonight. Holy moly, what's up with Megadeth? Scott Dwallow, Raphael Riviera, and Kenny Cates Jr. These 3 are already spoken for. And also tonight, we had, I think, a Noah Colwell go on a waiting list. Noah Colwell went on a waiting list. And I still got Brad Waits on this waiting list. So those 3 were sold to Scott Dwallow, Raphael, and Kenny Cates Jr. Brad Waits still on a waiting list. And I think Noah went on there tonight, so there's going to be obviously more showing up at some point. And I have another full crate, so let me swap out crates right quick. We got some puzzles being claimed, and we're not done. And then we're probably going to sell a ton when I do a recap here in a minute. This is all new vinyl, and we're about to show even more. Next is Noah Colwell on Dystopia, okay? There's Noah Colwell, and Jackie wants that last Rush puzzle. Sold. Did we get a bid on Bruce? We did. Samuel Kopich, sold for $35. Can you see the shrink? You can. Scott Dwallow said he already got a Rust in Peace, so we need to give that one then to Brad Waits instead. All right, so give that one to Brad Waits. You must have claimed one live or something. Some people do that. They might see another one pop up and they claim it live, maybe even pre-owned. That happens a lot. Beatles 62 to 67, or excuse me, 67 to 70. 2 LP, that's on the Blue Capital label, which is technically a reissue for that. They originally came out on Apple. Let me go ahead and show one more LP because I know there's a waiting list. Living Color Vivid with Cult of Personality. Living Color's $29.99. Brad Waits was also on a waiting list for this. Brad Waits Living Color. Sold to Brad Waits, not Russ Peace Sales. Yeah, Peace Sales. Boy, I've been getting those confused tonight. We still got Rust and Peace in the bin. We are sold out of Peace Sales, okay? Now, let's try to, unfortunately, I have this whole stack of puzzles over here, Danny, and the trooper's on the very bottom, but I can get it off just like this. There we go. This is my last one. It looks like it got victim of like the box cutter. It's got like a little bit of a scratch right there on the cover where they tried to open up the shrink. It looks like they went whoosh, like where they were opening up a box. We didn't do that, but somebody did. So it's got a little bit of a scratch there on it from a box cutter and a tear. But that one's available, or I can try to get you a better one, okay? Jackie said no puzzle, thought it was an LP. Okay, so no rush puzzle for Jackie. You're not the first one, and when we key these in, let's make a note. The first word, whenever we key these in, G, Tanner, we need to put puzzle, because I guarantee Jackie hasn't been the only one tonight buy one of these and not realize they're buying a puzzle. It happens every time we do a mass selling of puzzles. It happens all the time. Or somebody ends up buying an LP and they think that was a puzzle. So it happens. It happens. Jackie, you won't be the first one. Ed will have at least 3 to 5 messages. Oh, I thought this was a record and it's a puzzle. Or, oh, I thought I was buying a puzzle and it's the record. So I try to say puzzle as much as I can. But if you're hopping on and off on the chat, you're going to accidentally buy something tonight. So you better hopefully make sure you have definitely purchased a puzzle, okay? And not a record tonight. I'll be very clean. I'll be very clear. The puzzles are about this big in the box, and you'll be very easily to identify them. Kiss Alive 3. Wow. This should have been sold Monday night. 93 OG limited edition. These are technically numbered, but the number was apparently on the hop sticker. Since ours is missing, the shrink and hop, there's no clue what the number, but it is numbered on red vinyl, $75 start. There is a rush in the bin too. Pink Pop 1979. So let's go back to the top. Greg says, Chad, need the rush vinyl too. So are you talking about Pink Pop here, or are you talking about you need a copy of Rush Permanent Waves on vinyl? Danny said he would do 20 because of the box damage. I'll go ahead and sell it to you. Let's sell that to Danny for $20, okay? I hope I hadn't confused too many people in the last 60 seconds. Talking Heads live, The Boarding House, 1978. Talking Heads is live, $29.99. What was back here? Jane's Addiction. We have 1 left. 2 left. Live, 1986 and 1987. Orange vinyl, $24.99. Mike Massey got the Talking Heads. Next, over here, Jackie wanted Pink Pop. Okay, so she did not want a puzzle. She wanted Pink Pop. Sold for $29.99. There was only one person who bought a Rush Permanent Waves puzzle, and that was Dennis Daly. So the puzzle was still available. And now Greg Gallier also wants Pink Pop, and that is actually on pink vinyl. That is still available. That is $29.99 George Samberez. There's 1 left. Also, I have Joy Division live 1980. $33.99. Wow, another bootleg. And here's another clutch, just like the self-titled, but this is Transnational Speedway. Also remastered, also colored vinyl, and it is an autographed insert, $59.99. $59.99 on that. Okay, next is just a shrink is cut. No damage to the box. No. I said that it looked like it had a cut on the box as well. Right here. It looks like a box cutter. I mean, it's like yes and no. It looks like a hairline across the box. It's not like there's a puncture or anything. But yes, there is literally a scratch across the top of the box. So yes. And then over here, the next is Nirvana, a 1 or 2. It is a single LP. It is a single LP. Okay. And then let's go back over here. Let me open this up right quick. Okay. And then George Samberez does want Rush. Sean Fairweather on Joy Division. Fred Carnell waiting list. Tracks on Jane's Addiction. Give me 1 second. But first, right now, I'm going to show Iron Maiden, Maiden Voyage. Iron Maiden is on Lagoon colored vinyl. This is live in Holland. We have had a bunch of these. Iron Maiden, the waiting list on this, Maiden Voyage, was Boy, I got so many Iron Maiden waiting list. Maybe there's not a waiting list. I've got so many Iron Maiden waiting list. Okay, yeah, no waiting list for this. I just went ahead and ordered a bunch more. $38.99 for Maiden Voyage and Randy Travis Songs of the Season, which I think is literally a Christmas album. It is $33.99. All right, nobody bid on Kiss. It's a $75 buy it now. Nobody bid on the Beatles. It's a $30 buy it now. Next, two different puzzles are coming up right now. Then the other crate of new vinyl. Next is... let's do these and let's do these. Okay. I have these for $24.99. Looks like the same thing has happened to Pyromania. It looks like it's a victim of a box cutter, but I do have another one. So there's Pyromania, $24.99, and Megadeth piece sales. Piece sales. Those are available. Next is Kiss Details, and Scott said he'll take the Beatles for $30. Okay. Now, Kiss Alive is a 1993 OG red vinyl near mint, $75. Next thing is Shane Devers on Megadeth sold. Number on the Maiden. Number on the Maiden. The numbers. And then if you don't want the Kiss Travis, Pickle does. Let me go ahead and put up another auction. So I still got Def Leppard Pyromania puzzle. What a great puzzle. Pyromania and then Megadeth. Those are also still available. Travis says he'll take Kiss. Pickle, you were second. Surprised I didn't get bid up to like $200. Wow. 75. I guess you're wanting to know the numbers on the back. Puzzles are part of $8 unlimited shipping. Yes. It's going to cost a fortune to ship some of y'all's packages this week. Some of y'all, I'm going to charge $8 postage, and it's going to cost like $79, $120 to ship 5 boxes of stuff. We have Faces, a 2015 5 LP box set, 4 studio albums, and a compilation of B-sides. Limited to 7,500 worldwide. All disc or EX or better. Faces is a $95 start. $95 start. Puzzles are included. And then over here, what are the numbers? 75, 25, 8, 73, and 22. 75, 25, 8, 73, and 22 of 500. $38.99 on those, and then there's Randy Travis. Faces is a great looking box set there. That's mostly Rod Stewart music. Next auction is going to go up right now, and I got to get to this other crate of vinyl. Let's do the other box set here, Mastodon. Crack the Sky is an anniversary edition of Mastodon. Crack the Sky, 2024 15th anniversary deluxe edition. Gold vinyl with Blu-ray poster and magnet set sealed. Mastodon, $50 start on those. Did I miss anything else? Just one Megadeth puzzle claim? All righty. And then Jerry says he wants number 8. He says he'll take number 8. All right, number 8, so to Jerry. And then Mastodon has a bid for 50. Crate of new vinyl coming up right now. Jane's Addiction info. All right, here we go. Jane's Addiction. Live and Profane. 1986, 87. Limited edition orange vinyl. Jane's Addiction. Live in Hollywood, Los Angeles, California, November 13th, 1986. All tracks on B-side were the Arcadia Theater, Dallas, Texas, 1987, unconfirmed. Randy says he'll take one. Eden Riviera wants an Iron Maiden. What Iron Maiden is that? This is Iron Maiden, Maiden Voyage, lagoon-colored vinyl, live in Nijmegen, Holland, 1981. Numbered on the back, $38.99. Iron Maiden. Live at Concertgebouw de Vingenting, Nijmegen, Holland, April 28th, 1981. 180-gram lagoon-colored vinyl. These do not come sealed. They just come in like a 5 mil envelope flip style baggie, $38.99. What was the Megadeth? You heard me mention a jigsaw puzzle. This is a 500-piece jigsaw puzzle. Piece sales, but who's buying? It is a 500-piece puzzle for $24.99. Glenn, if you say pass, I'm going to immediately sell it to Kenny Case Jr. He just claimed it. Steve Weaver wants an Iron Maiden. Fred Cardinell says, what's the title of the Iron Maiden? This is called Iron Maiden, Maiden Voyage. It's live in Nijmegen, Holland, 1981, April 28th, 1981, 180-gram lagoon-colored vinyl, numbered on the back to 500, $38.99. Now, I think we only went through this crate one time. Glenn Casey said the album in the crate. Okay, so back here we had Megadeth Dystopia. This is new and sealed. Megadeth for $33.99. Back here, the Mastodon box has one bid for $50, final call. The 5 LP Faces box set, Rod Stewart, Ron Wood, no bid, looking for a $95 start. Next, so I'm assuming he's definitely passing on the puzzle. So that is sold to Kenny Cates Jr. Thank you, Kenny. You get the Megadeth puzzle. We've got Nirvana, Love One Another, live in Nakano Sun Plaza, Tokyo, Japan, 1992, $29.99 on Nirvana. Next is another Megadeth, Rust in Peace. Rust in Peace is $36.99. I've got 3 of those. Also, we got Rage Against the Machine, live, Universal Amphitheater, December 12th, 1993, and February 5th, 1993, and The Late Show, January 1993. That is $24.99. Opeth Damnation, a 20th Anniversary Edition, $33.99. Living Color Vivid, featuring the smash hit Cult of Personality, $29.99. Talking Heads, live, The Best of the Boarding House, San Francisco, 1978, colored vinyl, $29.99. We have Clutch, Transnational Speedway League, Anthems, Antidotes, and Undeniable Truths, remastered, limited edition, colored vinyl with artist autograph numbered insert, $59.99. Iron Maiden, Maiden Voyage, live in Nijmegen, Holland, 1981, lagoon-colored vinyl, 180-gram, live, numbered bootleg unofficial, $38.99. Randy Travis, Songs of the Season, $33.99. And Jane's Addiction, live and profane, 1986, 1987. And this is live in Los Angeles, California, 1986. Dallas, Texas, 1987, $24.99. Over here, we have, what's the price on Megadeth? Death, Not Peace. You're talking about Dystopia, $33.99. Could you go run through the box set info again? I missed the info. This is Mastodon Crack the Sky, 15th Anniversary Deluxe Edition. This is a limited edition on Go Vinyl with a Blu-ray, a poster, and a magnet set. It is sealed. It's got one bid. It's definitely about to sell for $50. And this is Faces. Faces is a 2015 5 LP set, 4 studio albums, 1 compilation of B-sides and rarities. Everything is EX or better, limited to 7,500 worldwide. A 5 LP box at a $95 start. Heck, I might bid myself. That's got some classic music on it. Chad, question. I just checked my copy of Maiden Voyage I bought a couple months ago. Same LP on clear vinyl and same hype sticker. Not numbered or mention of 500 copies. Pickle said he'll take Clutch. This is Clutch right here. That's sold to Pickle, $23.69. Oh, you said lagoon color. Maybe there's a difference. My bad. They make these on about, I would say, I've seen these available on as many as 5 different colors. So I would say there's probably some kind of difference with the color and numbering system. I don't know that for sure, but I've had a lot of different ones. Chris Sheridan on Opeth. Chris Sheridan got Opeth, and that's sold to Chris Sheridan. All right. Anybody else before I bring over the next crate of new vinyl, okay? And Charlie, if you have a request for new, yes, just message Ed and say, Ed, can you see if you can order this? And Ed and almost everybody here has access to our online databases, so they can check in and see what we can get, okay? Let's go ahead and go through that next crate of new vinyl. But yeah, so some of those Iron Maidens may have not been numbered. I just know this. If they made 500 of those on lagoon colored vinyl, I feel like I've sold 300 of them. I mean, I've had to have, because we have sold so many of those, okay? Here we go. We got Faces, sold to Guy Shard for $95. Mastodon, I think that was Michael Reed, right? That is sold to Michael Stanley for $50. Those are done. More LPs going up right now. Before I do anything else, let's introduce some new auctions and show a couple more puzzles. Next LP, we have the Beatles, the early Beatles. The Early Beatles is a 1976 Japanese pressing, no obi, near mint with insert. A Japanese Beatles, early Beatles compilation, $25 start. Love Me Do, Twist and Shout, Boys, Anna. Great comp there of early stuff. And then next is Jimi Hendrix. This is a 1997. Wow, Classic Records. Classic Records, all analog remastered, numbered with book. EX condition, a $45 start. Classic Records is an audiophile label. They are one of the few labels that ever pressed the Led Zeppelin albums on analog vinyl, a cut from the analog tapes, and those are super expensive. This is actually numbered. Jimi Hendrix Classic Records, a $45 start on that. All right, there's those, and when we're done with puzzles, which we're near the end, we'll do a big recap, and then I'll pull up the image, and we'll see what we sold out of and what we could possibly do for waiting list, okay? But right now, I've only got one of each of these. I've only got one Seventh Son, and I've only got one Appetite. And the reason all these came in at once, these have been out of stock for months. And they've been out of stock, and I had them all back ordered because people kept asking, people that's been collecting these. They've been saying, Chad, puzzles. And I'm like, we got a back order. So I went through and I basically have back ordered all of our best sellers. That's why they all showed up at once. So 007 Platinum on a maiden voyage. I'm going to give you number 25 of 100. I just pull them at random. And he also wants the Seventh Son puzzle. And we'll put Steve Weaver on a waiting list. I only had one of those. Jimi Hendrix has a bid for 50 with Steve Davis. And speaking of bootlegs made from the same label, this one's been super popular. Metallica, Hammersmith. These are numbered on Lagoon colored vinyl to 300, and I have sold a bunch of these. $38.99. $38.99. Metallica, Hammersmith, 1986. And let's look this up. Metallica and Hammersmith, there's a bunch of people. I'm going to start reading them off. How many do I have on hand? I got nine people on a waiting list. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Wow. We're going to have one extra, and this one's actually on cloudy. So, yeah, I grabbed some on a different color. See, these are on a different color. These are cloudy. I think I did have Lagoon. I will reach out to that 9th person and make sure it's okay with them. Here is the 9 people. And it looks like I'm going to have one extra. This is why waiting lists are a good thing. Because some of this stuff, we just constantly keep selling out. Constantly keep selling out. And so if you're not on a waiting list, you might not ever even get a chance to claim it live. Because it's just a constant waiting list. Constant. Just sell out, waiting list. Even when I try to order extras, by the time the waiting list fills up, they might be low stock. Jerry Rock said, did I get his puzzle claim? Jerry Rock, if it's been within the last 5 minutes, there is no comments from Jerry Rock on a puzzle. So if you can go ahead and let me know. I see it right now. Randy Klein James, he said both Megadeth puzzles, okay? I can hook you up with a Rust and Peace, and I can put you on a waiting list for the other, which was Peace Sales, okay? So the only one I have left, Jerry, is Rust and Peace, okay? I will sell you a Rust and Peace, Jerry Rock, and I will put you on a waiting list for Peace Sales, okay? Now, where was his comment at? His comment was right in there. Let me pause because I got to swap out crates again. And I got to start reading off who already got an iron Metallica. Hammersmith, which is a great track listing. I think the last time I went over this, it was like a lot of people said, yes, give me one of those. And here's those 9 people. Alan Montgomery, Fred Carnell, Howie Hisner, Buddy Cordova, Brandon Jones, Troy Schlark, Leslie Silvley, Glenn Rhodes, and Brad Waits. Alan Montgomery, Fred Carnell, Howie Hisner, Buddy Cordova, Brandon Jones, Troy Schlark, Leslie Silvley, Glenn Rhodes, and Brad Waits. And that means, Brad, if you're watching, yours is actually be on cloudy vinyl and not Lagoon. And if you're not okay with that, let me know. It's still the same thing, just a different color. Okay, then the next comment that came in was Hendricks at 50, and then Steve Weaver, waiting list for the Iron Maiden puzzle. That was Seventh Son. Details on Early Beatles. Early Beatles is a 1976 Japanese pressing with the Japanese insert, no Obi, of course. $20 start, near mint minus vinyl. Next claim is Mark Morris on that only copy I have left, which is on cloudy vinyl. That's sold to Mark Morris. I think what I've been doing is just getting any color I can for these. And I think most people have been okay with that. I'm sure some people went on a waiting list one time for cloudy and I got them lagoon. Or they was on a waiting list for lagoon and I got them cloudy. So if the color really matters, you might want to let me know if you're trying to get different colors, because I just try to get whatever I can. So that only copy is sold to Mark Morris. Now we'll start another waiting list. And if you don't want on there, you'll have to let me know, because they're going to write down Chad Saul's name. They're going to write down Matt Marco's name and Susie Breedlove's name. Also, Steve Weaver says, can you add me to the Megadeth Peace Sales waiting list? We can. And then over here, we have Beatles is at 20, and Jimi Hendrix a final call. Yeah, cloudy is, we can open them up because these aren't actually sealed. So here's cloudy's also numbered. These don't really come sealed, so we can take a peek at it. And cloudy looks very similar to lagoon. Looks like, almost like, wow, that's actually a really cool look to it. That's what cloudy looks like, okay? And this is sold to Mark Morris. Mark, that's exactly the copy you're getting. Hope you didn't mind me just showing it right then. He says he wants to play it anyway. There we go. But probably just like most collectors, they're probably going to figure out how many colors it was made on, and they're going to want all of them. I completely understand that. But yes, they're hand-colored. So Chad Sauls is first on the waiting list. He says he wants 2. And then Matt Marco. And then Susie Breedlove. And anybody else, let me know, okay? We're about to sell these. What's next? One of them have a seam split. Ah, it's Elvis. This is his debut album from Wax Time on green vinyl, $24.99. So I've got 3 copies. One of them has a seam split, though. Elvis is $24.99. That's a reissue, and it should have bonus tracks. Definitely. I think it's got Heartbreak Hotel. Wow, they've added some hits on there. So they've added hits that wasn't originally on the album. Elvis is $24.99. How many cloudy? They're numbered to 300 as well. Cloudy is also numbered to 300 as well. All right, next is these auctions. Done. Beatles sold to Todd Doors for 20. And Steve Davis, I think, on a great price on the Hendrix here for $50. Sold to Steve Davis for 50. Thank you. Classic Records. Okay? Classic Records. Let's put that away. Done. And then we got 2 copies of Roger Waters. Now, what I've done with this is there is a volume 2, but I didn't want to go ahead and get that till I made sure everybody wanted at least volume 1. Roger Waters and the Bleeding Heart Band, the Berlin Wall Rehearsals, volume 1. Mostly Pink Floyd stuff. Actually, that's essentially the Wall there, live or rehearsal, tour rehearsal. There is a volume 2 as well. So that's a 2 LP for $44.99. And there's a bunch of volume 2s in stock if anybody wants 1, and then a waiting list for 2. I just put Jimi Hendrix in the bin. Boy, I did. Thank you. Sorry. I have been all over the place tonight. Levi Hilton wants an Elvis. Kenny Case Jr. on the Megadeth Rust and Peace puzzle. Steve Weaver on the Metallica Cloudy. Make sure Cloudy waiting list. And there's Roger Waters. Now, the last 2 puzzles before we officially start a recap. That's it, isn't it? Yep, the last 2 puzzles. And they're 2 pretty dang good ones, too. Before we start official recap on the puzzles. What do we have? What do we have? I'm on a highway to hell. AC/DC, $24.99. And Iron Maiden, Somewhere in Time. Iron Maiden somewhere in time. So I've got those available. AC/DC and Iron Maiden. And then we're about to do a big recap. And I think after we go through this recap, we can sell a ton. And maybe almost sell all of them. That would be amazing. I would blow an air horn. And also, I would snap my fingers. I will even snap my fingers if y'all buy all these tonight. Okay? Over here, next is are the Roger Waters. So, the available CDs, not to my knowledge. I've never looked, though. I can check for you. And then, what's next over here? Let me go ahead and show another LP. Steel Panther, which there is a waiting list for. Steel Panther on the Prowl. Steel Panther on the Prowl. S-T-E-E-L. Steel Panther. This is Steel Heart. Steel Panther on the Autumn Betts. Autumn Betts, he was on a waiting list for Steel Panther on the Prowl. This is sold to Autumn Betts, okay? So I still got 2 of those. And we have an exchange for Melissa Bailey, okay? And so I only have 1 left. My bad. Randy Klein got a Roger Waters. And, oh, before that, we have our first puzzle claim. And the first puzzle claim was AC/DC, sold to Shane Devers. Thank you. 007 Platinum on AC/DC. And then Iron Maiden over here. That is sold to 007 Platinum. And then Danny on Sit. Sit was Somewhere in Time. And then Steve Weaver, you'll be first on a waiting list, okay? And that leaves 2 AC/DCs. Roger Waters, and yes, if you want a Volume 2, Randy Klein, do you want a Volume 2 or just a Volume 1, okay? So I've got this one and Guy Shard on a waiting list for Volume 2. You got it. And then Steve Weaver first on Iron Maiden. Next 2 in here is, this is really cool, Anthems honoring the music of Leonard Skinner. Artemis Pyle Band, excuse me, numbered with this all-star lineup doing tributes to Leonard Skinner. $36.99. Dolly's on here. Warren Hayes, Sammy Hagar, Michael Ray, Marty Rabin, Chris Jansen, Lee Bryce, Billy Ray Cyrus, Ronnie Dunn. That's Artemis Pyle. $36.99. Any maiden voyage. There is actually 1 maiden voyage left. Yes, $38.99. There's 1 left. And then this has been a big seller lately. Essentially an Ozzy Osbourne greatest hits. It's called Memoirs of a Madman. It's a 2 LP, $38.99. And Ozzy, the waiting list for Ozzy was Ryan Eaton and 42 Foxes. And I have at least 1 extra here. Ozzy is sold to Ryan Eaton and 42 Foxes, okay? This is sold and there's 2 left. And then Susie said, did I get a Steel Panther? I did not see where you claimed 1 live. So if you claimed 1 live, then I did not see 1 come through, Susie. Levi got an Elvis. We've already said that. And then, so Guy Shard, yes, you got a Roger Waters 1, and I'll give you a waiting list on 2. What's on Volume 2? I have no idea. And then, so yeah, I got you down for a Volume 1. Guy and Randy, and Guy wants a wait list for Volume 2. And then Scott Beebe gets an Ozzy, and so does Stephen Parton. And I figured we'd have a wait list for that. I think ever since the most recent concert, I've had a lot of requests for Ozzy stuff. So Edwin Riviera first on the wait list. I need to introduce a couple more auctions right quick. This next one here is 10 years minus the chain, or excuse me, minus the machine. 10 years, this is the only time this has ever been pressed to vinyl. It's a 2012 USOG. Only time pressed to vinyl worldwide. 10 years is a $45 start. Steel Panther. Let me check right quick. S-T-E-E-L Panther. There was a... there's a waiting list for Steelheart. Steely Dan. Another Steelheart. And Susie, I do not have you down for Steel Panther, but if you want 1, I'll give you 1 right now. Darren Chrisman, also on that. Randy Klein on Roger Waters. Berlin Wall Volume 2. You got it. And then next, I've got 2 copies of Pronounced Leonard Skinner. That is a standard reissue from the main label. $36.99 gatefold. Of course, there's a bunch of different versions of this. You can get the analog productions. You can get a music on vinyl. And this is actually the cheapest version that's in print. The standard gatefold single LP of Pronounced Lynyrd Skynyrd, which is a classic album. I Ain't the One, Tuesday's Gone, Gimme 3 Steps, Simple Man, Things Going On, Poison Whiskey, Mississippi Kid, and Freebird. And then over here, we have Scott Arnold Does Want That Last Maiden Voyage. That is so to Scott Arnold. I Got You Now. Okay, thank you, Scott Arnold. We sold out of Ozzy's. Edwin on the waiting list. Susie gets Steel Panther. Paul S. says, what's the Steel Panther? Steel Panther on the Prowl. $29.99. Sold out. Waiting list only. Darren Chrisman on Ozzy. 2 people on the Roger Waters waiting list. Randy Klein and Guy Shard. Matt, all 3 of your opus have come in. Ghost Reveries came in. Damnation came in. And the third one that have already come in was Last Will and Testament. All 3 of those have come in already, yes. All right, and then 10 Years has a bid for $45. Next is Metallica, Hardwired to Self-Destruct. Metallica is $29.99, and there is a waiting list on Metallica. Metallica, the waiting list on this is... we've already tagged them, I guess. Yeah. Gerald Whitworth, those already came in. So these are all 4 available. Hardwired to Self-Destruct, $29.99. And this one, if you want to blow some people's mind, I've always told the story. You show this around to some old timers, and it will blow their mind because they'll be like, holy moly, what do you have here? And I'm like, this is a Lynyrd Skynyrd Street Survivors. I've told this story before. This guy came in the store one day, and it like totally freaked him out when I told him they were still making these. He didn't believe me. He thought it was some kind of hoax or prank. And I was like, dude, you're holding it in your hand. I showed him the barcode. I showed him how they were making them again. And he's like, dude, I know Lynyrd Skynyrd forwards and backwards. They said they would never make that album again. I don't know where you're getting these or what's going on. He like freaked out. Then he bought one. He came back the next day and bought 2 or 3 more. He was just like over the top, could not believe that they were making these. And it's actually been out of stock for several months, or I would have had more out in the store. Here locally, this is what I call an instant seller. Whenever I used to get these at the flea market, I'd prop them up on my table. People would flock to your table. They would pick it up and look at it, and they'd be like, goodness gracious, how much is this? Do you know what this is? I always would try to get one, and at my flea market, I'd prop it up. It's like the best eye candy you could possibly have. The folklore behind that album, especially here, it's just like people's minds will get blown. Especially if you tell them they're making them again. They'll be like, do what? They're making that cover again? Street Survivors, $34.99. It's like the ultimate record-selling magnet. I used to put them up in the store. I'd come in, they'd be gone. I'd find an OG, we'd put it out in the store, be gone. When I found out I could order new ones, I'd buy 5 or 6. A couple of days, they'd be sold out. I'd be like, dang. It blows people's mind, though, when you tell them they're making it. You find the right old school Lynyrd Skynyrd fan. You find the old school Lynyrd Skynyrd fan that's not up to date with the vinyl market right now, and you tell them they're still making that, they will freak out on you. They will be like, do what? They're making that again? The Beatles' Greatest Hits. This is a '69 German reissue. It is in shrink wrap, a $35 start. This is a '69 German press of the Beatles' Greatest Hits. And not only that, it's a great album. So to Susie Breedlove and so to Michael Church. There's that. If I get a Street Survivor shirt, I'll attract women. Probably. You'll get some old school Lynyrd Skynyrd fans. Oh boy, I don't know if you might want to. I don't know about that. I don't know if that'll be the attraction you want. Some of them are rough. You might get stabbed. What are you doing wearing that shirt? Ah! Okay. RJ66 gets the last copy. All right, so let's start going right here with 10 years. Eli Tomlinson on $60. That's going once, going twice. The other bidder, Jeff Dedman's out. The Beatles is a $35 start. The cover is still in shrink. It has a Camelot Music price tag. The vinyl, I didn't mention anything because it's near mint minus. Wow. Beautiful German press. Beautiful German press. Okay. So while I'm recapping this crate, and before we go into another one, I'm going to start officially with a puzzle recap. And when I'm recapping these, I'm going to take them off the table so I can crate them up so I can get to them easily, okay? We got 2 big stacks over here, and that's pretty amazing. That's all that's left after what I've shown. So this stack, and let's get started right now. This is Guns N' Roses, Appetite for Destruction. Guns N' Roses, I've got one left, $24.99. Appetite for Destruction puzzle, one left, $24.99. Over here is Pantera, Vulgar Display of Power. Vulgar Display of Power, $24.99. And Guns N' Roses, Use Your Illusion 1. And Travis Woods, I thought I had 2. So put down Travis Woods. Put down Travis Woods for a waiting list for Volume 2. He bought a Volume 1 earlier. Okay, so there's those. The lore behind that album, how much is it? It's $34.99. Well, if you don't know, I guess most people don't know, so this was Lynyrd Skynyrd's last album with this lineup. It came out in '77. Probably, I'm going to say less than a week or 2 weeks after this album came out, there was a plane crash that killed at least 3 of these people on this cover, maybe 4. There was a plane crash. This album had not been out but a couple weeks. There was a plane crash. 2 of them survived, but of course, definitely the lead vocalist died, Ronnie Van Zant. And so obviously, they pulled the cover. Now, Lynyrd Skynyrd in '77 was a pretty big band, very big. So they had already made 500,000 copies. They had already ordered 500,000. So 500,000 jackets were made, and that's what I have in circulation. Or that's what they say is in circulation. Now, how many still exist? I don't know. They could be lost, damaged, whatever, but they said 500,000 covers were made, and then they repressed it. And when they repressed it, the back cover, it actually isn't that photo. It looks like that photo, but it's not. It's actually a different photo. It's just a black cover. It's just a black cover. It's the same kind of shot, but that's what happened. I think at least 3 of them died in that plane crash, and including the legendary Ronnie Van Zant there, looking very cool with his Neil Young t-shirt on, which y'all know they're beef, right? Sweet Home Alabama. Okay, but yeah, that's the story. Pretty ominous. I mean, because when they, a lot of albums, they start making them before they even, start shipping them. So they had already made 500,000 jackets. But just here locally, I would say especially in the South where Lynyrd Skynyrd was huge. I mean, they were huge worldwide, but a lot of people know the story. And I go to a lot of collections. So Paul does all the buying, but when I used to hit the road a lot, I'd go to people's collections that are not really up to date on the market. They would just collect records over the years. And some people think this is worth thousands, like they're worth thousands of dollars. They're pretty pricey, but they're not worth hundreds or thousands. It's like a $100 record. So Ronnie and Steve, there we go. Ronnie, Steve. Yeah, some of them survived the plane crash, which is wild. So, okay, there's that. There we go. All right. Ronnie, Steve Gaines, and Cassie Gaines, and the 2 pilots. There you go. Okay. So, sorry for the delay. We sold a couple puzzles there and all that. That's always an interesting backstory, though. That's sold out. If anybody wants a copy, let me know. But a lot of people think that's worth a lot of money. Beatles, 35. Street Survivors, 34. Susie wants a Guns N' Roses 2 waiting list, and she said she'll go ahead and take Volume 1. So that one's sold to Susie, and put her on a wait list with Travis for Volume 2, okay? There's that. And Pronounced Leonard Skinner's right here. That's sold to Stephen Parton. And that is sold to Stephen Parton, and there's one left. One left. So if you ever do see an OG copy of this, if you see any copy of this that looks vintage, then it's OG. There was never a reissue with this cover up until this most recent pressing. I don't think any other time it was done. I think MoFi has a pressing, and I think they used that cover. Of course, that's a pretty dang tough album to find, the MoFi pressing. I think MoFi did it. Beatles is sold for $35 with George Scher. And 10 Years is should have been sold a long time ago. Sorry for the delay. Sold to Eli Tomlinson for $60. And I wanted to go ahead and do that because my crate is full. And if I'm going to be selling more puzzles, I need to go ahead and get another empty crate here. And let's keep going through this new vinyl bin and keep showing some more puzzles, okay? So, next in here, we still got Elvis. This is his debut album, a reissue on green vinyl for $24.99. Elvis Presley, $24.99, green vinyl. One of them does have a scene split. That one's perfectly fine, though. And it has bonus tracks not on that original 1956 release. That album originally came out in 1956. Since then, it's probably had 100 different pressings. That one's not bad for a brand new one. A true OG in mono is actually quite rare in high grade. You won't see that ones too often. We got Kiss. Here's our next puzzle. Destroyer, $24.99. These are 500-piece jigsaw puzzles, manufactured in the UK, officially licensed. I still got 3 Kiss Destroyers. Also Pantera and that last Guns N' Roses. That was from the last bin. Also in here, speaking of Leonard Skinner, Artemis Pyle, honoring the music of Leonard Skinner. These are numbered to 2000 on the back, $36.99. I have 2 of those still left, and here is their debut album, Pronounced Leonard Skinner, $36.99. Tuesday's Gone with the Wind. Man, they made some great music. Next auction is the Bob Dylan album, The Times They Are Changing. A 75 US reissue. This is a reissue from 75. It does have that lyric insert, and it's a $25 start. That is up for bid. Leonard Skinner also sold to Susie. Now we're sold out of Pronounced and Street Survivors. And then we got more copies of Metallica, Hardwired to Self-Destruct. Moth into Flame, $29.99. Over here, we have Ghost Prequel. Ghost is $24.99, 500-piece puzzle. That's Ghost. I still have those for $24.99. And the last, or let's go ahead and show these last 2 over here. Yeah. Rolling Stone Some Girls. That one would be pretty fun. It does have the edited covers face. And then Kiss Dynasty. We sold 1 Dynasty. There is 1 Dynasty left. $24.99. $24.99. Okay, there's those. And Artemis Pyle was also on that plane. Yes. Leonard Skinner's always been confusing to me because their lineup just... I can remember band names, obviously selling records every night and stuff. But, man, the Skinner lineup always confused me because I think the first album is slightly different than the second. And, of course, if you talk about anything past 77, it gets really complicated with Leonard Skinner. So, there's Bob Dylan. And let me bring over these right here right quick. Yep, let me bring these over right quick. We're going to do a quick recap on this while I'm taking off the rest of the puzzles. And another auction's going to go up right now, and that is John Lennon, actually. It's called The Lost Lennon Tapes. It has a sticker that says audiophile disc. This is not listed on Discogs. This is a Westwood One Lost Lennon Tapes radio broadcast. It was scheduled for the week of 1992, February 17th. And they have demos and alternate takes of Beatles material and John Lennon solo material. That is going to go up for a $35 start. And let me get another crate to put puzzles in. So Guns N' Roses, Pantera, Kiss, Ghost, Rolling Stones, and Kiss. And then let's start working over here with this stack on the left. The most recently, AC/DC Highway to Hell. AC/DC Highway to Hell. 2 of those available for $24.99. And let me go ahead and show Pyromania. And Pyromania is $24.99. I've got a few up front, too. I've got a couple puzzles up front from the old stock that I might want to show again. But there's those. And let's go ahead and go through these LPs here one more time. This is the newest album by Bush that comes out Friday. There was a pre-order. I've already shown it. I've already tagged everybody. The new album from Bush, Coke bottle clear vinyl, $46.99. Burning Witches, not Wishes, Witches, Dance with the Devil, green vinyl, that's $36.99. Hello, Sean Holford. Megadeth, Holy Wars, Live 2000. This is $38.99. Megadeth, Holy Wars, Live in 2000, $38.99. And then KC and the Sunshine Band, this is $24.99. KC and the Sunshine Band, $24.99. Glitter ball colored vinyl, essentially a greatest hits. Scorpions Fly to the Rainbow, $34.99. This is really cool. Iron Maiden, Somewhere Back in Time, the best of Iron Maiden, 1980, 1989, 2 LP picture disc, $69.99. Import only right now. Megadeth on Danny Thomason, that is sold. And we have the Cars, Rhino Hi-Fi series, cut from the original analog master by Kevin Gray, $39.99. And Sleep Token, even in Arcadia, Sleep Token is $38.99. Overkill, the pre-order or the waitlist came in for that, Under the Influence, $33.99 on that. Ozark Mountain Daredevils, Now Hear This, $38.99. That's an indie exclusive clear vinyl. Over here we had Rush Permanent Waves, the last of that puzzle. Rush is $24.99, that's Permanent Waves. I have only one of those left, Rush Permanent Waves, $24.99. And then Motley Crue's Dr. Feelgood. Motley Crue, Dr. Feelgood, there's 3 of those for $24.99. Still got 3 Dr. Feelgood puzzles. Also in this new vinyl bin, we got Clutch, and that's the new edition that comes out Friday, the deluxe remastered audiophile edition of their debut 2 LP. Did we get some balloons earlier? Can we get some more balloons? Ah, balloons, there they are. And it has an autographed insert as well, $59.99. I've got 2 of those left. Cure, BBC Sessions. This is from the same label that had the Metallica and the Iron Maiden. They're numbered on the back. It's on Lagoon colored vinyl, which is awesome looking. $36.99. Stimpy on YouTube wants one of the Cars. Thank you. And then over here, we got William Meadows on KC and the Sunshine Band. That's the way, I like it. Nick Galetti gets that Iron Maiden, Somewhere Back in Time. Thank you. Let's make a note to order another one of those. And then here's another boot, Echo and the Bunnymen Live, 1985 Sweden. That's $29.99. Paul Brothers wants Bush and an Iron Maiden. That's the one Nick Galetti just got, right? Okay. Change that from a reminder to order one to a reminder to order Paul Brothers one. He's officially on a waiting list. And we have Elvis, 31 number hits, $38.99. 30 number 1 hits from the King. $38.99. And then Audiophile, MoFi, Van Halen Fair Warning, $134.99. And then more puzzles. We got first Nirvana's Nevermind. We sold 1. There's 1 left. $24.99 on that. Let me grab another empty crate. And there we go. Nirvana puzzle, $24.99. I have 2 of those. And then over here, I've got Queen, Greatest Hits. Kelly Vlodarchek, not Rebecca Howitt. Kelly Vlodarchek on Nirvana puzzle. MT Matt wants the Van Halen, thank you. We sold 1 earlier to George, 1 to MT Matt, and we sold out of Women and Children First, which I had a waiting list for. So if anybody wants that, let me know. Let's sell these auctions. No bid, buy it now. The Lost Linen Tapes, $35. No bid, buy it now. The times they are changing. Bob Dylan, $25. And Cinderella Long Cold Winter, $38.99. Clutch, If you don't want that deluxe edition, here's the one that's been in print for years. The Music on Vinyl single LP, $38.99. And Saxon is Unleash the Beast for $38.99. Blind Melon's $38.99. And this is Bill Evans with Jim Hall, Undercurrents, $34. That's MoFi as well. Cinderella Night Songs is $38. And Star Wars Stories, that is a limited edition 1000 hyperspace colored vinyl. The next puzzle I have is Pink Floyd, The Division Bell. Very, very cool puzzle. That is $24.99 as well. And then the two in the back, let me go ahead and just put those over here. Then I'll put them back in a second. Adam Hart Mother, another Pink Floyd. Adam Hart Mother, that's $24.99. And here's another Kiss Dynasty. I guess I didn't sell one. I guess I still got both. Or maybe I had three. Yeah, I bet I had three because I ordered Kiss in three. They're so popular. You got to hand it to Kiss. All right, so I got two Kiss Dynasties. All right. I'll put that one straight Pink Floyd down here then. Awesome. All right, there's those. Next is info on Echo. That's a live unofficial. That's live in Gothenburg, Sweden, April 24th, 1985. It's a 12-track. It is $29.99. I only have one left. And then John Bruggenstorm, do you want Cinderella Long Code? Or do you want Cinderella Night Songs? Or do you want both? There's two different Cinderellas. And then he does want a Blind Melon for sure. And Star Wars is really awesome. It's $49.99. It's a numbered Music on Vinyl press, hyperspace colored vinyl, $49.99. And so far tonight, only two unsold auctions. Bob Dylan, The Times They Are Changing, 1975, no condition notes 25 with insert. And the Westwood One John Lennon broadcast, $35 buy it now on that. Wow, the board looks so empty now. I've emptied everything. John Bruggenstorm wants Long Cold Winter. That one seemed, I sell a lot of Cinderellas, but this one always seems to outsell Night Songs. I think it's always been a little bit more slightly desirable, okay? What's next? More auctions, more everything, right? That was a great recap of new vinyl. I'm glad I did that. And I'm going to do one more. And now, all the puzzles have been gone through. We have 3 crates full of them left. We're about to do some vintage buy it now best offer. And what a night. I started so early tonight. It's 9:30. It feels like 11:30. But I didn't start till... I started at 5:15. So we've already been going for a while tonight. 4 hours and 15 minutes. Star Wars is 100% official from Music on Vinyl. Yes, definitely official. Okay? And I've got another vintage crate to do, buy it now or best offer. So y'all have seen all the new puzzles. We have sold the absolute fire out of them. And Temple should be in tomorrow. Yes. Those are in stock and they're on the way. Yep. I remember pricing that out for Ed. Alrighty. Let's recap this bin. That way, and I think by the time we're done tonight, or maybe by the video in the morning, I think all 6 crates of new vinyl will be able to fit into one. So here's what's left in here. Star Wars, Cinderella, Bill Evans, Blind Melon, Saxon, Clutch, Elvis, Echo, The Cure, Clutch, Ozark, Overkill, Sleep Token, The Car, Scorpions, KC, Burning Witches, and Bush. Get the deluxe list, your Clutch debut. It's the one you had earlier. I don't want on a wait list. Yeah, the Transnational Highway. I thought this was their debut. Is self-titled not their debut? I don't know. Honestly, as much as I've sold of Clutch, honestly don't know a lot about them. I guess it's just their self-titled. But Transnational, yeah. Anthony Riddle wants a Clutch deluxe. Thank you. Leonard, I have the one you pulled. I need another crate. Puzzle Steve, if I get them ordered tonight, they actually might be in by Friday. If they can get them shipped, they might be in by Friday. Okay, and then Leonard, I have the one you pulled. I need the other one in the crate. Okay. The only Leonard Skinner that's left in here is nothing. No Transnational is their debut. Okay, I'll put you on a waiting list for that. The Echo and the Bunnymen's a live unofficial from Sweden, 1985, $29.99. Okay, and let's put up new auctions and another crate there. I probably won't wear down puzzles anymore, even though they've been a hit. We've gone through them thoroughly twice. Maybe later tonight I'll read through what's left one more time. There's still some good ones. Oh, I know what I'm going to do. I take that back. I'm going to go show you what I have in stock up front. Let me go show you what I have in stock up front. Let me introduce our next two auctions, or actually our next auction, and then I got to get back into our sealed stuff. We've actually already sold all of tonight's auctions. We have a 1968 US OG BB King compilation. It's called From the Beginning, and this is going to be a $20 start. $20 start. 1968 US OG BB King From the Beginning. That's going to go up for bid. Let me show you the puzzles that have been old stock over here. Not old stock, but they've just been up front for the longest. And actually, none of these have been shown tonight. So I take that back. We got a few more new ones here. None of these have been shown tonight. And the first one I have here, we actually have two of them. We've been talking about them a lot. Leonard Skinnard. That is pronounced. I have two of them. Leonard Skinnard is $24.99. I have two of those. Leonard Skinnard, pronounced Leonard Skinnard. Boy, I hope I can get more of these. Blizzard of Oz, Ozzy. Ozzy puzzle. These are 500-piece puzzles. Metallica, Kill 'Em All. Metallica, Kill 'Em All. I'll pause right there right quick. Let's go ahead and read through these one more time very quickly. Megadeth Dystopia. Megadeth Dystopia is $33.99. Nirvana, Love One Another. Live in Tokyo, 1992, colored vinyl. Nirvana is $29.99. Megadeth Rust in Peace. That's the only Megadeth album I have left in stock, except for Dystopia. I just spoke too soon, didn't I? Dystopia. And then Rust in Peace, $36.99. 007 Platinum on Metallica, Kill 'Em All. Thank you. Still got Leonard Skinnard and Ozzy. I have Rage Against the Machine Live, $24.99. Opeth Damnation's $33. And the Rage Against the Machine is live, $93, $93, $93. All 93 different venues. And then Living Color Vivid's $29.99. Cult of Personality. Talking Heads Live, 1978. That's $29. Randy Travis Songs of the Season. That's $33. Jane's Addiction Live, 86 and 87. Orange Vinyl, $24. Elvis Presley Self-Titled, $24. Green Vinyl. Artemis Pyle Tribute is $36. And Metallica Hardwired is $29. John Bergenstorm on The Rage Live. Sold. And then Steve Weaver on Kill 'Em All. If that's the puzzle, you'll be on a waiting list. I'll take whatever Saxon you have. That was over here in the previous bin, right? So you want a Saxon Unleash. And then we got a waiting list for the Dogs of War if you want on that. We got a waiting list for the Dogs of War if you want on that, okay? And then the next puzzles are Queen, Day at the Races, Queen puzzle. I got another Queen puzzle, Live Killers. It's got some tears in the shrink, though. There is tears in the shrink. And another Queen, A Night at the Opera, their classic album. Also have a Killing Joke puzzle. This one's kind of bizarre. Killing Joke, Empire Song. Also Nightwish, Human Nature. Nightwish, Human Nature puzzle. And then the last two are Elvis Presley. That's pretty cool. And we have Rock and Roll Over. And we sold out of those tonight. Rock and Roll Over. That's what I have in puzzles. Okay. And BB King is a buy it now for $20. Anybody else on anything in here? Okay. Steve Weaver wants on the wait list for Dogs of War. Wait list for Kill 'Em All puzzle. And Metallica, Artemis Pyle, Elvis, Jane's Addiction, Randy Travis. Talking Heads is not unofficial. No, or not Record Store Day. This is an unofficial release. Live 1978. Susie wants the LP behind Metallica. Artemis Pyle. Aha. She wants this one. That's so does Susie Breedlove. Chris Sheridan wants the Queen Day at the Night at the Opera. Okay? That's so does Chris Sheridan. Thank you. Boy, that's going to be a hard puzzle. All this right in here. This white in here. Trying to match up all those. If you're actually going to put it together. a lot of the people I've sold the Iron Maidens to, they're just like, man, I'm just an Iron Maiden collector. I got to have anything, you know, Iron Maiden. So they might get opened, or some people might be like, Chad, I need one to keep sealed and one to open. And I would love to sell y'all double up on the posters or the puzzles. Let's do some vintage buy it now best offer. Okay? And I'm actually going to have to dig around to find some auctions. We have sold everything. There's only 3 no bids, B.B. King, Dylan, and John Lennon. And if y'all want to make offers, that's it. We have sold every tagged auction, probably because I started them an hour earlier than I normally do. And now we're about to go through a vintage crate of buy it now best offer. This should be very interesting. Let's get started. And don't know if I've ever looked at these. Okay. So, let's jump over here to these sealed crates then. It's not like I don't have stuff over here laying around I can put up for auction. Or I could just go to last night's stuff that we sold and pull it out and sell it again and apologize to the people who bought it last night that I accidentally resold it. That would be a disaster. It is all actually crated up here right. All of last night's stuff that sold is actually crated up right over here behind me. So, hey, here we go. We'll have some fun with these. This is sealed Metallica. And we'll probably have to bundle some of this together. It'll be bizarre lots, but it's the only way we probably are ever going to be able to move these. So, but you might be able to catch a deal on a couple of these. We'll start with this one. And here we go. Some of these I think are worthy of auctions individually, and then some of them we'll bundle together, okay? Talking Heads is a single LP. Everybody still with me? Let me do one little quick redo over here. Has everybody hit the like button on Facebook? Has everybody let me know where you're watching from tonight? We might need to go ahead and introduce these auctions. I think I'm going to step up front in just a second and get a monster. One second, please. All right, so this is sealed Joe Jackson. I'm the man. Joe Jackson is sealed, an original club copy for a $10 start. And we have the Guess Who, Bachman, Cummins, Cale, Peterson, the Kings. The Kings are here. And the soundtrack to Kent State with Grace Leak, Richie Havens, John Sebastian. So, Joe Jackson sealed, $10 start. These 3 sealed, $10 start together. If you want to bid on this, put Joe Jackson or JJ. If you want to bid on these, put sealed or S or SEA, something for sealed. 3 sealed records here, $10 start, and Joe Jackson, a $10 start by itself. Everything in this crate is now buy it now or best offer. So right now, it is 18 minutes till 10. The feed tonight's going to end at 1:15. I'm probably going to do about another hour or an hour and a half of vinyl. Last crate of new arrivals, unless Laura's marking something perhaps. I really don't know. She might can keep us updated back there. But we've got this crate to do. We got vintage to do. Discounts. And then we're going to do CDs, okay? Next is this. Walt Disney's Mickey Mouse Club. Walt Disney is $34.99. This is $34.99. Everything in here is buy it now, best offer. Deep Purple Machine Head. Burbank label, $34.99 on Deep Purple Machine Head. $34.99. The sealed records have bids for 10 and now 15. And then Rebecca wants the live cure from one of the previous crates. You got it. Let's pull this out for Rebecca. I have now 2 copies of that left if anybody else wants one. The cure is sold to Rebecca. Okay. And then Laura says, I'm working on metal auction tomorrow, so I use all that metal markers me Laura crates. There we go. All right. So she's already working on metal stuff. CDs are $6.99. Reflections. They actually should be $14.99 each, the ones we were selling last night. Reflections. Marmalade. Reflections of My Life, $29.99. Walt Disney's Peter Pan, $19.99. Storybook and record. Over here, The Great Muppet Caper, $26.99. The Great Muppet Caper. Blood, Sweat, and Tears is $14.99. Also, this looks familiar. Adam Again in A New World of Mine. 1986 Howard Finster cover. Yes, John was talking about this. He said, Talking Heads. I think he told me, he said REM the other day. He was telling me about this. I think he meant Talking Heads. He's like, it looks just like a Talking Heads cover. $39.99. All right. So we have that sold. And then we got Kelly Vloddercheck on Peter Pan and the Muppets. Those are both sold to Kelly Vloddercheck, Peter Pan and the Muppets. Next is over here is, here's Jonathan Winters, $12.99. Also, Gary Mulligan Paris concert. Gary Mulligan is $19.99. Laura Nero Nested, a 1978 white label promo. That is $19.99. And Robin and the Seven Hoods. Robin and the Seven Hoods is Frank Sinatra, Dean Martin, Bing Crosby, and Sammy Davis Jr. Wow, that's a cool cover. $14.99 on that. Adam for $30. Dwayne Caldwell. That was right back here. Adam Again in A New World. Go ahead and sell that to Wayne for $10. For $30. Redo. Make sure that goes in for $30 to Dwayne Caldwell. These 3 sealed records are sold to Glenn Kesey for $15. Thank you. And nobody bid on sealed J. Golly, I do need to go get a monster. Holy moly. Laura, I don't know what happened to your white monsters. You'll have to take that up with Consumer Affairs, which will be, well, I guess, I tell you what, we'll get my mom investigating, okay? She'll get to the bottom of it, I promise. Joe Jackson, $10. Condition of Marmalade is $29.99. That is the price, Chad. See, I'm really messed up right now. This is in EX condition. I would say EX or better condition. George Jones got Bing Crosby. George Sambarez was next. Do they have a Master of Puppets puzzle? They do. Glenn Kesey got those 3 sealed records for $15. Yes. Joe Jackson's a $10 buy it now. Holy moly. Okay, let me try to show a few more records. Wes Montgomery, Willow Weep for Me. Wes Montgomery, $19.99. And we have Laura. Wow. Almost said Laura Nero. 40. I've never seen this Laura Nero album before. Laura Nero live at the bottom line. $44.99. We'll get my mom investigating. This sounds like a Nancy Drew book. The Mystery of Laura's White Monsters. $44.99 for that Laura Nero. Oh my gosh, it's the Pied Piper. That is $9.99. Goodness gracious. Pied Piper, $9.99. And George Sambarez on Wes Montgomery. That's so to George Sambarez. The Alarm Declaration, $24.99. And the best of Herbie Hancock. That's in shrink, a 2LP, $34.99. I will say this. I stopped by the gas station today because I left early. I went ahead and bought 3 more monsters because I went up front to the fridge and I thought I had like 9 or 12 in there. And last night there was like 2. And I was like, I had time, so I was like, yeah, let me go ahead and stop and get some right now. We got somebody around here sucking down some monsters during the day without authorization. And I will get to the bottom of this. Okay, because this is serious business. Monster consumption. All right, we got 3 more sealed records. So we're going to sell them together. David Cassidy, Jackie DeShannon, and Mason Prophet. They're all sealed. Unopened records. Sealed, $10 start. Next. Wow, Billy Joe, Cold Spring Harbor. It is a early 80s pressing, so it's a reissue, but that's always been tough to get any kind of vintage copy. $24.99 on that. Chris Christopherson, Border Lord. Chris Christopherson is $14.99. And Van Morrison, TB Sheets. Van Morrison is $34.99 clean on Bang label. Dwayne has the 3 sealed records for $10. I mean, how can you go wrong? How can you go wrong? It's got to be April. No, April is on an airplane right now. She's heading back from New York. All right. Over here, we got James Gang Rides Again. $19.99, Funk 49. George Jones on the Van Morrison. Sold. Autumn Bets on Billy Joel. Sealed is now at 11. And Willie Nelson Stardust. Willie's $14.99. And Steve Winwood, that is $19.99. In shrink wrap of Hot, Hank Williams Jr.'s Greatest Hits, $24.99. The London Chuck Berry Sessions, $29.99. Deep Purple Burn, Deep Purple, $29.99. Clean copy, second label, Best of BG's, $19.99. And BG's Take Hold of That Star, $9.99. Josie Sinkbell out on the 3 sealed. Dwayne has it for $12. Next auction. Actually, what else is over here? Is that sealed? Wow. Oh, I know where some 45s are up front, maybe. Some picture sleeves, maybe. First, let me go ahead and show Brer Rabbit. Wow. $39.99. That's another one I don't see as often. Disney Strikes Again. So let's see how fast Kelly claims that. That is Hank Williams Jr. And that was for that to pop, after I showed that, for that to pop up on my screen was less than 2 seconds. And that is sold to Kelly Vlodarchik. That took less than 2 seconds. Hank Williams Jr. is sold over here to William Meadows. If it's Seth, I may sell him at the trunk of his pharmacy. Laura, great job blaming Seth for something, because if something goes wrong here, we've got to blame Seth. Okay? We got to blame Seth. Otherwise, what's the point, you know? Let's see over here. Sealed at 13. Okay, and then, whoa, Pete's Dragon. $19.99, Walt Disney. We have Oh, What a Woman, Jerry Reed. We have in shrink wrap for $14.99. We have On Golden Pond, $19.99. Wow, Pete's Dragon. That took less than 2 seconds. That took less than 2 seconds. Sold less. Captain Kangaroo, 1962, $24.99. Over here, we got David Rose, the stripper. Take it easy there, $19.99. So where are we on these sealed records? Josie Sinkbell has these for $13. It was a bid with Dwayne 10, Josie 10, Josie 11, Dwayne 12, Josie 13, George 13. Josie has them for $13 right now. 007 Platinum. 007 Platinum on Jerry Reed. And then George Jones second on Jerry Reed. And George Jones put Cap. And that's for folks, Captain Kangaroo. Herbie Hancock. Future Shock for Herbie Hancock. $29.99. John Wayne, America, Why I Love Her. Folks, this is a true patriot right here. $19.99 for John Wayne. How to Belly Dance. $19.99, and you will have the best belly dancing skills of anyone of your house. What do we have here? A musical souvenir of America Parade, Walt Disney. Wow, I've never seen that before. sold at Disneyland with an original Disneyland price tag. Holy moly. Wow, never seen that one before. Sold to Kelly Vloderchek, 2 seconds, gone. Y'all better be fast tonight. Rolling Stones. That's a beautiful copy of Between the Buttons. Can y'all see this? $34.99, sparkling. The sealed lots at $15, everybody else is out. Autumn is going to get into belly dancing. Congratulations. The Bellamy Brothers Greatest Hits. This is $9.99. Also, Donna Summer, I remember yesterday. Donna Summer is $9.99. Cat Stevens. This is Footsteps in the Dark, Greatest Hits Volume 2, which is one of the few ways you can get the song. If you want to sing out, sing out. If you want to be free, be free. It does have cover damage. That is $12.99. Also, Van Morrison Common One, $34.99. This is The Greatest, Count Basie Plays, $19.99. And Tony Basil, Word of Mouth, Mickey, You're So Fine. Mickey is $24.99. Uriah Heep, Demons and Wizards, no condition notes. Roger Dean Artwork, $19.99. Hank Williams Jr. Live, $24.99. And Take 6, Do Be Do Wop Bop, $14.99 for Take 6. Looks like something Donna Turner will be all over. So VM is sold to George Jones. That's Van Morrison. Rebecca Howard on Uriah Heep. Melanie Jennings on Cat Stevens. And I'm telling you, that's the only way, as far as a vintage record, you can get that album, except if you get the Harold and Maude soundtrack. I get asked about that all the time because people are looking for that song and they're like, Chad, I can't find that on any of Cat Stevens' albums. It's not on any of his albums. It's just on that soundtrack and Greatest Hits. If you want to sing out, sing out. Donna Summer is sold for $7 to Melanie Jennings. Denise, you're going to get Marmalade for $22. And then we have Ron Burns on Count Basie. Sold. I feel like I missed somebody. Danny, did I pull your BB? Danny BB. Danny's BB was Bellamy Brothers. Sold to Danny. And then Webster Vance on Take 6. And that is sold to Webster. There we go. Thank you, Webster. And then these 3 sealed records are sold to Tracy Songer for $15. Done. That was a great crate of vintage best offer. And there's more on the way. But I was going to wait till I concluded that crate to step up front and get a Monster Energy drink. But before I do that, I'm going to go ahead and put up sealed records. I've got 2 crates over here of sealed records. All right. And what we're doing is basically taking 3 records and putting them up for a $10 start. I think I've done most of the ones I want to do individually. If I find more, I'll do it. And then here is Bang the Drum Slowly soundtrack. That's a Robert De Niro movie. Jesse Winchester, A Touch of the Rainy Side, and Eric Mercury, Give Me a Call Sometime. Those 3 sealed records, including Jesse Winchester, Bang the Drum Slowly, and Eric Mercury, $10 start. The Rolling Stones, and we will read through these again. This is a best offer crate. That's Between the Buttons, $34.99. Let me step up front. And while I'm doing that, everybody can let me know where you're watching from officially. I kind of hinted at it earlier. Also, I got this Barron Cross to put up. John actually had this tagged for me to put for auction. He handed it to me. He said, man, you might want to put this up for auction. And we got Barron Cross, Rock for the King. Now, it's just this one little slip here. And then it's a 12-inch single, Rock for the King. Rock for the King, and it's got a promo. It's got documents with it. It's got promotional documents with it for about Barron Cross from the label. And then an insert about Petra Live. So a lot of Christian metal stuff here. It's got promo documents, Near Mint vinyl, and it just comes with that paper insert. $15 start. $15 start. Yeah, this is a best offer crate. Danny said he would give $18 on Hank Jr. Live. Sold. Let's go ahead and tag that before I officially walk away. So sealed is a $10 start, and Barron Cross, Rock for the King, a $15 start. Okay, now let me step up front and get a Monster Energy drink. Maybe even a slice of bread and peanut butter. But thank y'all for tuning in tonight. Fantastic turnout. We've sold a lot of puzzles, which have definitely filled up some crates, but we're like on our 20th crate tonight so far. Not really. What are we on? It's a lot, though. See, there was 12, 13th crate. Give me 1 second, please. All right. Let's see. What do I have over here? Now I got Cat Stevens stuck in my head. Anybody ever had a fresh slice of bread and peanut butter? It's hard to beat. But I know when my brain starts checking out, this show cannot continue unless a snack is involved. Otherwise, things get a little sloppy. And we don't want that to happen. I was making some bumbling mistakes earlier. I might have found a box of 45s up here, though. I'm going to slap a couple of this, slather a couple pieces of bread here with some peanut butter, though. This is what I wake up every morning thinking about. Selling records and eating peanut butter. I don't know what y'all do throughout the day, but I don't know what's on the minds of most Americans every morning, but me, it's peanut butter and selling records. That's all I want in life. Someone's like, Chad, what would make you happy in life? My answer would unequivocally be eating peanut butter with bread and apples and selling records. That's all I want. Just give me that and I'll be happy. Give me some peanut butter, a fresh loaf of Publix bread, a big jar of peanut butter, a live stream, and a crate of records. And now we're talking. That's all I need. Simple man, peanut butter, bread, and records. Maybe occasionally a chocolate pie, meatloaf, mashed potatoes, macaroni and cheese. Occasionally, some of those other things I just mentioned. I've got to do some bill paying tonight. My creditors are going to come after me. I don't have any creditors, luckily. My accountant, I hadn't paid him. That's not good. Okay. I'm going to officially mute my mic now. I'm still here. I'm just currently re-energizing for this last 3-hour blitz. Just don't go anywhere. I'm re-energizing for this 3-hour blitz, so I hope y'all are ready. Okay. Sorry for any delays. We're good to go. So we got about an hour. The stream tonight's going to end at 1:15. So we got about 3 hours of a blitz of on sale vintage, buy it now best offer, anything we can show, miscellaneous, and then we'll do a good solid hour, hour and a half of CDs. So that means if we got 3 hours, half of that's going to be vinyl. We'll spend the other half doing our CD blitz because we got some great ones coming up. When I walked away, we had just put up 3 more sealed records. We sold Danny Hank Jr. for $18. We got viewers in Illinois, Michigan, South Carolina, Kansas, Louisiana, the Poconos, San Antonio, New York. Baron Cross is a $15 start. Hank is already sold. Georgia, California, Kentucky, Puerto Rico, Pennsylvania. Did I get Donna Summer? Yes. Thanks everybody for sharing their location. That's always cool to see. And Baron Cross is a $15 start. Let's look at it again. It's called Rock for the King. It's a 12-inch single. It's essentially just this insert paper, no really cover. The disc is near mint, and it has a packet of promotional documents. We're looking for a $15 start. And then we got 3 sealed records here. Jesse Winchester, Bang the Drum Solo soundtrack, and Eric Mercury. I'm looking for a $10 start on those. No bid yet. Okay? And then Baron Cross has 2 $15 bids. Let's read through these. Buy it now, best offer. One more time. Rolling Stones, Between the Buttons, $34.99. Let's Spend the Night Together. That's clean. It's available. Really nice copy, actually. Walt Disney Mickey Mouse Club. That's $34.99. Deep Purple Machine Heads, $34.99. Smoke on the Water and Fire in the Sky. Blood, Sweat, and Tears is $14.99. Here's Jonathan. Jonathan Winters is $12.99. Gary Mulligan Paris concert, that's $19.99. And Rebecca claimed Mickey earlier, and now she claimed it again. I must have missed that the first time. That's sold to Kelly Vlodarchek. I was about to say, that's the only Disney you didn't get. Laura Nero, Nested, $19.99. Jerry Rock, sorry, I'm not ignoring you. I just realized I didn't answer your question. Jerry Rock, puzzles, if everything goes as planned, puzzles will be in by Friday, okay? They'll be in by Friday. Kelly, did I say Rebecca again? Oh my gosh. Kelly Vlodarchek got Mickey Mouse. I hope I did say that. Kelly Vlodarchek on Mickey Mouse. All right. Laura Nero, live 2LP, $44.99. We're about to go through probably half off bins. The Pied Piper is $9.99. And dang it, I left those 45s up front. Let me go try to grab them right quick. We'll finish this crate. The Alarm, They're looking very 80s there. The Alarm Declaration is $24.99. Herbie Hancock. Somebody might have even asked about this earlier and I didn't answer them. This is called The Best of Herbie Hancock. It's a 2 LP Blue Note compilation. Beautiful and shrink wrap. A 2 LP for $34.99. Kind of surprised that's still there. Chris Christopherson's still available, and this feels like a foreign copy. It is. It's a German press. Beautiful. $14.99. Baron Cross is sold to Dwayne Caldwell for $20. That is actually exactly what John had it stickered for. So let me get that packaged up for you. And those 3 sealed records can be bought for $10. Those 3 records can be bought for $10, okay? So if anybody does want those 3 sealed records, just $15 for 3 sealed records. I'm telling y'all, there's going to be deals on some of these to be had. Some of these sealed records. I mean, open them up. Take off the shrink wrap. Put them in new sleeves. They're going to be mint records if it's something you want to listen to. Rebecca Howitt. This time I got that for sure. Rebecca on the Alarm. Randy, you were next. So these 3 sealed records. What if I do this? I was asking 10 for Joe Jackson. What if I say 15 and now 4 sealed records? Now 4 sealed records for $15. We'll put those there. I might have a few books to show too. James Gang Rides Again with that great song, Funk 49 and The Bomber, $19.99. We have Willie Nelson Stardust. I was going to make sure it wasn't autographed there. That'd be sweet, but it's not. Willie Nelson, $14.99. Steve Winwood, Shrink and Hop, $19.99. London Chuck Berry Session, $29.99. Deep Purple Burns, $29. Best of Bee Gees is $19.99. Bee Gees again for $9.99. On Golden Pond, $19.99. On Golden Pond. David Rose, the Stripper, is $19.99. Herbie Hancock is $29.99. John Wayne, America, Why I Love Her, $19.99. And Tony Basil, Word of Mouth, Mickey, You're So Fine, $24.99. All right, let me step right up here and grab that other crate. And it's time for, or not other crate, this other, we might can do this crate for $6.99, but there's a lot we can do. We got a lot of time, so this is what happens when you start early. You have a lot of time to spare. I don't even know what to do with all this time. I think this is a pretty cool box of 45s, though, that we had ran across. They got moved up front, but I think they're all like 80s picture sleeves. So I'll tell you one way we're about to find out. We're about to find out by finding out. I got magazine lots I can do. We can sell all kinds of stuff. Yeah, here we go. Oh, man, yeah. Billy Squier, Madonna. Might start to get pretty interesting here. Here we go. Nice, Quiet Right, In Excess. Here we go. Haven't had anything like these in a while. Orion Mustaine on Future Shock. That sold to Ryan Mustaine. And right after that, somebody made an offer. How much is John Wayne? America, Why I Love Her, $19.99. Now, this crate is really full. And counting puzzle claims, that was the 12th full crate tonight. Wow. Maybe we can fill up about 4 more and do 16. That'd be amazing. Okay. Anybody else? Both Laura Nero 45. Sold. Samuel Kopich. John Wayne sold to 007 for 15. Anybody else want to make an offer? First auction is Madonna. This is Express Yourself. Very nice vinyl in the picture sleeve. Madonna is a $7 start. Next is Whitesnake. Is This Love? Wow. Whitesnake, $7 start. Whitesnake and Madonna, $7 start. Those are now up for auction. $7 start, $7 start. Let's decorate the back a little bit with a couple puzzles. Couple puzzles back here, decorate the back. I do have Pink Floyd Division Bell. There's option number 1. And I do have Kiss Dynasty. Those are $24.99 each. And yeah, those are puzzles, folks. Those are puzzles. Those are 7-inch singles, $7 starts. All right, there's that. Let's put this right here behind me. Actually, I'll condense it here with some other new vinyl from yesterday. Nice. All right, what we're going to do now is we're going to show a crate here. I think, yeah, so I have 2 crates. We're pretty sure it all came from Fred Goodwin that has never been shown before. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's all Fred Goodwin stuff. And what I've been doing, because we've got to nearly, but not the end yet, of Fred Goodwin stuff. And it's kind of like an on-sale crate. And I think I can get a lot of these sold by doing them. Let me take one more peek in them before I speak too soon. Yeah, let's do it. These are all just going to be $6.99, okay? There's going to be some great deals, okay? I mean, great deals in here. But I've got 2 crates, and I think there is more Fred stuff in the back, but at this point, we've had it so much of it for so long. That's what we're going to do here, okay? So we got White Snake at 9. We have an offer on Tony Basil for 15. Let's go ahead and sell that. Hey, don't ever hesitate to make an offer. I'm here to sell records, especially this time of night. That is sold for $15 to Edward Rock. Thank you. Everything in this crate is $6.99. All right? Joe Cocker, self-titled, no condition notes on anything in here. Howard Jones, Things Can Only Get Better. It's a 4-track EP, $6.99. Peter, Paul, and Mary, album 1700, $6.99. Same price for Melanie, self-titled. Melanie, $6.99. Rebecca Howard on Howard Jones. This would have been grabbed up quickly if we would have posted this in the group. Verities and Balderdash, Cats in the Cradle. Cats in the Cradles on there, $6.99. Top Hits of the 60s, Volume 1, a realistic promo, also $6.99. George Jones on JC for Joe Cocker, sold. Also, we have Harry. Harry is sold to Kelly Vlodarchek. William Meadows, second on Howard Jones. Ramniak, third. Chicago, this is Greatest Hits, Volume 2, just $6.99 on Chicago. Josie, fourth. Second on Harry Chapin. Chubby Checker, Limbo Party, in shrink wrap, just $6.99. Nat King Cole, Unforgettable, same price. Also, Sergeant Barry Sadler and the Green Berets sings the A-Team. Sergeant Barry Sadler, folks. We got Josie Sinkbelt on Chicago, sold. We got over here White Snake, just one bid. Lisa Torrio, sold for $9. Nobody bid on Madonna. Madonna's a $7 buy it now. Also, $6.99 is the Shirelles Greatest Hits. That is $6.99. Next is Josie Sinkbell on Chubby Checker. Also $6.99. And now Rebecca Howard on Sergeant Barry Sadler. That's sold for $6.99. Josie Sinkbell on Nat King Cole. That's sold for $6.99. Same price here for this. The Bee Gees Bonanza, the Early Years, Volume 2, 1980 Pickwick. 2 LP, $6.99. Same price for another Harry Belafonte, or that's actually the first one. My Lord, What a Beautiful Morning. Journeys to Glory, Spandau Ballet. Wow. Spandau Ballet, that's going to be one of the steals of the crate there. Jefferson Starship Spitfire, that's $6.99. And now that's what I call Music 6. Whoa. How much is that? You heard me right, just $6.99. Josie Sinkvale on the Bee Gees. That's sold for $6.99. We got Spandau Ballet. That is sold to Rebecca Howitt. Kelly Vlodarchek first on Now. Rebecca Howitt second. Dustin on AN. And if that's something still available, let me know. That's Span. You were second. Jerry Rock first on Starship. We also have Little Richard in shrink. That's $6.99. Same price for Doc and Merle Watson. Then and Now. Doc and Merle Watson, $6.99. The Flying Platters, that's now $6.99 on Mercury. And Weather Report Black Market. Wow, great deals in here. It's like a instant discount crate. What have I done with that stack of 45s? Oh, right here. That one's sold. Okay. So next is Survivor. I almost said Eye on the Sky. How about Eye of the Tiger? A white label promo with the picture sleeve, $7 star, and Viva La Rock, Adam Ant. That's a $7 star. So those are now up for bid, 7 and 7. Steve Biddlecombe got the Shirelles. He got that for $6.99. Joe Sontag on LR. And LR was Little Richard, so did Joe Sontag. And then Steve Biddlecombe on the Flying Platters. Eye of the Tiger. Keep wanting to say Eye in the Sky. Eye of the Tiger has a bid for 7. Ryan Mustaine on Weather Report. Adam has a bid also for 7. Diego Sagan on Weather Report. These are two 80s picture sleeves here. $7 starts. Steve Warner's Greatest Hits. That's just $6.99. By the way, Survivor has a little bit of a wrinkled corner here, but it is a nice white label promo. The sleeve is marked promo too. The Best of Conway Twitty. That's a 2 LP for $6.99. Emmylou Harris, Roses in the Snow. Also, another Harry Belafonte. Everything in here is $6.99, and it's all non-condition. No check condition notes. And if you're new, that means the vinyl's been graded EX Plus or better. Frank Sinatra, that's $6.99. Josie Sink Bell on Conway Twitty. That's sold to Josie Sink Bell. Right behind that is Olivia Newton-John, Totally Hot. And we have The Best of the Impressions. That's now $6.99. And Portrait of Sammy Davis Jr. Portrait of Sammy Davis Jr., $6.99. Josie also got Frank. William Meadows second on Conway. Survivor has a new bid for 10. And then Ron Burns on Emmylou Harris. That's so to Ron Burns. Adam Ant still with just that one bid. David Smith, $7. No, Rebecca came in first. So Rebecca bid 7. David, you tied her. And now Survivor is at 10 with 007. And Kelly says she's out. And then Alonzo Breezy on O. And that's for Alonzo. That is Alonzo Breezy Brimstone Jr. right on Twitch, right? A.L. Breezy. It has to be. I only know one Breezy, and that's Alonzo. He got Olivia Newton-John. Over here, we got The Best of Peter, Paul, and Mary. Puff, the Magic Dragon. George Burleson on Doc and Merle Watson. Surprised more people didn't claim that. Adam Ant now has a bid for 10. Dean Martin's Greatest Hits 2 in shrink. Dean Martin is $6.99. Mr. Dino. Denise Williams, and that's called Nisi or Nicey. Nisi? Denise? Nisi? That's $6.99, probably Nisi. And then Josie Sink Bell on Sammy Davis Jr. So to Josie. Rebecca's backing on Adam Ant at 11. And Eye of the Tiger is sold to Platinum 007 for $10. Yep. All right. Next auction over here is going to be, let's shuffle these up a little bit. I think some of the ones I want to get to is on the bottom. Yeah, here we go. We got Bananarama, Venus. Venus is very nice. In the picture sleeve, $7 start on that. Next is Lionel Richie Can't Slow Down, featuring All Night Long. Hello, is it me you're looking for? Also, The Magic of Judy Garland, that's $6.99. Adam Ant's now at 12. Super Oldies of the 50s, Volume 2, a 2 LP. That is $6.99. The Rascal Search of Nearness, that is $6.99. And this is Fats Domino, $6.99. That's actually on the nice Imperial label. Very clean for $6.99. Josie Sink Bell on Lionel Richie, sold. We got Rebecca Howard on Judy. Bananarama has an opening bid of 9. And then Adam Ant's at 12. Adam Ant at 13. And Josie Sink Bell on Fats. Boy, that was a fun crate. Let's read what's left one more time. And then I have another one just like that. And we've had a backlog of these over here forever. I've been posting some in the group. It's just taken me forever to finally get to them because we always have so much other stuff to do, or I immediately jump into other half-off stuff. So Steve next on Fats and Joe Sontag third. So here's all that's left. And Bananarama just has that one bid for 9, and now Adam Ant's at 15. First is Peter, Paul, and Mary, album 1700, and that is on the original mono gold Warner Brothers label, beautiful condition, $6.99 for Peter, Paul, and Mary. Melanie, that's her self-titled album, gatefold jacket, a little bit of cover wear, nice original Buddha label, no condition notes on that. These are all $6.99. Top Hits of the 60s, Volume 1. Also $6.99. That has Brian Hyland, Itsy Bitsy Teeny Weeny, Yellow Polka Dot Bikini, Ruby and the Romantics, The Kingsmen, Louie on here, The Angels, Bobby Vinton, The Birds, To Everything, Turn. That's Top Hits of the 60s, Volume 1. Adam Ant's at 16. And we got 2 different versions of Harry Belafonte, My Lord, What a Morning. And that one is $6.99. And we'll go ahead and jump up here to this one, which is also $6.99. This is LSP 2022. This is also LSP 2022. I think this is a mono copy, and this is a living stereo. You can have mono or you can have living stereo. Your choice. $6.99. They're both exceptionally nice. Steve Warner's Greatest Hits, that's $6.99. The Best of the Impressions, that includes Curtis Mayfield, $6.99 on that, which is actually a big discount based on the sticker. The Best of Peter, Paul, and Mary, that's $6.99. William Meadows gets the 60s comp. And we have Dean Martin's Greatest Hits Volume 2, $6.99 there. Denise Williams, same price. And the last two was this 2 LP set of Super Oldies of the 50s. Flamingos, Frankie Lyman and the Teenagers is on here. The Monotones, the Shirelles, Little Richard, Richie Valens doing La Bamba, that's a good one. And the Rascals, Search and Nearness. The Rascals, $6.99. Crazy experience with La Bamba. First time I went to Vegas, we got in our Uber, and he was playing Richie Valens' La Bamba, and we were driving down the main strip, and it just seemed like the most Vegas thing ever. Going through Vegas for the first time on the strip, and La Bamba's playing, it just like, I felt like I was in a movie or something. Bananarama is sold to Lisa Torrio for $9. And Adamant is sold to David Smith for $18. Next is Quiet Right, Mama, We're All Crazy Now, and that is a $7 start. That is very clean and nice. And then Dirty Dancing, I've Had the Time of My Life, and that's also a $7 start on that. That is now up for bid. Okay. And then JetBlue 004 wants the Harry Belafonte mono, okay? And then that is Amanda Darby, right? JetBlue. I'll just say your handle. I kind of forgot. Y'all have really tapped into my Dunbar's number lately with these handles. Harry Belafonte is sold, and Darren Chrisman wants Super Oldies. All right. Let me take a drink of Monster, and let's go through that other crate. Okay? Nope, it's Janet Gray. Yeah, I just been saying a lot of y'all's handles. Sometimes I try to say their names, sometimes I say their handles. They hadn't shot me yet in the operations room, so I guess it's okay. And let's go grab another crate like that. La Bamba. There is a Richie Valens pre-order up for pre-order in our private group. Just FYI. And I think if you like comps, this next crate is going to be full of them. And these are all also $6.99. And then we're going to probably do some half-off crates. Okay? We have an offer. Wow, she's went ahead and just threw an offer out there. $22. How many records are in here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9. I was going to wait and see how many was left over here. But if you want a price now on the bundle, 9 records. If we do $388 each, that would be $35. So $35 on those last 9, Josie. You bought most of the others. Why not go ahead and buy the rest, right? She said she'll wait. Okay. We'll see what's left in this one. Let's go ahead and run through it. So, Dirty Dancing's a $7 start. Quiet Right's at $10. John Brugenstorm, you're out. Here's some more for $6.99. Let me put these over here where I need to put them before they get misplaced. Okay. $6.99. What do we have first? Chet Atkins, Country Pickin', a 2 LP compilation. Gatefold, everything in here is $6.99 and no condition notes. Nice. Mr. Avalon, Frankie Avalon. And now about Mr. Avalon. We have Brazilian Bird by Charlie Bird. That's $6.99. 2 bids on Dirty Dancing. Quiet Right's a final call for $10. The Temptations, Surface Thrills. The Temptations is $6.99. Denise wants the Rascals from the last bin. This is sold to Denise for $6.99. We also have Bob Welch, the other one. Bob Welch is $6.99. Same price here for Al Green, Higher Plane. Nice. Al Green for just $6.99. Frankie, same price to Steve Biddlecombe at $6.99. Crazy Horse Loose. Crazy Horse is $6.99. Josie Sinkbell on the Temptations. That is sold. And then over here is Burning Bridges, Glenn Campbell. Burning Bridges is $6.99. Flat and Scruggs at Carnegie Hall. Flat and Scruggs is a Columbia 2i, beautiful condition. That is $6.99. Flat and Scruggs. And Rufusized, Rufus featuring Shaka Khan. That's also $6.99. Josie has Dirty Dancing for $8. William, you do have Quiet Riot for $10, and I am selling it to you for $10. Thank you. Let's put up another one. A little bit of a bidding activity going on that. Here about a big hit from NXS. Dun, dun, dun. Da-da-dun, da-da-da-dun. That is Need You Tonight. That's going to go up for a $7 start. Next is Neil Sedaka Circulate. Neil Sedaka is $6.99. Dale Evans sings Western Favorites. That's also $6.99. We got Ron Burns on Rufus, George Burleson on Flat and Scruggs, and we have Dale Evans sold to Kelly Vlodarchek and Eric Van Leuven on Al Green. I was about to say, surely some claims are about to come in. There they go. George Jones on DE. Whatever that was, I think might have been grabbed. We still got Neil Sedaka, Glenn Campbell, Crazy Horse, and Bob Welch, though. Neil Sedaka sold to Steve Biddlecombe. NXS is a $7 start. I got to make sure, did they go out? Kristen Barnett, just so you know, you're out on Dirty Dancing. Next is $1 Million Memories. That's a compilation for $6.99, and it's sealed. Richie Valens also on this. So is Gene Chandler, Duke of Earl, and a Little Bit of His Soul by Music Explosion. The Chiffons and the Harps and Jan and Dean. Glenn Campbell sold to Tim Graham. Burning Bridges. Everything in here is $6.99. Same price for Leon Everett. $6.99 on that. Doing What I Feel. And Lena Horne. Lena Horne's a living stereo title. No condition notes. Now NXS is at $8. Skip Ewing, The Coast of Colorado. That's a gold stamp promo. Skip is $6.99. Milton Brown and his musical Brownies taking off. Hot Western Swing from the 30s. 30s Western Swing comp. $6.99 on that. And we have Bill Monroe, Bluegrass Memories. Nice. Bill Monroe for just $6.99. Dirty Dancing. Dirty Dancing. And Josie Sinkbell gets this for $8. Unfortunately, I think I lost the Barnetts on that. And now NXS is at $8. And we have Old Frog, Smiley Burnett. And that's an earlier looking country album here on Star Day for just $6.99. Some cool stuff in here. Bill Monroe still available. And the best of Elton Brett Volume 2. Also, the Jimmy Rogers Blues, more Elton Brett. $6.99, and the very best of oldies. A lot of compilations in here. This one has the Majors, the Rivingtons, the Exciters, Gene and Eunice, Ike and Tina, Dino on Smiley, and that was right here. That was Smiley Burnett for $6.99. Also, unforgettable oldies, Del Shannon, Johnny the Hurricanes, the Royalettes. This is now $6.99. Next single is going to go up right now, and that is Billy Squire, perhaps. Who is this right here? Is this all Billy Squire? Wow, this is like a poster sleeve. Billy Squire folds out as a poster sleeve. Looks like it's a UK edition. So there's the actual disc. Rock Me Tonight and Listen to the Heartbeat Live. And it's a fold-out poster sleeve. We'll leave it all nice and folded. And it's going to go up for a $7 start. Includes extra free single, live version, She's a Runner, Listen to the Heartbeat, free color poster. Rock Me Tonight. There you have it. And that's going to go up for a $7 start. Billy Squire. Let me try to get that. There we go. $7 start on that. Okay. Bill Monroe is sold to George Burleson. Joe Sontag, you were second on that one. Super groups of the 50s, the Diamonds, the Gaylords, the Crew Cuts, and the Platters. That's $6.99. Tim Graham also bid 7 on Billy Squire. The very best of Little Anthony and the Imperials. That's $6.99. Little Anthony and the Imperials best of. Billy Burnett, Gimme You. Gold stamp promo. Commander Cody, live from the heart and the deep of Texas. Commander Cody is $6.99. Same price for collector's records of the 50s and 60s. And this is Volume 13, Del Shannon, Dion, the Everly Brothers, Carlo, the Chiffons, the Belmonts, Jan and Dean Also $6.99 is Roy Rogers and Dale Evans, Sweet Hour of Prayer. And then it's SG Mono. Let's see here. Super groups of the 50s. Is that the super groups? I don't know if it says. If that's what you're referring to. It says for stereo phonographs up here. The original monophonic recordings have been electronically enhanced. That's what it says on this. Just FYI. Billy 71711. Kelly Vladicek on Dale Evans. And George Jones second on Roy Rogers. NXS over here is sold to James Hicks for 10. James Hicks, that's so do you. Billy Squires at 12. That's with James Hicks. Now Rebecca's at 13. Another Collector Records 50-60s. This time volume 9. It's $6.99. So we got volume 9 and volume 13 so far. There's also volume 10. That's $6.99. So volume 9, volume 10, volume 13. Rock Lives. That's on the Sunset label. The Fleetwoods is on here. Johnny Burnett, The Showmen, Buddy Knox, and Fats Domino. That's some of them. Rock Lives is $6.99. 24 Groovy Greats. That's also $6.99. Locomotion by Little Eva. Tommy James doing the Hanky Panky. Coasters doing Charlie Brown. Dixie Cups, Chapel of Love. $6.99. Hang On Sloopy. And we have $1 Million Memories again. That's the Shangri-La Volume 2. Shangri-La, the Chiffons, the Everly Brothers, Ray Stevens. A lot of comps in here. Wow. There's Collector's Records Volume 2. Boy, we got a bunch of them. There's Golden Goodies Volume 17. Holy moly. $6.99. That's from the Roulette label. That has the Crest, the Harp Tones, Shirley and Lee, Buster Brown. Billy Squires at 13. James Hicks, you're out. Also, original, the Chantilly Lace, Big Bopper, Charlie Ryan, Hot Rod Lincoln, Bobby Day doing Rockin' Robin. A lot of 50s stuff there. Christina Curtis on Groovy. That's sold to Christina Curtis for $6.99. Great love songs of the 50s and 60s. The Platters, Gene Pitney, the Passions. What y'all got to understand about Fred's collection, he had a house with a big dining room, a living room, technically 3 bedrooms, and he even kind of had stuff in a washroom. He had every stuff in his house. And when I found the compilation section for just like generic music, not Christmas comps, but he had an island in the middle of a bedroom, and it was about 10 foot tall, almost up to the ceiling. And if you were to count them by our estimation, he had over 7,000 compilations. We're talking about a serious record collector. He had about 7,000 compilations is what we guessed. And that's everything from rock to country to jazz. He had them all in one area. The rock compilations wasn't mixed in with rock. He had just an area of compilations. I've been selling this man's collection since 2019. We still got stuff to put out. We've sold so much stuff in bundles and after the dollar sales and stuff. But think about that. 7,000 compilations that he had in one big island that kind of wrapped around this room. So you walked in a bedroom and it was like a wall of vinyl, a small wall of vinyl, a closet, a wall of vinyl, and a wall of vinyl. And then right in the bedroom was a big back-to-back bookcase. And there was about 7,000 compilations on that island, is what we would call it. And that's one of the last things we got because it was just so overwhelming. I mean, and I'm sure he had these complete sets all together at one time. Just crazy. Original Golden Hits of Great Groups Volume 3. Blue Velvet, The Contours, Do You Love Me, The Spaniels, The Chanels, The Marvelettes. $6.99. Oh, so you're pretty far behind. I don't know if you can get this in time before I sell it. But Billy Squires already at $14 with James Hicks. Next single is Madonna, Angel. Madonna is going to go up for a $7 start. That is now up for bid. Everything in here is $6.99. Original Golden Teen Hits Volume 2. Buddy Knox, Al Brown, Leslie Gore, It's My Party. Ray Stevens, that's $6.99. Also, Original Golden Teen Hits Volume 1. That's $6.99. Everything in here is $6.99. That one's Volume 2. Original Golden Hits. A World Without Love, Peter and Gordon. That's still available for $6.99. Peter and Gordon. Here we have the Southern Hillman Foray Band, Trouble in Paradise, $6.99. James Hicks, you've been outbid on Billy Squire. Madonna is a $7 start. We have the Carter Family album, $6.99. The Carter Family album. Kentucky Bluegrass by Bill Monroe has a promo stamp on the bottom, $6.99. Boy, I look over these Bill Monroe albums by tooth and nail because he had a lot, tooth and nail with a fine-tooth comb is what I meant to say, fine-tooth comb. He had so many autographed Bill Monroe albums, which are actually pretty dang pricey. I have looked over these 100 times. We almost put one out for sale one night. I caught it before we sold it. Of course, I have a bunch if anybody's interested. They're not cheap. I'm in no hurry to sell them. They're pretty tough to come by. Mary Miles on Southern Hillman. That's sold to Mary. Chris Frazier on Bill Monroe. Fred met Bill Monroe multiple times and got him to sign albums. Ruth Brown is $6.99, Gold Stamp promo. Commander Cody, we've got a live one here. That's only $6.99. Same price here for 15 Million Sellers by Jimmy Rogers. And we have Carlene Carter for just $6.99. Same price for Great Sacred Songs, the original Carter family. Billy Squire has a new bid for $16. Oh, So You're Out. Supertramp, Cannonball. That's a 12-inch single, by the way. Paul Simon, There Goes a Rhymin' Simon. That's a nice pickup. Cool album there. And Roy Orbison. This is a cool cover. And this is called, it's actually an original album, I think. I'm Still in Love with You. Yep, Roy Orbison, $6.99. But if anybody wants to bring out the air horn tonight, I do have some autographed Bill Monroe albums that I've really never officially put up, I don't think. I think I've posted them. People find out the prices, and then maybe they back off. But if it does float your boat, we can try to bring one out. Okay, that's a lot left in that crate. I think whoever asked for the bundle the last time was probably hoping there was less left over. Who was wanting a bundle price the last time? Do you still want a bundle price on all these? There's a lot left over. Who was the next person? Josie Sinkbell. Josie, do you still want a bundle price? Christina Curtis on Roy Orbison. If so, there's a lot left in here, but I'll do it. I'll do it. There's a lot of vinyl still left in here, but man, a ton of compilations. You'll probably find some music you didn't even know existed. All right. I'll count them right quick though. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39. 39, and then if I add the other ones from the last one, which is 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47. Okay, there's 47 records in there. Bundle deal, 47 records, $175. $175 divided by 47 is $372 each. Nobody bid on Madonna. That's a $7 buy it now. And Billy Squire has a high bid of 17 with Oh So Adventure. James Hicks, you've been outbid. Steve Biddlecombe wants to know what the rock title. Right now, the bundle is pending to Josie. We'll see what she says. There's a lot of cool stuff in here. A lot of comp still left. The rock comp title was the rock comp title. Rock Lives from Sunset Label. SUS 5281 is the catalog. The living stereo is Harry Belafonte, My Lord, What a Morning. That is $6.99, and the other living stereo, that I guess that's it. Just that one. Yep, just that one. This one's Lena Horne for $6.99, and that's it. Anybody interested in that? 47 LPs, $175, $372 each. If not, I might try to read through the last half one more time. Okay, Adam Bernardi put H. H is for, he's going to let me know. And he put HB. And HB is for Harry Belafonte. I'll make sure Reveille doesn't want it first. Okay, we sold the mono copy just a second ago. Next single I'm going to put up right now is another Survivor. And this is Survivor, The Search is Over. And that's going to go up for a $7 start. The Western Swing That's with Eric Van Leuven. I can find that right quick. I know which one you're talking about. And that is right here. That's sold to Eric Van Leuven for $6.99. Billy Squire sold to James Hicks for $18. Oso says he's done, so that's sold to him. And then here's Robert Palmer. I didn't mean to turn you on. Robert Palmer's a $7 start. Survivor, $7 start. And then the other living stereo was Lena Horne. Reverly, let me know if you want that. If not, it's sold to somebody else. Since you asked, you have dibs. And Lena Horne is self-titled, also $6.99. Okay, then I'm going to read from here back one more time. If you have two unclaimed Madonnas, I'll do 9 for both. I was actually about to say 10. 5 and 5, $10, Jerry, and they're yours. Robert Palmer has a bid for 9. Okay? The teen comp, how many volumes did I have? Let's go right over here. So there's original golden hits, original golden teen hits, original golden teen hits. There's only 2 volumes of that. There's original golden hits, but I've only have volume 2 and 3. Original golden teen hits, there's 2 volumes. $6.99 and $6.99 on those, of course. All right. Jerry Rock gets the 2 Madonnas for 10. Those are done. Let's get into a half-off crate. Rebecca sold on these 2 teens for $6.99 each. Robert Palmer, final call for 9. All right, Adam, I'm going to go ahead and give you these unless I hear back from him. He might be thinking, but I lost him there for a second. So these are sold to Adam Bernardi and Adam Bernardi. Let's read through these one more time, quickly. $6.99. Maybe we'll take some more out, and that might make the bundle more tempting. We just took out about 5 just like that. Poof. We got Chet Atkins, Country Pickin', Charlie Bird, Brazilian Bird, Bob Welch, the other one, Crazy Horse Loose, $1 Million Memories, that was sealed, and we got Volume 2 later on. Leon Everett, Skip Ewing, The Coast of Colorado, The Best of Elton Brett, Volume 2, Elton Brett doing the Jimmy Rogers Blues, The Very Best of Oldies, Volume 2, Unforgettable Oldies, The Very Best of Little Anti-Imperials, Billy Burnett, Commander Cody, Supergroups of the 50s, and then the collector's records. I've got Volume 13, Volume 10, Volume 9, and Volume 2. There's Volume 2 to $1 Million Memories. So we got 2 different volumes of those. Golden Oldies 17, the original Chantilly Lace. Love Songs of the 50s and 60s. Original Golden Hits, Volumes 2 and 3. Peter and Gordon, The Carter Family. Ruth Brown, Commander Cody. Jimmy Rogers, 15 million sellers. Carlene Carter, More Carter Family. Supertramp, 12-inch single. And Paul Simon are the 2 original Golden Hits mono. Golden Hits, that was these here. Let's see, High Fidelity mono. That is stamped mono from Mercury. And then over here, mono, yes. Okay. Let's sell Robert Palmer to Lisa Torrio for 9. And Survivor is a buy now for $7. Picture sleeve, the search is over. Next, we're going to do George Michael, I Want Your Sex. And George Michael, I Want Your Sex is a $7 start. And Belinda Carlisle, I Get Weak. That's also a $7 start. All right, that's all of those. And then what's on Supergroups? Supergroups. Supergroups of the 50s. That's the Diamonds, the Gaylords, the Crew Cuts, and the Platters. Okay, no problem. That's probably always a pretty good thing to look out for. These old 50s records comped in mono, because some of those original recordings will be tough to find in mono, especially high grade. Oh my gosh, some of those artists, the Diamonds, and I mean, you just never see those original LPs and the Marvelettes and some of that stuff. That's pretty tough to find. Some of that 50s LPs in mono and good high grade. Even the 60s, they're always completely trashed. Okay, so we got 40 LPs left now. 40 LPs, $150. 40 LPs left in there, $150. Yeah, if you ever hear reprocessed stereo, it's usually really poor recordings. They did the same thing with Rolling Stones music, etc. Samuel Coppage on Peter and Gordon. All right, let's go ahead and pull that out. Peter and Gordon is right here. $6.99. So now we're going to do 39 records. 39 records for $140. $140 for 39 records. Now they're $358. So now we've got them down to $358 each. $140 for 139 records. I might bring out some killer half-off crates if we get this bundle sold for $140. That's a lot of listening, especially with all those comps in there. Let's see if we can get one person to rise to the occasion tonight. We've done one other big bundle, and that was bigger bundle. I think that was Brian DeLeon earlier. He stepped up to the plate on that. I need one more good soul. George Michael has one bid for $7. If not, I'm going to be disappointed and sad. Then I might not grab the best looking half-off crate over here to go through. I'm going to be like, well, you know, nobody stepped up on the bundle. I'm going to have to see what's going on over here. And beep, bop, bop, bop. Get what I'm saying? 110. Oh. 110 divided by 39. 282 apiece. 110. 39 times 3. Josie, 120. 120. Let's do it. 120. 120. Deal. Shake my hand invisibly. Pow. Boom. Sold. I'm looking for a sold comment. There it is. Oh, my favorite word. Done. Boom. Big bundle, folks. It's going to cost $60 to ship them. Big bundle deal. Huge bundle deal. Oh, wow. It's going to be easy to meet my goal of individual albums sold this year if I count all these bundles, because we have started. This has been the year of the bundle. I don't think I've ever sold this many bundles, because what we used to do is I used to basically store all these up front and then try to show them again months later. But we don't have hardly anything stored much up there anymore. I used to have stacks of crates. We usually, by the time we get done going through a crate, everything is now selling out. So cool selection there, and thank you. And I'm going to put sticky notes around these, and I'm going to have to create some space over here. And now we're about to get started. Thomas, tonight's been the night of the puzzles. I've got Pink Floyd, the Division Bell puzzle. Yes, $24.99. You need it? I know you need it. I'm reading your mind, and it's saying right now, boy, I need that Pink Floyd puzzle. Let me move these down. Man, this Offspring poster has been over here next to me forever. I'm ready to sell it to somebody. I didn't want to start bringing out posters, but this Offspring poster has been over here next to me forever. I'm afraid something's going to happen to it eventually. I really would just like to send it to a new home right now. Surely we got somebody that's a fan of the Offspring. Oh my gosh. I've been used to picking up these crates of puzzles. That's pretty dang heavy there. All right. Let's grab this. All right. Let's put that back there. Let's put these right in here. And let me put a sticky note on the back of them. All right. Next order of business. Tom Thomas takes a Division Bell puzzle. Great. I've got one more left if anybody else wants it. George Michael is sold for $7 to James Hicks. Belinda Carlisle's available for $7. Okay, Offspring, give me 1 second. I also still got puzzles from Kiss, Queen, Nirvana, Pink Floyd, Motley Crue, Def Leppard, AC/DC, Rolling Stones, Pink Floyd, Queen, Kiss, Pantera, and Guns N' Roses, just FYI. Susie also wants Pink Floyd, the Division Bell. Now we're sold out of the Division Bell puzzles. So, let me put Adam Hartmother back here. I've also got Adam Hartmother. We've already sold 1 or 2. There's 1 left. All right, before I grab the next... Actually, let me go ahead and grab the next half-off bin. And we'll see what's going on with this concert poster I just teased. But we're going to have to dig out a great half-off crate now. So let me do some digging. Over here. These are tonight's new arrivals. Let's not mix those in too much. Tons of great new vinyl came in tonight too. Sold out of a lot of stuff. My knee just popped and now it feels like I'm got one leg all of a sudden. One leg Chad. Peg leg Pete. Let me dig in the middle of my area here. We might can find something shaking pretty good in here. What can we find? What's in this crate with Elvis? That's always a good sign. The King. Oh my gosh. Okay. I mean, let's try it. I like that one. Let me see what's underneath it too. Underneath it is... That's pretty good too. This is going to be a tough decision. Let's start with this one. I think this is... Well, this one might have a slight edge. We'll probably do these back to back though. All right. Adam Hartmother is sold to Thomas Huchar. We are doing some window shopping right now. Let's go ahead and put something else up. So the next puzzle I'm going to put back there is Destroyer. We've already got a Kiss. Dynasty. Here, what I'll do, I'll show Dynasty. I'm going to put it away. We're going to swap it out. There's Destroyer. We're going to swap it out for a Rush Permanent Waves. Okay. I still got both Pulse Box sets. All right, let me see if I can get this out, Rebecca, without damaging it. So over here next to me is a table. And on top of this table is where I keep my auctions. And underneath it is a shelf. And the shelf is where I've got some original concert posters stored. And this is what I'm talking about. Let's see. Let's get it up here where we can look at the top of it. This is a Offspring. You can get an idea of the size. I mean, these crates are 14 inches probably. It's an original concert poster. I can't remember the what. Let me search my notes, see if I have it wrote down somewhere. I was hoping there'd be a sticky note on it. Nope, not there. Before I say a price, let me search my files over here. Now, I might just have to check it somewhere else. I'll tell you what my gut is telling me. Of course, we'll ship it rolled in a tube. $175. I'm pretty sure the last time it was like $195 or $225 starting bid. Wow, I didn't even have time to even think. She said sold before I could even like spit it out. All right, we'll ship that rolled in a tube. That's sold to Rebecca for $175. That was so fast, I didn't even have time to react to me saying the price. Okay, I knew that was going to sell fast when I mentioned I had that over here. I've been looking at that probably since February, the last time we really got into concert posters. And that's just a teaser of more that probably a lot of y'all have never seen that I've really got to get back out and try to recirculate, okay? We have so many. I need to go to the top cam and show y'all the crates of posters that are lined up here behind me. Okay, so let me go back to the top here. Ron Mustaine on the Rush poster. That's so to Ron Mustaine. Thank you, Rebecca. That was amazing. I'm glad I mentioned that. Ron Mustaine on the Rush poster. I mean, the Rush puzzle. Ron Mustaine on the Rush puzzle. Next is Bill Samus on the Destroyer puzzle. Bill Samus, that's so to you. Oso was next in line on the Offspring. And Rebecca, thank you. That's so to you for $175. We'll ship that rolled in a tube also. That will be shipped rolled in a tube. Let's do some half-off vintage. I've got to fill my window back up, though. We just sold those two. So what else can I put back there? Let me try a Motley Crue puzzle. And let me try a... let's try an AC/DC. These are 500-piece puzzles. The Rush we just sold was a puzzle. The Pink Floyds and the Kiss. There's Dr. Feelgood and there's AC/DC. Okay, those are 500-piece puzzles. Do I have any more handy posters over here that I can show? I've got movie posters, but they're pretty layered. I've got nothing. It's it's almost all the same one. It's a Marty Robbins movie. We sold hundreds of them. Probably. In all different sizes. If you add them up in different sizes. Yeah. Okay. But yeah, the blacklight posters. I've got some really high-end ones over here. We've got a real Jimi Hendrix poster. I've got MC5. I've shown some of those before. We're talking big money on those. What else is over here? Hendrix, MC5. There's all kinds of autos. Yeah, there's this. This is our next project, this corner over here I'm referring to. Me and Tanner was just discussing it. Okay. Was that claim if my BF was Offspring post? Well, she had asked first about it. She had dibs because she had asked how much was Offspring. So Rebecca had first dibs on it. Rebecca had first dibs, and then I was basically pricing it to her. I'm glad you said OS, because if she would have passed, you would have been next in line. But because she asked, she had first dibs. Any Star Trek books, any models? I'm still looking for the models. I may have had a couple books over here, though. And let's finish up with the rest of these 45s. And I found one Star Trek book, I thought. Yeah, I've got one Star Trek book I'll run. We'll put it up for a $7 start. Okay? And that's part of that series, number 4. And then I've got some more 45s here. What we might do is I think I've sold all the ones. Let's put those together. Okay, so let's do this. Let's do Cyndi Lauper, Belinda Carlisle, and Culture Club Karma Chameleon. those three together for a $10 start, okay? Star Trek, a $7 start, and I got some more books over here as well. Half off vinyl time. We're going to be doing vinyl for at least another hour, 45 minutes. That way we have at least another hour for CDs after that. Okay, half off LPs. Nat King Cole, Ramblin' Rose, $5. Also, these are half off, no more, no less. We keep these simple. Half off, no more, no less. Procol Harum Live, Conquistador, $10 on that. Number 3, Quicksilver, What About Me, $10. And we have my first album, Melanie. And I remember showing that the first time. I was like, boy, I don't think I see that one too often. Melanie, $6.50. Josie Sink-Bell on Nat King Cole. And as far as puzzles, so if you've just caught the tail end of those, I still got Kiss. I still got Kiss Dynasty, Motley Crue, Def Leppard, AC/DC, Rolling Stones, Ghost, Kiss Destroyer, Pantera, Vulgar, Queen Greatest Hits, Nirvana, and then some of these over here I have on the side, which I'll show in just a second. David Smith bid 10 on these, and James Hicks, you bid 10. David Smith came in first. Final Call on Star Trek for 7. Million Sellers, Dance Hits, that's another cool comp, $7.50. That's from the original Parkway label. So those are artists that were on Parkway, like Chubby Checker, Bobby Rydell, Dee Dee Sharp, the DeVales, and the Orlons. Ron Burns on Quicksilver. I love half-off crates because I know we're about to sell a lot of vinyl. America, Perspective, America is $5. Also, Johnny Winter, Nothing But the Blues. Mr. Johnny Winter is $10. And we have Bing Crosby, When Irish Eyes Are Smiling. Mr. Bing there. Mr. Bing is $5. David Smith, you've been outbid on these singles. They're now at 11. I'm going to go ahead and sell Tim Graham, the book, for 7. And do you have any Star Trek? Not to my knowledge. Now that I know you're interested in Star Trek, and I know you're watching almost every night, I also know a couple other Star Trek fans, Paul and a couple others. Sometimes they're on, sometimes they're on. I will start gathering what I can find around here, okay? I don't know of any puzzles or models, but you never know in this building. Would you be interested in comic books and magazines? I think I got a bunch of comic books and magazines. And speaking of magazines, that was going to be some of my next auctions. I've got a lot of vintage country magazines and some other stuff to put up. 12 and 14 on the singles. George Jones on Bing Crosby. That's sold to George Jones. We got Golden Butter, the best of the Paul Butterfield Blues Band. $17.50 here for some Golden Butter, and it's in golden condition. Beautiful vinyl at first glance there. These singles are a final call to James Hicks for 14. Bruce Springsteen, Darkness on the Edge of Town. Excuse me. Mr. Bruce is clean for $10. Darkness, we got Stephen Stills. That is $10. Stephen Stills, Love the One You're With. It's actually a self-titled album, but super nice on that. Brave Belt, and that's essentially Bachman Turner Overdrive, pre-BTO. Brave Belt's $10. I think it's technically Bachman, Chad Allen, Bachman. Yeah, Bachman, Allen. Maybe Chad Allen was even in BTO. I'm not real for sure. But yeah, $10 on that. Elvis in concert, a 2 LP, Mr. Elvis Presley, and that was live from 77, $15 on that. And we have Tommy Boyce and Bobby Hart, $10. Let me go ahead and show you some of the no bids tonight. Some of the no bids tonight have been a sealed Joe Jackson for $10. Sealed Joe Jackson for $10. And then these 3 sealed records together for $10. Jesse Winchester, Bang the Drum Slowly, and Eddie Mercury. Eric Mercury, not Freddie, not Eddie. Eric Mercury. Those 3 sealed for 10. And then there was 3 tagged auctions that didn't sell. From the Beginning, B.B. King, which is a 1968 OG compilation, a 2 LP for just $20. That's available. So is Bob Dylan. The times they are a-changing. Bob Dylan is $25. That's a 1975 US. No condition notes. And then this John Lennon compilation. John Lennon radio broadcast from Westwood One. And it's the Lost Tapes, which is demos and alternate takes of Beatles and John Lennon songs. and that was just $35, not on Discogs. That entry is not on Discogs. Okay, so the next new comment is Adam Bernardi wants the Brave Belt. That's early BTO or pre-BTO. That's on Adam Bernardi. Patrick said he would do 6 on the Joe Jackson. Let's sell that to Patrick for $6. Josie said she'll take these 3 sealed for $10. Tim Graham was next. And Sherry Darnell takes Stephen Steele's. And then these 3 singles are sold to James Hicks for $14. Okay, then I've shown one book tonight from that. This is from the same guy who, well, I did show some others earlier. We actually found a couple more Stephen Kings, but this is Guillermo del Toro, The Night Eternal, Chuck Hogan, and I priced that at $14.99. $14.99 on that. Next in the half off is Melanie, Am I Real or What? Melanie is $5. Stories, this is always a popular release. Stories is now $10. And over here, I've got Randy California, Euro-American. That one's $10. Randy was in a band called Spirit. Dylan for $20. You got it. Thank you. And I would love to sell these others if anybody wants to make an offer on Lennon or B.B. King. They are available. Next is Spirit. There he is, Randy California. $10 on Son of Spirit. And Chris Christopherson, Jesus Was a Capricorn, $7.50. Okay. Geo-Mo, not a claim. Guillermo. Oh, did I mispronounce something? Guillermo? What happened? What just happened? And then somebody wanted the puzzle. What puzzle? Did I miss another puzzle claim? Oh, Jerry Rock. Man, Jerry, I missed that. That was right after he asked about Star Trek. Jerry Rock got Motley Crue puzzle. Sold to Jerry Rock. Thank you. Does anybody else want a Motley Crue puzzle? Sorry, Jerry, I almost missed you there. Let's put another one up here. Motley Crue is available. Dr. Feelgood. All right. We sold that. We sold that. And we sold Preston. Okay, and then Robert Warner on the Randy California solo album. Shakedown is going to get Lennon for $25, done. And then Tim Vergari on B.B. King for $15, done. And then, oh, on the book. Oh, sorry. Thank you. On the book. That was Guillermo. This here. Oh, Guillermo. Wow, that's Guillermo del Toro, The Night Eternal. Wow, I wouldn't have never guessed that. Thank you, though. And then Eric, you were second on that. And then we're good to go. So the only thing over there is a book. So all the unsold auctions. Okay. And then the last of these little 45 lots we had here, we're going to do, we're going to put all these together. And this is Cool and the Gang, Victory, The Jets, Make It Real, Cool and the Gang, Stone Love, Lionel Richie, Say You, Say Me, and Lionel Richie Dancing on the Ceiling. Ceiling. Man, I'm struggling tonight. So Lionel, Cool and the Gang, Jets, and Cool and the Gang. Those are 5 singles, a $10 start. Those 5 singles for a $10 start. Next is the puzzles are all $24.99 each. We're doing a half-off crate, no more, no less. Pure Prairie League, there they are. Your nightly dose. PPL, $7.50. Roy Buchanan, When a Guitar Plays the Blues. That's $10, no condition notes, and that is on the legendary blues label Alligator. $10. These singles are at $10. And we have Crazy Horse, and Crazy Horse is $15. Crazy Horse, $15. Let's see what else I can get into over here. What's in this box here? Is this my country music magazines I've been talking about, or entertainment magazines? I'll see if we can sell some of these. They're pretty cool, actually. Let me just do a big handful right in the middle and see what I pull out. So, make sure I grab the right ones. Yeah, this is pretty close. I think I'm going to try to keep them country-oriented, but we'll see what happens. Or subject-oriented, because there's other movie stuff and other type of stuff in there like that. All right, singles 10, singles 11. Robert Warner on Crazy Horse. Thank you on that. And here we go. This isn't, I guess he's not really country music, but it's Country and Cowboys and Country magazine. Chuck Norris. This is all from Fred. This is all from Fred's collection. So there's Chuck Norris. There's one magazine. And then here is Brooks and Dunn on Country Music Live magazine. Tim McGraw on Country Weekly. Cowboys and Indians magazine with George Strait cover. And we got this one here with Martina McBride. And that one with Alan Jackson. And we'll say Country Magazine lot, $10 start. $10 start. Those will be a throwback looking through those. The articles, the pictures, the ads, whatever's in here. $10 start. Stuff like that. Maybe you can still order it. Country Magazine, $10 start lot there. The singles are at 11, now 12, and now 13. Back to the half off. Jean-Luc Ponty, The Gift of Time. $5 on Jean-Luc Ponty. We have Elvin Bishop, Hog Heaven. Elvin Bishop is $5. Allison Moyer, Rain Dancing, $7.50 on that. Chicago 3. Yep, Chicago 3. Wanted to confirm that one. Nice clean copy with poster. A Gayfo 2 LP, that's now just $12.50. And if you haven't heard, we're going through a buy it now or best offer crate. Next is Atlanta Rhythm Section, real tape. Atlanta Rhythm Section is $5. The Flying Burrito Brothers. Wow, 71 Monarch, no condition notes. Beautiful copy. $25, half off of $49.99. 71 Monarch, 25 on that. The singles are at 15, so Josie, you're out. Oso, you're out. Adam Minardi on Jean-Luc Ponty, that's right back here. Ryan Mustaine was next, and Josie Sinkbell does get Chicago. Josie Sinkbell does get Chicago. Thank you on that. Next is Head East Live. Head East is a white label promo for $17.50. And Deep Purple, the Book of Taliesin. Deep Purple is $17.50. Deep Purple, the Book of Taliesin. And the classic Roy Orbison, a yellow label promo. That's pretty cool. A promo copy from Roy Orbison. MGM Special Disc Jockey Record, $15 on that. So James Hicks has a single for $15. Oso may be slightly behind. We'll make sure he's done bidding. But the high bid is $15, and we're about to sell those. Okay, and then final call for those magazines for a $10 start. Next is Nielsen Aerial Ballet. $13.50 on Nielsen Aerial Ballet, orange label, RCA. And then here we have Ozark Mountain Daredevils, It's Alive. A 2 LP for just $15. The Spirit of 67, Paul Revere and the Raiders, $6.50 on that. And Tubular Bells by Mike Oldfield. Tubular Bells, $7.50. Superb copy, very clean, $7.50 on that. And my crate over here has gotten really full. And before I show you those last two singles I'm going to bundle together, let me go ahead and take this crate right over here. And folks, I know the puzzles are part of that, but that makes our 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, our 14th crate full of items tonight. Plus, we already have a stack of miscellaneous, including books and the Aussie Duck. Did everybody see the Aussie Duck? We have a wait list going for that. There's the poster I sold just a moment ago. Before I do anything else, let's start a new crate right here, okay? And let's go ahead and sell these singles, these 5 here to James Hicks for $15. Thank you. And then Corinne Borden on the Ozark Mountain Daredevils. And then Stuck 73 on Tubular Bells. So here's the last 2 45s I have from this little batch. Oh my gosh, it's Pablo Cruz. Love Will Find a Way. There it is. Beautiful picture sleeve and disc. Survivor, the search is over. Survivor, the search is over. So there's 2. And I don't know if we can fit the entire staff signature on that little sleeve, but if anybody wants a souvenir signed Pablo Cruz, as always, whatever this gets bid up to, we will match it, and we will put that in with our Pablo Cruz charity fund. Okay, so however y'all, I can just sign it myself, or We can try to get the whole staff maybe on the front and back. The one we sold Guy Shard last week, it took up the entire cover of signatures. I think they've already shipped it out, but it took up the entire cover, and this is a little 7-inch. But if anybody's wanting to do that, we're starting a little fund we're building up. We're selling them, and then we're matching the funds for something. We hadn't decided yet, but we'll build it up over this year. And yeah, Shakedown, that was a 2 LP. Yes. Sherry Darnell and the Aussie Duck. And if anybody wants these country magazines, that was a total of 6 country 90s era magazines, including Chuck Norris. Come on. $10 on that. And then these are, we'll say a $10 start on those. If y'all want us to sign it, you may say, no, we don't want you to sign it, Chad, or we don't want the staff to sign it. Paul Revere is sold to Adam Bernardi, and Rebecca said she'll take the mags for $10. Good. That means I'll put up some more. I was worried they wasn't going to sell. I was hoping we could sell them so I could put up more and then more. I think I got some like 90s movie themes over here too. We got some like Entertainment Weekly and stuff like that. So maybe with some like movie related stuff. I really don't remember. Let me see what I can find in here. Let me grab another handful right out of the middle. Okay. And then we have George Strait. Ty Herndon. Clint Black. Country Weekly, 1999, The Year in Review. Shania Twain. There's the more Sarah Evans. We'll bundle some other the entertainment stuff like Fight Club up a little bit later, okay? So there's those. Let me see if I can find a couple more. We might mix in some of these as kind of cowboy items too, like True West, Doc Holliday and White Earp, American Cowboy, and we'll put these over here with the others. So those for a $10 start. Generator is plugged up. Sorry, I thought I answered you earlier. Sorry. Yeah, those are plugged up. All right, Pablo's at $10 with Tracy. If y'all want us to sign it, we will. Okay? Next is Dan Seals, the best of. We're doing a half-off crate, by the way. No more, no less. Dan Seals is $5. We got about a vinyl for about another, what did I say, maybe 30 or 40 minutes, and then we'll transition to the last hour to CDs. But we got plenty of time to do half-off crates. I want to do 2 more. I want to fill up 2 more crates. I think we can, especially if we go back through the puzzles again. Maybe sell a few more to some late-night viewers. Art Garfunkel's $5. Art Garfunkel, $5. That is available. Also, Tracy, did somebody bid against you on Pablo? Because I'm only showing 10 and 18. Somebody's bids must be hidden. And then we have Sound Spectacular, the Kirby Stone 4. $5 on Kirby Stone 4. We're coming up, Wheeling the Red Rubber Band. Wheeling the Red Rubber Band is $10. That's an orange RCA label. The Edgar Winter album. Edgar Winter album is $8.50. Charlie, music by Ravi Shankar. Charlie is $10. And Ruben and the Jets. Ruben and the Jets is now just $22.50. Nice, clean copy. Blue Verve label, $22.50 on Ruben and the Jets. Magazines are a $10 start. George Benson, Shapes of Things to Come, $10. I didn't buy that the other night. No, I haven't seen this one in a while. Nope, so I'll go ahead and sell that to Adam Bernardi for $8.50. Haven't seen that one come through in a little bit. The Forrester Sisters, You Again, $7.50 on the Forrester Sisters. We have Santers, Guitar Alley, $7.50 on that. Air Supply, Lost in Love is $5. We got Firefall, Mirror of the World for $5. Also, we have Charlie Daniels Band, Powder Keg, $12.50. Peter, Paul, and Mary is $7.50 with booklet. Also, Johnny Winter's Story, 69 to 78, a 1980 Holland 2 LP compilation. Wow, $15 on that. And Ray Diano, Are You on Something? A 1972 Sonic Press is, I think, what John wrote on that. Yeah, $7.50. Patrick Lear is going to get the Ruben and the Jets. Thank you. And these two singles, sell this to Tracy for $18. Now, Tracy, my question is, if you want us to sign this, let me know. Either way, if we do, like I said, we'll put that money over to the side in that fund. We'll match it. And I don't know if we can get all of our signatures on there, but we'll try. G's been handling that because she's been having to track everybody down every day and trying to get them to sign it. And some people wasn't here, like April has started back to school. Like, she's a teacher, so she won't probably be back in this building for a while. So some signatures might not be included, but the main core people here will be. Michael Nath on Johnny Winter, but I don't mind whatsoever. We love signing autographs, believe me. I've got to get on a regular basis and let people know, hey, we're doing a signed charity Pablo Cruz we can do it on Thursday night metal nights probably when the most people's watching at 9 or 8 o'clock or something, and be watching. So. Okay. And then Adam Bernardi on Air Supply. Boy, I think there's a lot of stuff still left in here. And then Michael also wants Roy Buchanan. I feel like we need to go through this crate again. I feel like there is way too much still left behind. Michael got Roy Buchanan. And then over here, let's sell these magazines for a $10 bite now if anybody wants them. Country and cowboy-related magazines, $10 bite now if anybody wants those. And then Talking Heads from earlier. We got that. We've got that. Talking Heads right here. This is sold to Tim Vergari. Yes. Psycho Killer, first track. Thank you, Tim. Okay. Done. Let's run through these again. Patrick, yes, I pulled Ruben. CDs and T-minus 30 minutes. The stream tonight will end, or maybe at the end of the next half off bin. CDs, or excuse me, let me back up. The stream ends tonight at 1:15. So I was going to try to leave an hour or an hour and a half. An hour and a half will be if we go for 15 more minutes on vinyl, or 20 more minutes, actually, 25 more minutes approximately. That should be able to recap this one and do another one. So let's get after it. Here's what's left in here. Buy them now before you see them get grabbed tomorrow morning in the 9 o'clock vintage discount crate. Pro Call Hear 'em Live, $10. Melanie, my first album, $6.50. Million Sellers Dance Hit, $7.50. All Parkway Artist. America, Perspective, $5. Johnny Winter, Nothing But the Blues, $10. The Best of the Paul Butterfield Blues Band, $17.50. Bruce Springsteen, $10. Darkness on the Edge of Town. We have $15 on Elvis in concert. Also, Tommy Boyce and Bobby Hart is $10. I wonder what she's doing tonight. And then Melanie is $5. Chad claims Santer. Uh-oh, what happened? Cool. Stuck put Sant. Uh-oh, I missed something. Sant for Sant? What was Santer's? Santer? Santer's. Oh, this. That sold to Stuck 73, and then Pam just claimed it too. Pam just claimed it too, okay? So Stuck, I missed his claim originally. Sorry, Pam. But yeah, Stuck claimed it up here. I missed it. And then there's that. And then we got Michael Nath on Johnny Winter. Phantom Canuck said, give me Melanie twice. You got it. Melanie is sold. And let me swap out chargers here. Okay. Next is Stories, and Stories is $10. Spirit, Son of Spirit is $10. Chris Christopherson, $7.50. Sherry Darnell on Elvis and America, clearing out some more here. I was about to say, there should be a lot more sold out of here. This is more like it. Pure Prairie League, $7.50. Elvin Bishop is $5. Allison Moye is $7.50. Atlanta Rhythm Section is $5. Also, the Flying Burrito Brothers, 71 Monarch, $25. That means it's $25 off, half off of $49.99. Head East Live, and check this out, it was a white label promo. very clean for $17.50. Deep Purple, the Book of Taliesin, same price, also $17.50. Michael Rudolph on Pure Piri League, sold. I figured like Michael would have bought some of these Genesis games by now because a couple of these are about to go on eBay. The Castlevania, it's kind of pricey, but don't forget I still got these. All Genesis games complete with manual. Mortal Kombat, Sonic 2, Jurassic Park, Road Rash, Dracula, 24, 19, 14, 24, and 24. Don't forget I have those. Michael, you bought a couple of the Nintendo 64. I figured you would have grabbed some of those up, by the way. Just saying. Just saying. The classic Roy Orbison on a promo label again for $15. Nielsen Aerial Ballet for $13.50. Dan Seals, the best of Dan Seals for $5. Also, Art Garfunkel for $5. We have Sound Spectacular, the Kirby Stone 4, $5. We have Willie and the Red Rubber Band for $10. No, but Paul has marked probably 100 PC games. We have marked a bunch of PC games. So, I don't know exactly when to show those, but we have them. Let's see here. I'm going to try a few more 90s magazines here. See what we can do here. But I can probably go through some of those. He marked some really good ones. Christina Curtis on Dan Seals. Sounds like I need to dig out one of the Genesis and sell Michael a Genesis. We have Charlie, music by Ravi Shankar, $10. George Benson, The Shape of Things, $10. The Forester Sisters, $7.50. Firefall, Mirror of the World for $5. Charlie Daniels Band is $12.50. Peter, Paul, and Mary is $7.50. The Best of Gayfo with Book, and Ray D'Arino. And then how far back are the PC games? Well, let me go grab a handful and I'll show you. Brent on Flying Burrito Brothers. Let's go pick out another half-off crate. Thank you on that, Brent. First, here's some 90s film-related magazines. Entertainment Weekly, Michael J. Fox, Oscar Magazine, Entertainment Weekly advertising the X-Men, American Film Magazine, 1991, Fight Club, Brad Pitt cover, The Power Issue, Entertainment Weekly, Holiday Movie Preview, Johnny Depp and Sleepy Hollow, The Green Mile with a Toy Story ad on the top, and the 100 Greatest Entertainers. All those for a $10 start. I don't know if I want to bundle those. I was just going to put them out in our store. If no one claims them anytime soon, I'm going to just put them out in our store because we put out a big batch of Xbox games that didn't get claimed, and somebody came in and bought like all of them. So I don't really want to reduce those too cheap, but I have a handful of PC games here I can show. Let's go ahead and pick out another half-off crate. This guy had most of his collection was PC games, so he had hundreds, it looks like here. So I can give you some examples. They look like PlayStation games. They're in those kind of cases. So they kind of, I opened up a box. I was like, oh my gosh, look at all these bizarre PlayStation game titles. I thought I'd like hit the mother load, and then I realized some of them are PCs. Like Dungeon Master 2, The Legend of Skull Keep. That's $9.99. Dungeon Master 2, The Legend of Skull Keep. I got Zephyr, The Ultimate Competitor. Zephyr is $6.99. And then I've got stuff like Nox, N-O-X, $6.99. And Age of Empires 2, The Age of Kings, $14.99. And Star Wars Rebellion for $9.99. And Dracula Unleashed for $9.99. And Privateer 2, The Darkening for $9.99. And Stonekeeper, and that's $9.99. And Fallout 2, a post-nuclear role-playing game, $19.99 for Fallout 2. And Painkiller, Heaven's Got a Hitman, $9.99. And Star Wars Galaxy and Empire Divided, $14.99. Couple Star Wars in there. Okay, and then the total on the games. Well, if you don't get these two over here, here's the two rare ones. Streets 2 was 50 and Castlevania was 220. If I leave those out, the total on these, Michael, was 25 and 20, so 45, 50, 60, 85, $110 is sticker. All right. Rebecca Howard wants Fallout. Rebecca Howard gets Fallout. All right. Thank you, Rebecca. That's so do you. These are definitely sticker price. I have never shown these before, these PC games, so they're all sticker price. Rebecca got Fallout. Before I count these and offer it, this is some pretty good titles. I don't know if I want to bundle these. I mean, I can, but it'll be a pricier per record. If not, I'm going to show them again later or put them in a different bin at another time. I'm ready to go through another half-off crate, though. How about y'all? Let's do some more. Okay. I don't think we might have some floppy stuff. Is Zephyr a murder mystery game? I can check on it, though. Zephyr looks like some kind of space game. Looks like some kind of 3D dimensional. No, that's definitely some sort of robot, futuristic spaceship type game there, it looks like. Okay. Let's find another half-off crate. I went ahead and had this one right here. What did I do with it? That's a pretty good one. Might go ahead and grab that then. It's that time of night. Late night discounts. Yeah, let's go through this one. Michael Butler. I mean, hold on a second. Michael Rudolph. You tell me what you want to be in on those Genesis games, and I'll think on it. Or I'll counter. We'll do something. If you want to. All right, and I'm going to make, I'm going to set them back over here on the shelf. I'm going to make that a lot of magazines, a buy it now for $10. If anybody wants those, you can go ahead and grab those for a $10 buy it now. That's all the movie-related magazines. That's officially a $10 buy it now. And would I take $99? I like that price. $99. Yes, and how about this? I'll make a strong effort to find you a Sega Genesis. I probably have 30 video game systems in this building. If we take what we just bought from this man, what I have stored in the back, I bet I could put together, and what I have at my house that I'm willing to let go, and other places in storage. How about we'll say Colectco inventory? I probably have 30 game systems, so there's bound to be a Genesis around here somewhere. I know for sure I've got 2 or 3 Ataris. I've got at least 2 ColecoVisions. I will try my best to track you down a Sega Genesis so you can play those. I know for sure there's 2 Ataris back there. There's one still in the box, a 5200. I've had it for about 3 years now, maybe 5 years. And Grog says he'll take these magazines sold for $10 to Grog. Now I'm assuming you want the film magazines and not the country ones from earlier. All right, with that being said, I need to go ahead and take this tower of stuff to the back before we have a spillage. ColecoVisions? Did I say ColecoVisions? I've got ColecoVision every night. Don't forget to put Sherry Darnell down for the Aussie rubber ducky. And while I'm back here, I'll go ahead and grab one and make sure that make sure y'all have it. Make sure y'all seen it. It was the hit sensation of the night. It's the Aussie rubber duckies. They're only $24.99. There he is. He's holding a bat, too. Thank you for Ed for ordering these. Okay. Film correct. Okay. I have to find it. That is buried over here by our back door. I probably know where it's close to. It's in a back door. It's by the back door in one of our miscellaneous tubs. It's currently behind about 10 or 15,000 albums. That's why it hadn't been out for sale yet. That kind of stuff that I'm talking about, it is buried in our warehouse. What we call our warehouse, which is this building I'm standing in, our store. It is behind probably 10 to 20,000 albums that have not been put out for sale. So that's why it's all buried. It could be weeks, if not months, before we get to it, unless I take a whole day and have them try to dig it out. So coming soon, but I just don't know when. Okay, half off LPs. Here we go. Roy Rogers, Take a Little Love. We've been selling a lot of Roy and Dale tonight. He's only $5. I think I need to go on the Aussie Duck wait list for my girlfriend's Jeep. There you go. So Sherry Darnell, there was a waiting list already earlier tonight. So let's add Michael Reed. And of course, about 30 minutes ago, Sherry Darnell said she wanted one. So there's that. I'm going to grab some more PC games in just a second. But here's the platters for $5. More of golden hits of the platters. We have Josh White, it's $10. Laura, is there still a PS2 next to your desk? I know there's been a PS2 next to Laura's desk and Paul's desk for months, if not years. And then I know over here we just bought a PS3 from him, 2 PS2s, maybe a 64. They're just, I got to make sure they're working, and a lot of other steps go into selling those. We got to make sure they're working and tested and complete, and you know, I don't want to sell y'all a broken one. So we got to go through them, clean them probably, make sure there's not critters living in them. Michael Rudolph also on the Aussie Duck. Peter, Paul, and Mary, A Song Will Rise. Peter, Paul, and Mary is $5. Bachman Turner Overdrive 2. BTO is $7.50. Taking Care of Business is on there. Ricky Skaggs, Country Boy. Ricky Skaggs is $10. Ernest Tubb, Baby, It's So Hard to Be Good. $5 on Ernest Tubb. We also have Hoyt Axton, Snowblind Flynn. Snowblind Friend, that's $7.50. And Jack Elliott, Country Style. Jack Elliott, $7.50. We got Adam Bernardi on BTO. BTO right here. That's sold to Adam Bernardi. We have American Flyer. American Flyer is $10. This is on the United Artists label. It's a super clean copy for $10. These prices I'm saying are the half off price, no more, no less. Day for Decision, Lloyd Green and his steel guitar. A 66 mono, $5 on that. And we have the Haggers, Music on the Countryside, or that might be the Hagers. They were on a TV show called Hee Haw, $7.50 on that. Here's a few more PC games for you right quick. I have Return to Castle, Wolfenstein. Wolfenstein is $9.99. Also, Lionheart, Legacy of the Crusader, $9.99 on Lionheart. Star Lancer is $14.99. 13, that's the name of it, 13, that's $9.99. And this is Land of Lore, Guardians of Destiny. That's $19.99. I think that's the front of it. This looks interesting. Heavy Metal, what is that? $9.99. Looks like is that kind of based on the cartoon? And then we have Betrayal in Antara, $9.99. Betrayal in Antara. Boy, I'm got to go get some Windows 99. We have the Bandit, the Nashville String Band. The Bandit Nashville String Band is $7.50. Here is the Ozzy Osbourne rubber ducky they're talking about. He's holding a bat. Those are $24.99. Over here, we have Randy Matthews, All I Am Is What You See. Randy Matthews is $5. And we did have some claims come in on the games, yeah. So Rebecca Howard on Wolfenstein, that's sold. And then Michael Ruttman on Heavy Metal. And let's tag that for him, Heavy Metal. And Rebecca, I got you down for Wolfenstein, yes. Some of these are probably pretty sweet. And then what was the other question here? A Channel F game system. I'm going to be honest. That's the first time I've ever heard of that. Channel F. Yeah, first time on that. Dwayne Caldwell on Randy. And that was Randy M. Randy Matthews right here in front of me. And then Jackie Reynolds on Bandit. CD start time, probably at the conclusion of this crate. So in about 15 or 20 minutes. Plus, I'm doing some miscellaneous stuff right now, too. But very soon. The feed tonight will end at 1:15. So I started pretty early tonight, honestly. Electric Prunes, that's why we've already sold 15 crates full of records. Electric Prunes is $7.50. And then DAW, Fearful Symmetry. DAW is VG Plus $11.50. VG Plus $11.50. Eugene Record, Welcome to My Fantasy. 79 Soul Disco, that's $7.50. And Cat Stevens, Mona Bone Jacone. That one's always a little bit more difficult to find in his discography. Not an expensive record, but when I got on a Cat Stevens run, it was like, man, is that record ever going to come through again? And finally, one popped up. Dwayne Caldwell on DAW. That's so to Dwayne Caldwell. And we have Jack Bruce, Songs for a Tailor. Jack Bruce is EX Condition, $9. Alex Chilton, High Priest, VG Plus, $9. And Coryell, Planet In. Coryell, Planet In. That's Larry Coryell, $10. Let me go grab another handful of computer games over here. Here's a few that are boxed. These are pretty cool. They're in boxes. And let's grab a few more in the jewel cases as well. And these are all prices marked. First thing we have is the Cat Stevens Atom. It was EX, $6.50. This is a half off bin, no more, no less. I must have not said the price because two people's asked. And then Eric Van Loosen on the Electric Prunes. Thank you on that. And William Drugovitz on the Alex Chilton. Those are sold and sold. Here's a few more games. This is Dungeon Lords. And that's $9.99. Dungeon Lords. That's in a box, as you can see. Dungeon Lords. And coming right behind that is BioShock. BioShock is $9.99. I remember seeing a lot of that. And then Prey. Prey is $19.99. Prey is $19.99. Adam Bernardi on the Cat Stevens. And that's so do you. Thank you. Pam, you were second on that. And then the Coryell here, Planet In. It is a 75 US. That's a Paul's handwriting. And there's no condition notes. So it's clean. $10 on that. Grand Funk Railroad, Caught in the Act. $12.50 on that. Here's a few more games right quick. Wing Commander, Prophecy. That is $6.99. And then Need for Speed 3, Hot Pursuit. I actually think I had that. $14.99. That was pretty fun. And then Unreal 2, The Awakening, $6.99. I think that's the one where you can play as the police and you could like sit somewhere running radar and then pull people over. I thought that was the most amazing thing ever. Coryell is Soda Grog. I think that's the one. I think we had that. That was pretty fun. Child is Father the Man. That's the debut album from Blood, Sweat, and Tears. That's on the first label too. Very clean. $15. And Need for Speed is sold to Shakedown. That looks just like it, yeah, because it's got the police lights on it. I think that was it. Does it have some screenshots of the game? No. It's got some information on the back, but yeah, that had to be it. $4.99 sold to Shakedown. Boy, that brought back a flash. That was like an instant, like a childhood, like boom. I just remember playing it on our first computer. Yeah. The Greatest Hits of Carl Perkins, $10. My mom will also tell the story. I had this cash register, and it sat on top of the keyboard. So it was like a cash register, and it had like teeth on the bottom of it. So when you put it on the cash register, it would lock in, and then it had buttons. And it was a game like you owned a store, and you would check out people and sell stuff to people. And 25 years later, I'm still doing it, but this time for real. We have the Cal Seals in concert. The Cal Seals is $5. The Cal Seals, this is with the hop sticker advertising hair. And then Brewer and Shipley, Rural Space, VG Plus, $5. Brewer and Shipley, Rural Space, $5 on that. And then Neil Diamond, Taproot Manuscript, $8.50. Neil Diamond Taproot Manuscript. Jan and Dean, the little old lady from Pasadena, $7.50. Now, y'all are probably going to have the same thing happen to you. When we first got all these PC games and we were talking about them, me and Paul, you know, the first thing that started suggesting in my Facebook timeline was all these groups. There's a lot of groups out there with vintage computer gear. Like they still have their same Windows 95 computer, and they're sharing, you know, where they're playing games and files and doing just nostalgic stuff on old Windows programs. And it was amazing. Like the next day, my Facebook feed had all these suggestions for PC groups on Facebook. I was like, wow. Obviously, Siri suggestions are turned on because I've got all this. And I joined a couple, and some of these people have like rooms full of old PC computers where they still play these games and, you know, whatever, all the culture of that still that exists. Lisa Torrio on the Cal Seals, that's sold to Lisa Torrio. Doug Kershaw is $10. Doug Kershaw. Dave Mason, Let It Flow. Dave Mason is $5. Alarm, The Alarm, Eye of the Hurricane. We sold an Alarm album earlier tonight. There's another one, just $12.50. Johnny Winter, Serious Business. Johnny Winter is $10. No condition notes on that. Here's a few more PC games. We have Nocturne. Nocturne is $9.99. Redneck Rampage. For some reason, that looks familiar. Redneck Rampage is $9.99. Arganum. And this is $9.99. Star Wars X-Wing Alliance. That's pretty cool. $9.99 on that. Command and Conquer Red Alert 2. That looks familiar too. $9.99. Alone in the Dark, The New Nightmare. And that is $9.99. Rebecca on the Alarm. That sold to Rebecca for $12.50. Lisa Torrio on Dave Mason. That sold for $5. And Michael Nath does get Johnny Winter Serious Business for $10. Awesome. And we have the Professional Approach to Disco Dance Instruction. Here is Disco. Disco is $12.50. It don't look familiar. The Redneck Rampage. Probably. Yeah, I saw those guys. Those guys were in Waffle House the other night. Right there. That's old Jim and Ed after they've been out on a bender. Next thing we have is Jean-Luc Ponty, Civilized Evil. $5. Edgar Winter's White Trash, a nice looking copy in shrink wrap. Edgar Winter's White Trash, yellow epic label. How much? Just $10? You've got to be kidding me. The Best of Jerry Lee Lewis Volume 2, $5 on that. Jean-Luc Ponty, that's been selling out of the discount bins. Glad to see they're going to new homes. That one sold to Adam Bernardi. El Dorado, a symphony for the Electric Light Orchestra. That's only $12.50. Ryan Mustaine also been claiming the Jean-Luc Ponty's. That's sold to Ryan Mustaine, or he was second. Sorry, Ryan, you were second. Traffic is EX $9. Adam Bernardi also first to the Electric Light Orchestra. Seek Ye the Lord, the Caravans. That's actually on the VJ label. That's in shrink wrap, and it's only $7.50. Christina Curtis on Jerry Lee Lewis. Michael Nath on Edgar Winter. Michael Nath racking in on the winners tonight. James Taylor, Mudslide Slim, how much? VG Plus, $9. You guessed it. Also over here, we have Cosmos Factory by CCR. VG Plus, $12.50. VG Plus, $12.50. That is Cosmos Factory. Reminiscing, Buddy Holly, now just $14 with this hop sticker that says available for the first time. Not bad. VG Plus, $14. And we have James Brown, contains the original hit single, Hot Pants. There it is, Hot Pants, VG Plus $12.50 for James Brown. Three Dog Night, It Ain't Easy, and Three Dog Night is $7.50. Marshall Tucker Band is EX $11.50. And Aretha Franklin, Who is Zoomin' Who, and that's in shrink with hop for $10. That was a big comeback album for Aretha there. Who's Zoomin' Who for $10. All right, let me see what else I got left in this crate of PC games. This is actually like just the top layer of 2 crates, so definitely won't be able to go through them all tonight. But I do want to show these ones in the box because y'all might have some interest in these. There's quite a bit over here. Let me see what these 3 are here. Some of these look interesting. Ooh, especially this one because it's Star Wars related. That would be almost a nice display item. Star Wars TIE Fighter, Defender of the Empire. $29.99. That looks pretty dang cool, honestly. And then what do we have here? This is Microsoft MS-DOS 66 upgrade. I think that's software. Yeah, $14.99. And Nighthawk F-27A Stealth Fighter 2.0. Wow, that looks pretty cool too for $19.99. Has a big manual with it. Looks like it's got keyboard instructions. Nighthawk F-27A Stealth Fighter 2.0. That's Star Wars, and that one there are pretty cool. Man, I'm going to have to get some, like I said, I'm going to have to go get on eBay and get some. I'm going to be ordering a working Windows 95 here tonight, probably. Next comment was Adam Bernardi on Three Dog Night. We're always going back in time, it seems. Adam Bernardi, Three Dog Night. DJ Not So Good on James Brown. Adam Bernardi next on Aretha Franklin. DJ Not So Good on Cosmo's Factory. DJ Not So Good on Buddy Holly. Wow, a lot of claims there. Travis next on Aretha. And then Shakedown, Moss, DOS. Thank you. Star Wars. Yeah. I can remember some of that stuff, but a little bit still predates me. Some of this, like far as when was this out? Yeah, I mean, a lot of this is still predating me. What year is this? 1994. This was being played on computers before I was born, okay? If y'all want to feel whatever you want to call it, this was being played before I was born. Let's check it, Shakedown. Adam, I've already pulled that, yes. This looks very nice. I see a manual. Let's see here. Yep, there's the manual, the adventure, maybe. There's that. And then, ooh, these are floppies. Wow. Look at that. That's pretty cool. I don't know if this is the first time we've bought a collection where I've actually seen floppied games. That's the first time I've actually seen that, honestly. This is the first time I've actually seen a floppied game. That's the first time I've actually realized what that is, and I've seen it. If you want to feel even older, okay? That's a floppy disk game. Shakedown, I'm assuming you still want that, so I'm going to tag you for it. Adam, you got ELO. And this one here specifically is... Okay, it says IBM 3.5-inch 144 megabyte. That's, of course, the dimensions and memory on the floppy. TIE Fighter required. Hard disk required. I don't know if that's a pun or not. TIE Fighter required, hard disk required. So, I don't know which operating system do you have to have for this. I don't know. This is pre the early computer knowledge that I have for sure. Does anybody know what do you have to have to plug this in? What do you have to the whole setup to play this? I guess something that will take, if you got a monitor, I guess anything that will play a 3.5-inch floppy disk, I guess. But you got to have some kind of system behind it. I don't know. We're getting in. Does anybody know call Bill Gates? Call Bill Gates. Laura's even younger than all of us. I was -1. She was -3. Moss. MS-DOS. MS-DOS as in Moss. So you got to have MS-DOS. See, that stuff, I really don't know what y'all are talking about. I remember Windows 95, maybe because I played on some old computers that had that on it. That sounded old, me saying that. And then 98, and then I remember 99, and then XP and Vista, or whatever was next. And then there came a point where I don't remember using Windows ever again, because I went to an Apple phone and an Apple laptop, I guess in college, and I hadn't used it in like 10 years, so I don't know what they even called. Yeah. MS-DOS. DOS. I think I said DOS. DOS. It sounds like on average, most of y'all watching are probably 20 to 40 years older than probably me and Laura. And here we are supplying y'all with items of the past. So like this Stealth Fighter game. So the Stealth Fighter game is minimum required IBM 286 or compatible with 16 megahertz. That's what this uses. VGA only. So what is this a floppy disk too? Is this a disk or a floppy disk? Where's it at? Yeah, so those are floppies too. I don't remember ever seeing a game or playing a game with that kind of hardware. This is some of the first I remember like this. So this requires... I'm going to have to get a computer. I'm going to have to get on Wikipedia tonight. So, you know what happens when I start selling something I don't know much about? I'm going to go home. I'm going to read the entire history on Wikipedia, watch YouTube videos, and by the next time I sell these, I'll be very adequate with language, information, etc. I'll take a training course tonight. Anytime I start selling anything I don't know a lot about, I'm going to go learn a lot about it. I remember storing stuff on floppy disk, but I don't remember ever playing a game on a floppy disk. I remember saving stuff on floppy disk for sure. We had them in different colors. We bought a bunch at Walmart. They were like translucent red, translucent clear, green, and we stored files because our computer would have too much on it. We'd have to put documents on there and stuff. So... all right, here's a few more. Wreck Warrior 2 or Mech Warrior 2, Blade of Darkness, and Mech Warrior is $6.99. Blade of Darkness is $6.99. Return to Zork is $6.99. Die by the Sword, and that's $6.99. Doom 3, that's a popular series. Doom 3 is $6.99. Star Wars Rebel Assault 2, and that is $9.99. And Star Wars Jedi Knight, Jedi Outcast, $9.99 on that. So, the earliest system, I remember my sister had a Super Nintendo, and I remember vaguely when my brother got a Nintendo 64 for Christmas, and that was like the greatest thing ever, GoldenEye. And that was the first earliest game I remember being really addicted to and playing was GoldenEye. And I think everybody's had an encounter with James Bond GoldenEye at some point. Oh my gosh. All right, so we have first Rebecca on Mech Warrior 2. That's sold to Rebecca Howitt. And then Michael Ruttman on Doom. That's sold to Michael Ruttman. Thank you on that. Thank you on that. Yeah, I just seen where Sotheby's has one of the first hard drives. Just to tell you how I told you about those groups that was sharing hard drives and stuff. So I know we've gotten really off topic. We got to get the CDs, but this is pretty cool that we've got on this topic, in my opinion. This is on the Sotheby's Instagram. They're selling one of Steve Jobs' first hand-built motherboards that was built in his garage. That Sotheby's is going to have that up for auction. And at the end of this video, it shows how you have to start it up and load it. But, of course, that's probably going to bring like $1 million or something at auction. So that was one of the first 25 motherboards that was built by Steve Jobs, literally in his mom's garage. And there was 25 known, and then they made another 500 or 150 or something. But that's probably going to bring like $1 million or something. So it's literally just a motherboard, just a little thing that him and Steve Wozniak built. Okay, so we sold those. I didn't miss any claims, right? Doom and Mech Warrior, those are the last two sold. And I need to take some off the table so I can show a couple more handfuls. And probably need to breeze through these half-off records one more time and then do a CD blitz. It's time for a CD blitz. Let's run through these half-off records one more time where we can, no interruption of disc, and then I'll do some more half-off, okay? Roy Rogers was $5, Take a Little Love. Encore of the Platters was $5. Josh White was $10. Also, Peter, Paul, and Mary is $5. Ricky Skaggs' Country Boy is $10. Ernest Tubb was $5. Baby, It's So Hard to Be Good. Hoyt Axton, Snowblind Friend, I keep mispronouncing that, $7.50. Jack Elliott is $7.50. Jack Elliott, $7.50. American Flyer is $10. We have Day for Decision, $5. The Haggers is $7.50. Stars of Hee Haw. Eugene Record was $7.50. Also, Jack Bruce was EX, $9. We have Grand Funk, that's $12.50. Caught in the Act. Child is Father of the Man, Blood, Sweat, and Tears. First Label, $15. The Greatest Hits of Carl Perkins, $10. Brewer and Shipley, VG Plus, $5. Taproot Manuscript is $8.50. Neil Diamond. Doug Kershaw is $10. Little Old Lady from Pasadena, $7.50. Disco Moves is $12.50. Traffic was EX, $9. The Caravans, VG Plus, $7.50. James Taylor, VG Plus, $9. And Marshall Tucker, EX, $11.50. Anybody else on anything in there? Let me grab another handful of PC games out of here right quick. Maybe we can finish this little stack, or maybe even this box right quick. And I guess I can post these as a flip video maybe in the group. That might be good for noon tomorrow. First thing we have is if-then statements. If statements. You are talking about computer programming. I did take a computer programming class in college. I was probably, instead of learning that, probably had another tab open checking on my eBay auctions. Ernest Tubb is right here, and that was sold to John Durden. Ernest Tubb, you got it, and that's right here, okay? We got Vampire, The Masquerade Bloodlines. Vampire is $9.99. Realms of the Haunting. I knew this guy was going to have some scary stuff eventually. Realms of the Haunting, $9.99. Star Wars Force Commander, that's pretty cool. Star Wars is $9.99. Heretic 2. Heretic 2 is $19.99. Wicked 3D Action Fantasy. Call of Duty United Offensive Expansion Pack. Call of Duty, that's pretty cool to see, $9.99. Ooh, I remember this one. Tom Clancy's Ghost Recon. Tom Clancy's $9.99. Ghost Recon. Icewind, this is $9.99. Dale, D-A-L-E, Icewind. Kingdoms, this is Total Annihilation Kingdoms, $6.99 on that. Over here, Medal of Honor, Allied Assault, Spearhead Expansion Pack. Man, I got to get a PC. I got to do something that plays that. What plays those? The Fallen, Star Trek, Deep Space Nine. Who's been asking about Star Trek games? There you go. The Fallen, Deep Space Nine, $4.99. And we have Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six Mission Pack, Eagle Watch, $4.99. So over here, we have Paul Brothers on Vampire. That's sold to Paul Brothers. And then next over here, we got Rebecca on Ghost Recon. That's pretty cool. And then over here, we got Paul Brothers on the Star Trek. That's sold to Paul Brothers. And I think we're good to go. So we still got Tom Clancy Rainbow Six Mission Pack Medal of Honor, Allied Assault Spearhead, Total Annihilation Kingdoms, Icewind, Call of Duty expansion pack, and he's right. That's just an expansion of the main game. Heretic 2, Star Wars, and Realms of the Haunting. There's some there. Okay, what I'm going to do is, if there's no other claim for vinyl out of that crate, I'm going to officially flip over this crate after I condense it with the other unsold auctions. And we are going to start an hour CD blitz. And actually, in between some of the CDs, I'll try to go ahead and show the rest of these computer games, because they're obviously selling. And what doesn't sell, I probably need to make a flip video. And just, because I can't just post pictures of them, because they're all different prices. Or maybe I can sort them by price. I might be able to sort them for price. And can you show the Charlie Daniels Band from the previous crate? That's right here in front of me. Josh Brown, that is $12.50. It's still available. So let me do a little clean-a-roo up over here. We got to do a little clean-a-roo-y. And we got some great CD. I already got them up here, too. I don't got to go hunt them or anything. They're up here, and we'll show some more games, because it's all disc-related, too. And if you're just hopping on, we've went into a flashback discussion, working on some, talking about the old computer software and old computer games. Very cool. I think it's becoming quite popular. I mean, it's, everything comes in cycles. I've been out of the loop on, Nintendo stuff has been hot for years. I mean, but I think there's a niche following for some of this old PC stuff too. So let me get some of this off the table. Very nice. And probably can sort those by price and maybe post pictures. I hope so, because that'd be a lengthy video if I try to do all of them. All right, let me go ahead and start with another handful of CDs, games here. And here's some that's in like snap cases, so these are probably even more familiar to me. Yeah, some of these are looking more familiar in these like snap cases. You'll see what I'm talking about in 5 seconds. All right. First thing we have is the Elder Scrolls Blood Moon, and that one actually don't have a price. Wait a minute. Uh-oh, some of these he might have not marked. Let me wait on these 4. They don't have prices. Okay, so pretend you didn't see those. We have Outcast for $4.99. Beyond Divinity for $6.99. The Operative, No One Lives Forever, $19.99. Here we go. Now that's what I'm talking about. Lynx 2001, yes. That would be the first one I pop in, $9.99. And this is Shadow Warrior. And it says Low Wang is Shadow Warrior, $6.99. Okay, and then here's some in some snap cases. This is what I call, well, maybe a snap case. Thief, Deadly Shadow, that's $9.99. Thief, Deadly Shadow, Dead Space 2. Dead Space 2 was $6.99. Dead Space, $6.99. Duke Nukem Forever, $6.99 on Duke Nukem. Borderlands Double Game Add-on Pack, $6.99. There's the actual Borderlands game for $6.99. And here is Quake 4. Ooh, that was a big sensation. $9.99, Quake 4. All right, and Paul Brothers wants Shadow Warrior. That is sold to Paul Brothers. Thank you. Okay. Miniature golf. Oh, yeah, every time we're on vacation. Every time we're on vacation, absolutely. All right, let's get started with some CDs. Let me still got a little bit of tidying up to do so I can move around a little bit better over here. Let me push these here. And let me push these out of the way. And we'll knock out this first box here. And these are all $6.99, right? I hope this is the stack I wanted to do. A lot of these look like they're in brand new jewel cases. see what's going on here. Are these have discs? Before I start showing these, it looks like he's put them in new jewel cases. He has. So some of these are in brand new. Yeah, these are in brand new jewel cases. Okay. Oh, yeah, and Josh Brown wanted Charlie Daniels. Let me go pull that for you right now. Josh Brown got Charlie Daniels. Oh, there went my knee. Oh. Thank you, Josh Brown. Anthrax, Among the Living. Robert Johnson, the complete recordings. We were having a discussion about him today. Buddy Guy, damn right, I've got the blues. Brian Setzer, 68 comeback special ignition. Brian Setzer, guitar slinger. Stevie Ray Vaughan, Soul to Soul. Alan Jackson, What I Do. Sealed, Never Open. Lisa Marie Presley, To Whom It May Concern. Also, Brian Setzer Orchestra, Vavoom. Brian Setzer Orchestra again. And the Beatles, A Hard Day's Night. Those are all $6.99. Let me move these other PC games right over here. Give me some space to operate on. Let me try to pack as much as I can in here. There we go. Okay. And first thing I have is Darren Chrisman on A, and there was only one, Anthrax. So to Darren for $6.99. Melanie Jennings on Johnson, that's Robert Johnson. Grog was first on the Beatles, and that was Hard Day's Night, the only one. Tim Graham on the sealed Alan Jackson. Regina put L-I-T-S-A. Lisa Marie Presley, I bet, for Regina. And then Lonesome Loser says I use. And then Phantom, I've already sold it to Regina. So I still got Brian Setzer, Stevie Ray Vaughan, Brian Setzer, and Buddy Guy. And those are all like in brand new jewel cases. So that's how they're going to look, just FYI. He's got them like, and that's how a few, not all those that I just sold, but some of them, that's how they look like that. And then let me put these other PC games away. And let me grab a handful of CDs, and then we're going to do another handful of games right quick. But first, let me get the D's in here. I'm going to go through, this is the box that was marked rare. So I don't know how rare some of these are. There hadn't been any I've had to veto yet. If there is, I'll let you know. Okay. And then Tim Graham got Stevie Ray. Yeah, some of these are nice brand new jewel cases. Kid Rock, Rebel Soul, Kid Rock. Another Stevie Ray Vaughan, Couldn't Stand the Weather. And we also got In Step. And we got Family Style, all Stevie Ray Vaughan. AC/DC Back in Black. Don't know what this is. AC/DC Volts, never seen that before. A John Lee Hooker Ultimate Collection. Nice, Beatles #1 hits. Reverend Horton Heat Space Heater. Reverend Horton Heat, It's Martini Time. Big Sandy and Fly Right Boys, Feeling Kind of Lucky. Reverend Horton Heat, Smoke 'em If You Got 'em. Another Stevie Ray Vaughan, Double Trouble. Oh boy, here's a good one. Trickster, that's rare on vinyl. And Ace Frehley, Anomaly. Ace Frehley, Anomaly, $6.99. Ace Frehley, Anomaly. Let me put my laptop away over here so I have a little bit more space. I'm going to stack this crate over here. Let me throw this across the room. Everything's okay. I meant for that to happen. Let me stack this crate right there. Sweet. Now I can push this over here. And now I have more room to walk. All right. That little stack, except for the cover, is missing the back tray. Yeah. So yeah, a couple of these are missing the back. Well, this stack, except for Trickster, Ace Frehley, and Kid Rock. Just a couple others we sold have been missing. So the other ones we've sold that were missing were Anthrax, Robert Johnson, maybe, the Beatles, and that first Stevie Ray Vaughan. And the rest of these, you can see that they don't have a spine. It looks like he's put them in a brand new jewel case, except for the first ones I mentioned there. So I'll let you know on if any more are like that. Okay, first thing we had was Rebecca on AC/DC Volts. All right, so that's so to Rebecca. Tim Graham got Back in Black. Scott Arnold was next, then Robert. John Durden got Trickster. Trickster so to John Durden. Tim Graham on Double. And that was Double. What was Double? Double was, let me know on that one, Tim. Double. And then Christina next on Trickster. Lisa Torrio got Ace Frehley. Then Jerry Rock. And then Christina. Then Angela. And then Scott O'Man. Scott O'Man on Kid Rock. Okay. And he wanted Double Trouble. Okay. You want live at Carnegie Hall. Okay. So those are sold. And Grog said he didn't want Hard Day's Night unless it had the back tray. So yeah, there's no... Well, let me take a look at it. I mean, he doesn't have it in there unless it's like... Yeah, I mean, it's obviously not behind that. So Hard Day's Night is still available if anybody wants it. So none of these have the back tray insert. These that are left, the Beatles, Reverend Horton Heat, Reverend Horton Heat, Reverend Horton Heat, Reverend Horton Heat, Beatles number 1s, John Lee Hooker, Stevie Ray Vaughan, and Stevie Ray Vaughan. There's those. Okay. Now I've blocked myself in from this box. Let me jump back over here. All right, let's see what we got here. These all have the trays. These are all good to go. All right, and these are... Okay. And this... And none of these do. Okay? So I'm going to show you 4 that are complete, and then I'm going to show you a bunch over here that don't have the back trays, okay? These first 4 do. Make sure I'm at the bottom here, okay? Peter Criss, 9 Inch Nails, Quiet Riot, and Kiss. Those are all available, okay? Those all are complete with the back tray and everything. These next ones do not. They are all missing the spine or back tray insert, okay? But they do have front artwork, and I'm sure they're all very nice. Ozzy, Ultimate Sin, AC/DC Live from Atlantic Studios, the Randy Rhoads Tribute Album, Blizzard of Oz. This one is Ozzy, what is this one called? Down to Earth, Hellbilly Deluxe, and Sgt. Pepper's by the Beatles. Okay? So those are available. And the first claim was John Durden on Peter Criss. And then Rebecca Howard on 9 Inch Nails. John Durden got Kiss. Scott O'Man next on 9 Inch Nails. Dustin next on 9 Inch Nails. Peter next on... Christina next on Peter. Clay Moore got Quiet Riot. Is that right, Clay? WR? You meant QR for Quiet Riot. And then over here we got Melanie Jennings on Blizzard of Oz. And then Aurora. There's a few Stevie Ray Vaughns left. Darren Chrisman got Tribute. Angela, you were next on Quiet Riot. And then we have Sgt. Pepper's still left. Rob Zombie, Ozzy, AC/DC, and Ozzy. And then Aurora, the Stevie Ray Vaughns that are left over here are Family Style, In Step, and Couldn't Stand the Weather. Now those do not have the back tray insert. Okay, no back tray insert. Good disc still left there. I forgot about the PC games. Let me go grab a handful of those right quick. I'm almost done with this first box. The rest of them are all in like snap cases here, or in boxes. So we have Stalker, and this is Shadow of Chernobyl, $14.99. Battlefield, Bad Company 2 for $4.99. The Lord of the Rings online, Mines of Moria. That's $9.99. I bet that was great at its time. Crisis is $6.99. And Rise of Legends, and that's $14.99. Aurora wants Stevie Ray Vaughan Family Style, okay? There we have it. And is there anything left in this box? There is. There's a bunch of 45s in here, which I haven't even got to peek at. Let me sort these by no tray and tray, okay? Let me do a sort on these right quick. So these have trays. And then these don't have trays. Okay, yeah, all right. So this stack here is good to go. Wrathchild America, Climbing the Walls. Let It Be Naked, The Beatles. John Cougar, American Fool. Alan Jackson, When Somebody Loves You. Peter Gabriel, Shaking the Tree, which is a hit. Trace Adkins, Chrome. And Twisted Sister, big hits. And Nice Nasty Cuts, the best of Twisted Sister. Those are all $6.99. Oh, that was a great neck adjustment. Oh, sorry, I'm stretching. I haven't had a time to stretch all night. Careful of those GFF. Are you talking about the ones that require, like the log online games for Windows? So what, you can't, is it just where you can't connect to it anymore? Is that what it is? Okay, a Grog on Naked. Let It Be Naked. That's Soda Grog. Got it. Scott Oman on Twisted Sister. Got it. Tim Graham on Trace Atkins. Got it. Susie Q next on Trace Atkins. Jerry Rock on W for Wrathchild. Got it. And then Thomas next on Let It Be. Melon Jings on Gabriel. Got it. Thomas Hujar next. So we still got Alan Jackson and John Cougar Mellencamp. Okay. Those are available. And here, these are missing the back tray. Let me get them all sorted. Man, some great titles, but they're missing the back tray and spine. Okay. So they're going to look like that on the spine. Ozzy, No Rest for the Wicked. Beatles, Rubber Soul. Rob Zombie, Sinister Urge. The Ghastly Ones, A Haunting We Will Go Go. And Reverend Horton Heat, the full custom gospel sounds. Those are missing the back art and tray, though. And the rest of this box is 45, so it's off. It's off to find more. What the heck is this? Wow, I don't know if I've ever seen this format before. I've seen 8 tracks. I've seen 4 tracks. Look at this. A play tape. I'll have to show that to John. I don't know if I've ever seen that format. That's got to be scarce. Boy, we've went into some dead media tonight. Man. We've went into some dead media tonight, made in Japan. We've went into some, like, bizarre formats tonight. Okay, so what got claimed out of here? No Rest for John Brugenstorm. No, these are the actual disc. Probably what happened was the jewel case was cracked or dirty, and instead of popping this out and taking the back cover, he decided he did not want to spend the time to do that, so he just popped out the disc and the book and put it in a new jewel case. He didn't take the time to pop out, you know. This guy was pretty peculiar. He looked all these up. He said $35 on that one, so probably true. That's sold to John Bergenstorm, Christina Curtis on Ghastly Ones. And then John Bergenstorm, Blizzard's already sold. And, all right, so we got Reverend Horton Heat, Rob Zombie, and those do not have artwork. Wow. So the only thing left there that did have artwork is John Cougar and Alan Jackson. Let's get into another box because that rest of that box is 45s and that Supremes deal. And I'll hand this over to John, and John processes all of our 45s. So he'll tell me if I can sell those for $100, $10, or $1. Okay, and let's go get another box. Also, well, I also got this stuff over here on the rack behind me, which I've been wanting to clean off forever. And now that I can actually walk over here to them, I will get closer to doing that right now. So first thing I have over here is, let me go ahead and grab some of these. Let's go ahead and clean this section off right here. I'll grab this. Then we'll go do a box after this handful, because I think that's where we're going to find some really good titles. And there shouldn't be any more missing the back trays like that. Okay. We got Bob Dylan, Time Out of Mind, Enigma, Gravity of Love, John Elefante, Define Gravity. Those look like singles. Here's a full album. John Elefante, Corridors, Earth, Wind, and Fire, Open Our Eyes, Manu de Bongo, Waka Africa. This is a Dwayne Bailey sketch, Mildred Bailey, Harlem Lullaby, 10cc Meanwhile, 10cc Mirror Mirror, 10cc I'm Not in Love, Jason Aldean 9, Sealed, David Benoit, Here's to You Charlie Brown, 50 Great Years, John Anderson, Oasis, A Sun Willow, John Anderson, Three Ships, and that is prog rock John Anderson, Benny Anderson Band, Story of a Heart, Herb Alpert, the Tijuana Brass Christmas album, Alabama, American Pride, and 38 Special, Rock and Roll Strategy. Those are all $6.99. And before I bring over a new box, we actually already have a full tower here, including with PC games. So let me go swap these out right quick. And then let me go take these into our Operation Center. Operation Center. Operation Center. Nice. Done. Operator, won't you help me place this call? Okay, so we got Susie on Enigma, and we'll go ahead and tag her for this. And then J.A., is that for Jason Aldean or John Anderson? There's two John Andersons if sold, and then there's Jason Aldean. Christmas Albert, that's Herb Alpert Christmas, that's Soda Grog. Chuck Haley was next. Burt possibly next on Jason Aldean. And you're second on Jason Aldean because that's what Susie wanted. Angela on 38 Special. And we have Bob Dylan, Alabama, Benny Anderson Band, David Benoit, 10cc, 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 Mildred Bailey, Dwayne Bailey, Manu de Bongo, Earth, Wind, Fire, John Elefante. Okay? And Susie also wants Enigma 7. Yes, I got you for that. Yes. Okay, and then I'll take another Stevie Ray Vaughan. Which one? There was Double Trouble. Stevie Ray Vaughan's are Couldn't Stand the Weather and In Step. $6.99 each. They are missing the back tray and spine, just so you know. Does not affect playback. Does affect the ability to probably keep them in order better, but won't affect playback. All right, let's get this box I was teasing last night. The third box I was teasing last night. Let me go get this. And I think y'all are going to like these. A lot of rock in here. Whole lot of rock. Oh my gosh. Whole lot of rock. Fresh box, and these are complete and nice. Let's try to get through this box in the what? Next 45 minutes. She wants In Step. Okay, that's so to Aurora. All right. Let's do this. Oh. Yeah. I wish I could mix these up. That's okay. Well, it actually might be half CDs and half DVDs. Okay, I'm fine with it either way. Here we go. Nitro 2. Nitro OFR. Nightmare Cosmovision. Nickelback, Silver Side Up. Nickelback, All the Right Reasons. Nickelback, The Long Road. Vince Neil, Exposed. Vince Neil, Carved in Stone. Prince, Purple Rain. Pink Floyd, Division Bell. Papa Roach, Metamorphosis. The jewel case is cracked on that one. Cracked jewel case on that one. Ooh, there's some cool stuff coming up. We might have to get into some movies, it looks like. Okay, so Claymore on Nitro. Clay, you got dibs there on 2. He might want both. Grog on Pink Floyd. I guess there's only 1, so we'll give him that one. Next is Melanie Jennings on Prince. There was 1, so I'll give you that one. Jerry Rock next on N. That could have been for Nitro, Nightmare, or Nickelback, so you'll have to let me know. Angela next on Nitro. Lisa next on Prince. Tim next on Prince. Lisa first on Papa Roach. Claymore got both Nitro. Burt Jordan next on Pink Floyd. All right, so we still got Vince Neil, Nickelback, and Nightmare. Those are all still available. Next is Primal Fear, Nuclear Fire. Primal Fear, Jaws of Death. Primal Fear, Devil's Ground. Primal Fear, Black Sun. Pride and Glory, self-titled. This is The Poor Boys, Pardon Me. Power Man, Power Mad, Absolute Power, and Poison, Greatest Hits. So Jerry was Nitro, so you were actually third on those. These are all $6.99. Probably everything in that stack should sell. If not, I'll be kind of surprised. And I'm going to go ahead and do this. We'll go ahead and do these 2 right here. Should be instant sellers. Are you ready? We got Queensryche, Operation Mindcrime, and Queensryche, The Warning. $6.99, $6.99. We have Scott Arnold on POW. POW was Power Mad, right? Scott Arnold, Power Mad. And then Jerry Rock put P. P could be for Primal Fear, Pride and Glory, Poor Boys, Poison, and Queensryche. Jerry, you are going to have to let me know. And then, let me go ahead and restack this. And then Tim Graham next on Poison, possibly. And then Scott Oman first on Queensryche. So, Scott, do you want Operation Mindcrime or The Warning? Do you want Operation Mindcrime or The Warning? That is up to Scott Oman. Then John Bergenstorm possibly next on Queensryche. Jerry on Primal Fear, okay? You've got 4 to choose from. Maybe you'll say all. We haven't had an all yet. That means the next comment, Tim Graham does get Poison. John Bergenstorm officially next. And then that leaves the Poor Boys and Pride and Glory still. Jerry Rock does get all Primal Fears. Those are sold. And then Queensryche, the 2 pending Queensryche are pending to Scott Oman, and he wants Mindcrime. So the next Queensryche claim goes to Scott Arnold. Scott, if you want The Warning, it's yours. If not, just let me know. Next handful's going up right now. And that is, somebody could, let me see if I can mix these up again. Holy moly. All right, let's do these. And then we'll do these. Okay. A lot of the same artists right here in a row, so, okay. Queensryche is sold to Scott Arnold. Okay, so the only thing that didn't get claimed there was the Poor Boys and Pride and Glory. Here we go. Man, some good titles coming up for $6.99. Overkill, Years of Decay, Overkill, Feel the Fire, Nugent, Ted Nugent, Little Miss Dangerous, Nugent by Nugent. How about Overkill, FU, and then some? And then Pagan's Mind, God's Equation, Papa Roach, Getting Away for Murder, Papa Roach Fear, Queensryche Empire, and Queensryche Operation Mindcrime 2. Those are all $6.99. Michael Reed first on Overkill. So Michael Reed, your Overkill, you can have 10 Years of Decay, Feel the Fire, and FU. There's FU and then some. Your dibs on all those. Scott Arnold was next. Scott Oman first on Operation Queensryche 2. And then John Bergenstorm next on Overkill. Lisa, you got dibs on 2 Papa Roach. So your dibs on Papa Roach. And that still leaves Queensryche Empire. And no, it doesn't. That's sold to John Bergenstorm. That leaves Pagan's Mind, Nugent, and Nugent. He wants just 10 years. So that is sold to Michael Reed. That means next overkill goes to Scott Arnold. And Scott, F you or feel the fire. Okay, he just wanted years of decay. So it goes to the next overkill. And there's no more overkill. Yeah, John Bergenstorm. John, you got dibs on overkill or overkill. Your dibs. Lisa wants both Papa Roach. Great. So all those are sold. Let's go to another handful. And this one's going to be fun. I'm probably, golly, I don't know how to do this. I better just mix them up with some others. I've got a stack of all the same artists here, and I know they're all going to sell. So let me just mix them in with the others. You know what? But I usually don't do that. I usually show them all at once. Let me just do that, and we'll have to figure it out, okay? We'll just have to work through it. We'll just have to work through it. Let me go ahead and show them all right now. Maybe it'll happen where somebody gets them all. That's what I want, okay? John Bergenstorm gets both, okay? There's that. We have Ozzy, Dire of a Madman. We have Ozzy, Black Rain. Ozzy, No More Tears. Ozzy, Just Say No. Ozzy, No Rest for the Wicked. Ozzy, not Shot in the songs on there. The Ultimate Sin. We got Ozzy, the Randy Rhoads Tribute. We got Ozzy, Bark at the Moon. We got Ozzy, Blizzard of Oz. Ozzy, Blizzard of Oz again. And Ozzy, Speak of the Devil. Wow. All Ozzy, $6.99. Let's just go ahead and knock those out right now. So, the bottom of this box is all really good DVDs. I mean, like, titles I don't see too often. And there's movie DVDs in here too. Wow. There's some cool stuff in the bottom of this box. We'll get to them in 1 second. And the question was, do you ever auction off? Whenever we get them, we price them, yeah. If we buy 500 Blu-rays, we scan them. We look for rare and expensive stuff. We set it aside and price them. The rest of them we just kind of show here or we put out in our store. So Grog was first on Ozzy. And he says he wants all of them except for the duplicate. Okay. So I will give you, does it matter which one you want here? Do you want the remaster or we'll say standard on Blizzard? Remaster or standard on Blizzard. And then that means, Rebecca, if you want the one that's left, you'll be next, okay? So if you want the remaster of Blizzard, just let me know. And that means Grog gets all these. Also to Grog, which was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10, and then Rebecca gets this one. That's kind of why I like showing them at once, because usually a big artist like that at just $6.99, somebody goes ahead and takes them all. Let's do another handful. And there's an absolute steal in here for $6.99, okay? An absolute steal, but that's why I hope y'all come back every night. We have Pink, Greatest Hits. This is Papa Roach, Who Do You Trust? Poison, Native Tongue. Poison, Flesh and Blood. Ted Nugent, Intensities. Ted Nugent, Full Bluntal Nudity. Ted Nugent, Live at Hammersmith. Probot. Wow, Probot. Isn't that Dave Grohl? Yeah. And then Ted Nugent, Spirit of the Wild. And here is the steal, in my opinion. Queen, Greatest Hits 1 and 2, 2 CD set. A double pack of Queen, or it actually might be 4 disc. Is it 2 double packs? Either way, it's Greatest Hits 1 and 2, but I think that's usually a 2 CD. And, okay, now I've got one I definitely want to price separate because I think it's pretty pricey. And then we are almost ready for another box because I think the rest of these, nope, there's 2 CDs. We're about to get into movies. Let me check underneath this. And I'll have to scan some of these right quick, and I'll just price them very fair. I think you're all going to want some of these movies. They're really good. Some of them are box sets I mentioned last night. All right, let's tag these first, though. The first claim was John Durden on Pink. That's so to John Durden. And then the next claim was Scott Oman on Poison. So you got dibs on Native and Flesh and Blood. Next is Paul Brothers on Nugent. You got dibs on several. Spirit of the Wild, Hammersmith, Full Bluntal Nudity, and Intensity. So Paul, you're next. Lisa Torrio got Papa Roach. It was only one. Grog got Queen, then John Durden, then Shakedown, then Rebecca, and then who had dibs on Poison? Scott O'Man, and he gets both Poison, and Paul Brothers gets all Ted Nugent. Whoop, I've ran out of space. And who got Probot? Probot was sold to Rebecca Howitt. Okay. And my stack here is really full. So let me take this to the back. That worked out fantastically. Fantastically. And let me take this dangerously tall stack of compact disc around the corner here and put them on this very sturdy table in the corner. So when they come in tomorrow, they will be able to tag this accurately and thoroughly. Nice. Oh boy, getting into some good stuff. Okay. And we got another little handful of CDs here I've dug out. And we have, did my Queen pop up? Tim Graham, Queen. Queen was, yeah, Queen was Grog, John Durden, Shakedown, Rebecca, Scott Arnold, Tim Graham, Burt Jordan. Okay. Overkill, Take It Over. Obsession, Scarred for Life. Poison, Open Up. Poison, Look What the Cat Dragged In. Oh man, that looks so familiar. I almost said Tangerine Dream. Porcupine Tree. And Porcupine Tree again. All right, and I'm going to be scanning this first box set just to see what this goes for. I'm going to use eBay, Comp, Sold Listings. And hopefully there's barcodes on these. If not, I'm going to skip them till the next time. Maybe there's barcodes on one of them. Especially these box. There's some CD box sets in here too. Same thing, I'm going to scan these. Yeah, there's no barcode on this. Well, I'll wait on that one for right now. Let's move on to a different one before I tag these. Please be a barcode on this one. There we go. All right. And we'll be very fair on this stuff, of course. Let me close out of all my apps. My phone is about gone. It hardly, about 3 times a day, it freezes up and just doesn't do anything. And y'all know how Apple stuff is. It's almost never supposed to do that. So, all right. Okay. Now I've got that set up. It'll go faster. Okay, so first thing I have is who was first over here. First thing I had over here was Darren Chrisman on Overkill. There was only one. It sold to him. Rebecca Howitt on Poison. And Rebecca Howitt, I assume, wants both, but we'll find out. And then Grog was first on Porcupine, and he got both. Okay, and then Rebecca, you're first on Poison. If you do, she does get both, okay? And then did anybody get Obsession? Scott Arnold did. Scott Arnold did. Thank you. Scott Arnold. Apple, oh man, Apple, that's my favorite. I think it's hard to beat Apple. Okay, let's go over here, and this is going to be $14.99. This is $14.99, the Batman Anthology, 89 to 97. It's an 8-disc set, I think. Yeah, 8-disc Batman DVD set, and this is $14.99. Batman Anthology, $14.99 on that. And then I've got some music-related stuff too. And the first thing here is this, and we'll say this is. Let me go get another box of CDs too. This is sold to Tim Graham for $14.99. $9.99 for Carnival of Sins, Motley Crue Live. Carnival of Sins, Motley Crue Live. That's $9.99. $9.99 on that. And let me go ahead and do this. And Motley Crue is $9.99. Carnival of Sins, that's a live DVD. And this item here is also $14.99. And it's the Godfather DVD collection. Godfather DVD collection, $14.99 on that. Okay, I think actually my next quote box is actually more stacks of CDs here behind me. Motley Crue is sold to Oh So Adventure, and Godfather, and that's $9.99 on Motley Crue. And then Godfather's $14.99. What is this right here? There's some cool, there's some CD, oh yeah, there's CD box sets in here too. All right, let me check this right quick. All right. We have... Okay. Yeah, these are these I'm showing are DVDs. That is a putback. So Batman Anthology is still available. Motley Crue is still sold. Claymore was second. Lisa gets The Godfather for $14.99. And this is $9.99. This is Matthew Sherrick says he'll take Batman. So give that to Matthew then. Change that to Matthew. And then Escape from New York DVD collector set, $9.99. Escape from New York DVD collector set, $9.99 on Escape from New York. That's available. And we're going to do one more DVD set here. Nope, it doesn't have a barcode. A little bit longer to look those up that way. And let's find another concert over here. Here we go. These are always popular. Escape from New York looks pretty cool. Let me check this right quick. I scanned a hardback horror book over here earlier from this guy's collection, and it shows up on Amazon for like $480. I was like, dude, what? Chuck Haley wants Escape from New York. That's $9.99. Here's a live Twisted Sister DVD. $9.99 on that. Live at Whackin'. Twisted Sisters $9.99. Live at Whackin'. And this is always a big movie. And I'll say this is $9.99 too. Creep Show. Creep Show, $9.99. Creep Show, $9.99 on Creep Show. And let's do one more, because this here looks interesting. This looks very interesting. Please have a barcode. Dang it. The barcodes on these must have been on the shrink wrap. Okay. Let me check this manually, because I'm very curious. All right. Yeah, this is also $9.99. Ultraman Series 1 Volume 1. Ultraman is $9.99. Okay, let me go over here and grab a handful of CDs. Let me finish clearing off this top shelf I was working on. Where are we here? Let's work on this one right here. Yep, and here. Good deal. Be glad to have my shelf cleared off. This is actually where we're supposed to store autographs and eBay items and or other items we have listed elsewhere like Discogs, and it's full of CDs I've never shown. Claymore got Twisted Sister. That's sold to Claymore for $9.99. And I still got Creep Show and Ultraman. Those are also $9.99. Okay, back to music. Back to music. These are $6.99. Back to CDs. We have Dickie Betts Band, Pattern Disruptive. Bo Bice, Sugar Money. Bo Bice, Inside Your Heaven Vehicle. We have Susan Ashton, Margaret Becker, and Christine Dente. We have Susan Ashton again, Susan Ashton again, Susan Ashton again, and we have Martarka Berg. Those are all $6.99. Darren Crispin on Betts, Dickie Betts Band. That's sold to Darren for $6.99. And that left Susan Ashton times 5, 2 Bo Bice, and Martarka Berg, maybe. Not for sure on that one, but there it is. And John Durden claimed Ultraman. Really? Oh, y'all were chatting while I walked away. My bad. John Durden on Ultraman. You're absolutely right. So let me put that on top of Twisted Sister. And then Michael Reed, you were second. Then Clay Moore got Twisted Sister, and there's Betts. And Susie Breelove wants all Bo Bice. There's my favorite word. Y'all been using it several times tonight. All. Take all. That's so to Susie on that, okay? And let me grab a few more. Let's go jump back over here then. Is that all I brought up? No, there's another stack. I was like, surely that's not all I brought up. Here's some more here. We got Daniel Ash Coming Down. Eddie Arnold's Greatest Songs. America Here and Now. 3 is called 3.2, Third Impression. 3 to the power of 3. Casey Abrams, self-titled. ABC, The Lexicon of Love. ABBA, The Visitors. ABBA, Super Trooper. ABBA's Greatest Hits 2. ABBA, Voulez Vous. Wow, Chet Baker. Chet. Bobby Bland. And we have Black Audio. Sex Sales. Okay? And then the next comment was grog on Chet Baker and on Bobby Bland. Sold to Grog and Grog. Susie on America. And I think there was just one. There was. Lisa Torrio, you've got dibs on ABBA, and that is Voulez Vous, Greatest Hits 2, Super Trooper, or The Visitors. Okay? And those are all pending. And then Phantom, then Chuck. And then that left Daniel Ash, Eddie Arnold, 3, Casey Abrams, ABC, and Black Audio. Okay, and then let's jump over here to this box. Whoop, I've already pulled a couple out. So let me do... Man, I bet this is great. Let me scan it and find out. I'm going to go back to Discogs because this is a CD box that I'm about to show. I'm going to try to price all these out. We got about 20 minutes left. We got time. 99 US. This is, I'm hoping the 99 US. Yeah. It's got the window and everything. Okay. So this I will sell for $49.99. Okay, $49.99. The Life and Crimes of Alice Cooper CD box set. Life and Crimes of Alice Cooper. It is a 4-disc with book. Alice Cooper, $49.99. That is available. And then Lisa Torrio wants just ABBA's Greatest Hits 2. So Phantom Canuck got Visitors and Super Trooper and Voulez Vous. So Phantom Canuck, you get the other 3. Thank you. Those are so due. Alice Cooper box sets, $49.99. And if I had some more space here on the table, I'd show you more of it. But first, I'm going to go ahead and scan this DVD here and say this is $9.99. Return of the Living Dead. Great DVD titles. Return of the Living Dead. That's available. Lots of horror stuff here. And vintage horror stuff. This is extremely expensive. Wait a second. This is $19.99. Hold on a minute. Let me make sure it's a 2-disc. Yeah. Cannibal Holocaust. $19.99. The most controversial movie ever made is what it says there. $19.99 on that. Cannibal Holocaust. And this one is Elite. We'll do it for $9.99. Evil Dead. The Evil Dead. $9.99 on that. Okay, so over here we had RD, Michael Reed. Is RD for Return of the Living Dead, Michael Reed? If so, that's so due for $9.99. Michael Reed on Cannibal Holocaust for $19.99. And Stanley on Evil Dead for $9.99. So those were $9, $19, and $9. All right. There's that. And let me go grab another handful of compact disc right quick. Is there a CD somewhere in here? Hey, a random CD in this box of DVDs. Naz, Raz, Anama Naz, Nazareth is $6.99. Let's go grab another handful over here off this shelf. Moving on up. Moving on up. Okay. Here we go. Handful coming up right here. How much? Just $6.99. And guess what? We got more Bo Bice, The Real Thing. We got more Bo Bice, See the Light. We got Bo Bice 3. We got Beck and Sanborn, the original CTI recordings. We got Bix Better Bike, something like that. Bob Belden, Black Dahlia. Anita Baker, Rhythm of Love. Anita Baker, Giving You the Best That I Got. Where the heck is Donna Turner at? Oleta Adams, Evolution. We have Believer Dimensions. Eric Bennett, A Day in the Life, Tony Bennett, Playing with My Friends, Tony Bennett and Katie Lang, Tony Bennett Duets 2, David Benoit, Freedom at Midnight, and David Benoit, Every Step of the Way. The only DVD that hasn't been claimed is Creepshow, and it's $9.99. And oh, Susie Q, Susie Breelove wants the 3 Bo-Bye CDs. Okay? Those are so does Susie, and my stack has gotten tall again after all those box sets. But first we got Grog was What Was For Bix again, and that was Beck and Sanborn, and that is, I guess, Joe Beck. I didn't know which Beck. I knew it was probably David Sanborn. Joe Beck and David Sanborn. It's Beck and Sanborn, $6.99. And then Dwayne Caldwell on Believer. You can show that. You can see that. That's right here. It's billed on the spine as Believer Dimensions. Okay. And then Return of the Living Dead is a putback. Wait a minute. RD. Who got that one? Michael Reed, Michael Stanley. At this point, I'm confused. Evil Dead, not Return of the Living Dead. Evil Dead is being put back by Mark Stanley. Okay? So if anybody wants that, it's available. Evil Dead is available, $9.99. Okay? Matthew Sherrick gets Creepshow for $9.99. Evil Dead still available for $9.99. Okay? And then Bix is right here. And that is At the Jazz Band Hall with Frankie Trumbar, Benny Goodman, etc. Bix at the Jazz Band Hall. Okay, Dwayne Caldwell on Believer. Great. And you have DVDs, Devil's Resurrect, 3 from the Hell House, 1,000 Courses. Now, if I answered that, Dan, and if I did say yes, then I would have a flood of other requests, people asking me, do I have a DVD, and then I'd have to jump ahead. So I will say this, I can't tell you. For 2 reasons. 1, I honestly don't know. And number 2, like I said, if I did, it would open up a flood of requests, the likes of which you have never seen before. And then I would have to promise anybody else who asked for something for me to give that to them next. So I hope you understand. So my answer is I can't tell you for those 2 reasons. Now, if I'd already shown it and nobody had claimed it, I could sell it to you or tell you. But that would open up a flood of requests, because if I do say yes, but you got to wait to claim it and you don't get it, then that would be very bad. Okay? And Evil Dead is also sold to Matthew Sherrick for $9.99. So, and this is sold to Grog. Okay? Michael Reed said he wanted the Evil Return. Wait a minute. I have no idea. So Evil Dead is sold to Matthew Sherrick, right? And Bix is sold to Grog. You got that. All right, now I can stack these over here. Boy, I hope I hadn't messed up those Evil Deads and Return of the Living Dead. I hope I didn't mess that up. They're going to have to go back through and read through all the chat probably to figure all that out. Those Deads and Stanley and Reed, y'all's names are so similar. I don't know if I got all that correct or not. Okay. Let me pull a few more DVDs out to scan. And Michael, Return of the Living Dead and Cannibal Holocaust. Yes. Okay. And then Stanley, Michael Stanley, put back Evil Dead, and it was claimed by Matthew Sherrick. I hope that's what happened. Let me go get some more CDs, and I've got a few more DVDs to scan. That was That got pretty wild there for a second, because y'all's, once again, these Twitch handles I'm still getting used to. So some of these Twitch handles, I say the wrong names because it's not normal looking. It's in, some of them are in different colors. And I'm like, oh my gosh. And then I try to figure out who it is, what's your real name, so they know to tag it. But they'll get it figured out later in the operations center. They usually fix my mistakes. Okay. Gilberto Gil, Extreme 2 Porno Graffiti, Gloria Estefan Let It Loose, Eurythmics Greatest Hits, Fairport Convention Moat on the Ledge, Donald Fagen, you may know him from Steely Dan. That is a Japanese edition too. Songs for Luca, Donald Fagen Morph the Cat, Enya, and Fish Sushi, F-I-S-H, Fish Sushi, $6.99. And then John Durden on Donald Fagen. There's actually 2 to pick from there. And then Eurythmics is sold to Antonio. And then Shakedown got Fish. Okay? And then we've got Enya, Songs for Luca, Fairport Convention, Gloria Estefan, Extreme 2, and Gilberto Gil. And John Durden wants the Japanese import. That's sold to John Durden. That Donald Fagen is still available if anybody wants it. All right, let me open this up so I can scan a couple of these right quick. And John Durden also wants Enya. Let's tag that for him as well. You got it. And let me open back up my scanner here. This one here probably isn't too expensive, but it's such a big movie, it might be. Yeah, we'll do it for $9.99. The Outsiders, a 2-disc special edition. The Outsiders, these are back to DVDs for a few seconds, okay? There's The Outsiders. And pass on Enya. John Durden wants to put that back. Close Encounters is $9.99. Okay. Some classic films here. John Bregenstorm. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, I thought that was Pass. My bad. I want Enya. Okay, that's sold. And then also Extreme is sold to John Bregenstorm. He put EX for Extreme. That's sold to John Bregenstorm. I'll do this one for $6.99. $6.99 for Spaceballs. Spaceballs is $6.99. And also $6.99 is this. Or, yeah, $6.99 on Jaws. Jaws. Okay, and let me do one more here. Let's do one more movie related or a music related one. And the next movie related one's $9.99. Judas Priest, Electric Eye. 13 videos, 19 live performances, and 6 TV performances. Shakedown got Spaceballs for $6.99. Michael Reed was second. So Outsiders for $9, Close Encounters $9, Jaws for $6, and Judas Priest is $9.99. Okay? And let me jump over here and grab another handful of CDs. The feed's going to expire on Facebook at 1:15. We started a lot earlier tonight, which means we're unfortunately ending a lot earlier tonight, but that's good. I'll have a lot of time to hopefully get what I need done so I can start even earlier tomorrow, so I can do this all the time. I'll be able to get so much more done in a short amount of time. And I've got a bunch of CDs brought over here now. So here we go. We're about to do a blitz, okay? Let's do a blitz. Outsiders, those are still available, right? Yep, okay. Here we go. $6.99. $6.99. A classic Donald Fagen. 3 minutes? No, there's more than 3 minutes, isn't there? Hold on, let me refresh Restream. We actually only might have a couple minutes. Yeah, my bad. Okay, so I better talk really fast. We might only have a couple minutes. Jaws, is Jaws is sold to Chuck Haley for $6.99. Here we go. Donald Fagen, The Nightfly. Genesis, Wind and Weathering. Notting Hill soundtrack. Bon Jovi, Have a Nice Day. Chris Body, When I Fall in Love. Anthology of Bread. Black Hawk. Blood, Sweat, and Tears, Greatest Hits. Handpicked MTV2 compilation. Coldplay's on there. Jimmy Eat World's on there. Norah Jones is on there. John Mayer's on there. Those are all $6.99. Grog wants Black Hawk, self-titled. So did Grog. I also have MTV, Blood, Sweat, and Tears, Black Hawk, Bread, Chris Body, Bon Jovi, Notting Hill, Genesis, and Donald Fagen. Those are all still available. Hope everybody's paying really close attention. Next stack is Norah Jones, Feels Like Home. Vince Gill, Souvenirs. We have Sean Mullen, Soul's Core, Get the Blues Too. Steve Curtis Chapman, The Glorious Unfolding. Leanne Womack, I Hope You Dance. Over here, we got Condra. We have what? Cassandra Wilson. The Crow, City of Angels. Message in a Bottle on Franz Ferdinand. These are all $6.99. Susie was next on Black Hawk. She wants both. So I'll give you this one right here. Strong Enough. That's so does Susie. Next is Chuck Haley. Put B, and he wanted Blood, Sweat, and Tears, Greatest Hits. That is sold to Chuck Haley, and B's for Bread. Those are both sold to Chuck Haley. Nobody claimed anything out of here. So we have Franz Ferdinand, Message in a Bottle. The Crow, City of Angels. We have Cassandra Wilson, Leanne Womack, Stephen Curtis Chapman, Get the Blues Too, Sean Mullins, Vince Gill, and Norah Jones. Next comment is Scott Oman put BJ. I hope that's for Bon Jovi. That's sold to Scott Oman. Next claim over here is Angela Lewis. Angela Lewis gets The Crow. That's sold to Angela Lewis. Over here, Lisa Torrio on Franz Ferdinand. That's right here on top. That's sold. And Antonio, you were next on BJ. And I hope that was for Bon Jovi, right? All right, next over here we have Fanny Hill. Fanny Hill is self-titled. Next is Fat Burger Sugar. Agnetha Folk Song, you may know her from ABBA. Giant, there's another from Giant. Robin Gibb Live. The Flower Kings. Over here we have Fish, Eternal Exile. The Flower Kings, Adam and Eve. Brian Ferry, Olympia, and Generation Radio. These are all $6.99. Next thing we have, as a quick recap here, Shakedown first on Fish, Shakedown. There are one Fish, so I'll give you Fish. Next thing we have is Christina, next on Crow. And then over here, we got Generation Radio, Brian Ferry, Flower King, Robin again, Giant, Agnetha, Fat Burger, and Fanny Hill. Those are all still available. All right, and then Chuck, I've already tagged your Blood, Sweat, and Tears. I've already went through all those. I'm going to have to go over here and get some more. Time's ticking. We went through a bunch of stacks there really fast, though. Holy moly. I might can grab one more. If you're on Facebook, thank you and good night. If you're not on Facebook, you might get to see a few more here as we finish this stack. Holy moly, what do I have here? Where we missed a couple CD buyers tonight. These stacks would have been a lot thinner if I would have had everybody watching. And then Angela Lewis wants Giant. I will tag those in 1 second. I'm going to go ahead and show you Jeff in Japan, and that's actually Japanese. Also, Bessie Smith and Midnight Special, Jimmy Smith. We got Bud Shank, The Doctor's In. Who is this? Mark Ronson version. Over here we have Who. We have Heads Up, Shake Show, Roomful of Blues Under One Roof, another Japanese something another. Shakira, She Wolf. We have Michael W. Smith, Change the World. This is On, Illumination, Midnight Oil, Blue Sky Mining, Renaissance. This is Signed, Gretchen Peters. Also over here, we got The Pineapple Thief, wow, Soul Mission 2, and Sour Mouth. These are all $6.99. First thing we have is Angela Lewis on Giant. Angela Lewis against Giant. Then there's another Giant. Those sold to Angela Lewis. Giant, sold and sold to Angela Lewis. Next over here, John Durden on Japanese. He wants this Japanese. That's sold to John Durden. We're going to give John Durden this Japanese. That's sold to John Durden. Next thing over here is Midnight. Grog got Midnight, and that was right here, Midnight Special with Jimmy Smith. That's also sold over here to Grog. That's done. And then next is David Hoy on BF. And that was possibly for Brian Ferry, or it could be, that might be for Brian Ferry. And I think that might be it. Wow. That was a good little run there. Okay. And is everything, are we done on Facebook? Unfortunately, that would be sad if so. I'm going to price 3 more CD box sets. And because if they don't sell tonight, they're probably going to sell tomorrow, or I usually auction these. So I hope everybody's ready. Actually, which Midnight Oil is that? Midnight Oil was Blue Sky Mining. There's another Japanese in here too. The Renaissance is Japanese press. And David Hoy does want Brian Ferry Olympia. I had a feeling. And that one was right here. All right, that's sold to David Hoy. Thank you on that. And let me scan these last 3 CD boxes because they're taking up a lot of room over here. And nobody got Alice Cooper. For $49.99. Maybe somebody will want this one right here. Let me scan it on eBay, and I'm going to scan it on Discogs, okay? I've scanned it on Discogs, or I've scanned it on eBay. Now let me scan it on Discogs. Not a bad price. This is Aerosmith, $24.99, Pandora's Box. Let me clear up some space here. It's kind of hard to show it, but Aerosmith is $24.99. $24.99. The Lives and Crimes of Alice Cooper. I was showing about 50 on Discogs. Of course, I didn't scan that one on eBay, but there's two that had sold on Discogs. One 44 overseas, and one had sold for 49. So let me see if I can find that one again. Where's the barcode at? But Aerosmith 24, Alice Cooper. I've always noticed these CD box sets sell for more on Discogs than eBay. They always do. When Fred Goodwin had all those that I sold, they always seemed like they sold for more on Discogs than eBay. Maybe just more people, maybe more overseas collectors on there possibly buying more. So let's see what that pops up. Is that a $35 offer, Grog? If it is the $19.99, yeah, that's what I saw. $46.51, $44.19, $45.45, and $49.99. So that's what I saw. If this is the $19.99, but I'm not for sure if it is or not. That was my first glance. I think it is, though. We've had a couple of Alice Cooper collectors on lately, and that's another thing. Aerosmith 24, and then I've got two more over here. So we had all those Bear Family boxes, and I got a lot more too I hadn't listed yet. But those always, anytime I scanned them, always brought more on Discogs than eBay. Ted Nugent, $19.99, Out of Control. Ted Nugent box. I'm going to say $19.99 on that. And the last one here is what? And the last one here is this one. And I'm going to say $24.99 on that. Journey Time Squared, or excuse me, Journey Time Cubed. Journey, $24.99. So Journey, Ted Nugent, Aerosmith, and Alice Cooper box sets are available. Alrighty, and then there was two DVD sets over here that didn't have barcodes. I'm going to look those up manually and see what I can find out. This is... This is only $9.99. Star Trek Next Generation Season 1, $9.99. Star Trek Next Generation Season 1, $9.99. And that is sold as Shakedown. And this is $14.99. Yeah, $14.99. The Adventures of Indiana Jones. Complete movie set up through, well, the original 3. And then bonus material. Indiana Jones, $14.99. Y'all getting some bonus Twitch and YouTube time over here. And I'll do these other ones later. I'm got to scan every one of them. First is Paul Brothers wants Aerosmith. Paul Brothers gets Pandora's Box for $24.99. Thank you. That's sold to Paul Brothers for $24.99. Next is Stimpy on Indiana Jones. That's $14.99. Thank you on that. That's sold. And next is, so we still got Cooper there. What movies didn't sell? The movies that didn't sell was Outsiders and Close Encounters and Judas Priest, which were all $9.99 each. And then that's the only ones that didn't sell there. Kind of curious on a couple more of these. Let me see what this one sells for. That's the early stuff there. I'm going to scan these 3 movies here and see what happens. Chad, can you please put back both Stevie Ray? Who is Stimpy on YouTube? Who is Stimpy on YouTube? You're going to have to let me know. Okay? All right, this is $9.99. Dracula versus Frankenstein. Dracula versus Frankenstein. That's $9.99. Aurora Shelton. Okay, Aurora wants to put back the 2 Stevie Ray Vaughns. I don't mind doing that, but I'm going to ask you a favor, okay? I'm going to ask you a favor for future claims. We've got to really, really start limiting the putbacks, okay? So please make sure before you claim something, you definitely want it. Because now they're going to have to go back after they tag it because it's the end of the show, pull it back. It's probably going to have to be shown again tomorrow. I could have sold it live earlier, possibly when you put it back. So please make sure we've got to cut back on the putbacks, please, Aurora. Otherwise, because it's going to start stacking up, or it's going to get put on your invoice anyway, etc. All right, this is the Paul Lynde Halloween Special. That's actually a pretty good one. The Paul Lynde Halloween Special, $19.99. Special appearances by Kiss. That's why that's pretty desirable. Kiss appears on that. $19.99 on that. All right, so put back the Stevie Ray Vaughns from Aurora. And Matthew said he will do these 3 for $20, these 3 DVDs. Sell those to Matthew Sherrick for, if you're talking about the 3 that didn't sell for $20, sell those to Matthew Sherrick. And Dracula, someone says, is that Hammer Dracula? This is Dracula versus Frankenstein. Together in one film, they meet in a fight or fright. This is, what is this? What year is this? Lloyd Kaufman and Michael Hurst presents a Trauma Team release. Starring Jay Carroll, Lon Chaney, Regina Carroll. All right, so that's sold to Michael Reed for $9.99. And then the Paul Lynde Halloween Special is $19.99. If that don't sell now, I'll show that on the next Kiss night. And this is the, I think 1966, yeah. This is the 1966 Batman the Movie. Holy Special Batman Edition. That's from 1966. That's also $9.99. All right, my stack is complete. I wanted to finish up this last stack over here, and it's now a complete tower, so it's actually overfilled. So thanks everybody who has been watching tonight. We have been live for over 8 hours now, and I am ready for my midnight snack. I'm ready for my midnight snack and to get this place cleaned up and ready for another 8 hours tomorrow, which means ordering vinyl, cleaning up all this, making flip videos, pricing the rest of these movies so I can show them tomorrow quickly and faster. I can go ahead and scan the rest of these and show them faster and quicker. And typically I don't show DVDs, but these are these are great titles. These are great titles. So these are like horror and sci-fi classics and stuff like that. B-rated, nasty horror stuff, slasher, that kind of stuff, science fiction. We love that. Okay? And meatloaf last night was delicious. After I got done working here last night, I went home, warmed up my meatloaf, and I like the sides. I like my mom's homemade mashed potatoes, macaroni and cheese, cream corn. That's what was good. And it was delicious. And I ate it, and I passed out on my couch, and I woke up, and it was like noon, and I set my alarm for 12:30 or 2:30, and I woke back up. Clay Moore gets the Paul Lynde for $19.99. I knew there was at least somebody watching that would grab that. And the only movie left is the 66 Batman movie for $9.99. Poor Batman. I have a couple Batman buyers. If that don't get grabbed before I say the final goodnight, it will. There's about 10 more movies in here and 1 CD box set. And I'll try to knock those out tomorrow, okay? And then we've got plenty of CDs still to dig out. Tonight was very fun. And I'm about to go eat a rotisserie turkey sandwich with Swiss cheese and mayonnaise, a crisp cold Diet Coke, some crab chips, and I need to get to the gym. So I got to get to the gym, and then I've got to order vinyl. Tonight we sold so much because I take time to order stuff. We sold almost 16 crates of vinyl tonight and puzzles because I spent about 5 hours one day ordering stuff. It all shows up and we sell it all because it's all brand new cool stuff. And everybody wants to buy brand new full stuff. But yeah, we went through puzzles tonight. Puzzles take up a lot of space, but we sold 16 crates worth of merchandise tonight, counting puzzles. And then this stack makes, golly, how much does this make? Now we've sold 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 tall stacks of miscellaneous stuff. Wow. What a night. Yeah, this might be record sales night as far as quantity. 16 crates, 6 stacks of miscellaneous. Yeah, what a night. And y'all all contribute to that. So, y'all all contribute to that. And with that, I'm going to end the feed. So thank y'all. I love doing this every night. I hope y'all enjoy watching every night. It's only Tuesday. We still got Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. We even sold some magazines tonight. There's more stuff like that coming. Hundreds of CDs still to go through. Don't get me started on movies and books. We got all the time of the world, every single night. That's it. So thanks, everybody. Good night. See you later, alligators. I'll be back tomorrow. Hopefully, I'll get some sleep and I can come back and go live again at 5 o'clock. That would be ideal to do 5 o'clock again or 5:15. So thank you and good night, everybody.